The Edge of Never by J.A. Redmerski. Natalie has been twisting the same strand of hair for 10 minutes straight, and it's driving me insane. I shake my head, pull my iced latte closer, and take a sip through the straw. Across from me, she leans her elbows on the small round table, chin resting in her palm. "He's gorgeous," she murmurs, eyes locked on the guy who just joined the line. "Seriously, Cam, are you even looking?" I roll my eyes and take another sip. "Nat," I say, setting my coffee down, "you have a boyfriend. Do I need to remind you every 5 minutes? Are you my mom now?" Natalie shoots back, grinning, but her attention snaps right back to the walking Greek god ordering coffee and scones at the counter. "Besides, Damon doesn't care if I look. As long as I'm in his bed at night, he's fine with it." I choke on my drink, heat rushing to my cheeks. "See," she crows, triumphant, "made you laugh." She digs through her tiny purple purse, pulling out her phone. "This deserves documentation." Tapping her notes app, she narrates, "Saturday, June 15th, 1:54 p.m. Camryn Bennett actually laughed at one of my dirty jokes." She tucks her phone away, then levels me with that therapist stare she always uses right before diving into unsolicited advice. "Just look at him once," she insists. To shut her up, I tilt my head just enough to catch a glimpse: tall, sharp cheekbones, messy brown hair, hypnotic green eyes. "Fine," I admit, turning back. "He's hot, so what?" Natalie watches, mesmerized, as he grabs his drink and strides toward the exit, sunlight catching his silhouette through the glass doors. "Oh my God," she breathes, eyes wide. "It's just a guy, Nat." I slurp my latte. "Should I write obsessed on your forehead? You're practically drooling." "Are you kidding me?" she gapes. "Cam, you have issues, like clinically." She flops back in her chair. "You need to up your meds. I'm serious. I stopped taking them in April." "What? Why?" "Because I don't need them," I say evenly. "I'm not suicidal, so what's the point?" She shakes her head, arms folded. "You think they only prescribe those for suicidal people? Wrong, dead wrong." Her finger jabs the air for emphasis before vanishing back into the crook of her arm. "It's some kind of chemical imbalance thing or something like that." I grin at her. "Really? And since when did you become an expert on mental health and the dozens of medications they prescribe for it?" I raise my eyebrows just enough to let her know I'm not taking her diagnosis too seriously. When she wrinkles her nose in response, I add, "I just need time to figure things out, no pills required." My tone starts light, but bitterness creeps in fast. "It happens more often than I'd like." Natalie sighs, her smile fading. I immediately regret snapping. "Sorry," I mutter. "I know you're right. I won't pretend I don't have issues or that I'm not a pain sometimes." "Sometimes," she murmurs under her breath, but she smirks, and just like that, I'm forgiven. "Happens a lot." I try to smile back. "I just want to handle this my way, okay?" "What exactly are you trying to handle?" She shoots back, irritation edging her voice. "Cam," she tilts her head, putting on her best concerned face. "Look, I hate saying this, but sometimes life sucks. You just have to push through, find things that make you happy and throw yourself into them." Okay, maybe she's not half bad at this therapist thing. "I know you're right," I admit, "but..." Natalie raises an eyebrow, waiting. "But what? Spit it out already." I stare at the wall for a second, lost in thought. Lately, I've been stuck in this loop, questioning everything, wondering what the point is. Even now, sitting in this coffee shop with a girl I've known forever, I can't shake it. Yesterday, I caught myself obsessing over why I feel the need to wake up at the exact same time every day, follow the same routine. Why, what keeps us chained to these patterns when all we want is to break free? I snap out of it and meet her eyes, knowing she won't get it but needing to say it anyway. "Ever thought about just backpacking the world with nothing but a bag?" Natalie's face twists. No," she says flatly. "That sounds awful." "Just think about it," I press, leaning forward. "Just you and a backpack, no bills, no dragging yourself to a job you hate, just you and the open road, no idea where you'll sleep, who you'll meet, what you'll eat. Every day's an adventure." I realize I'm getting way too into it, probably sounding like some daydreaming wanderlust cliché, but for a second the idea feels real. "Are you out of your mind?" Natalie asks, eyeing me skeptically from across the small cafe table. She lowers her raised eyebrow and takes a sip of her iced coffee. "There's also the whole walking part, not to mention the risk of getting kidnapped, murdered, and dumped by the highway. Oh, and did I mention the walking? It's obvious she thinks I'm teetering on the edge of insanity." "What even triggered this?" she asks, swirling her drink. "This sounds like some midlife crisis, and you're barely 20. Her finger jabs the air for emphasis. "And let's not forget you've barely paid a single bill in your life." She takes another loud slurp, and I sigh. "Maybe not," I mutter, "but I will once I move in with you." "Damn right," she says, tapping her cup. "We split everything down the middle." "Wait," she freezes, narrowing her eyes. "You're not backing out, are you?" "Nope, it's happening. One more week before I ditch my parents' place and shack up with a total wildcard." "Bitch," she laughs, and I force a half-hearted chuckle before sinking back into my thoughts, the kind she clearly doesn't get, just like I expected. Even before Ian died, I was wired differently. While Natalie spends her days lounging and inventing new bedroom moves with Damon, her boyfriend of 5 years, I'm stuck dreaming about things that actually matter, at least in my world. The way foreign air might feel on my skin, the salt sting of the ocean, while the sound of rain makes my chest ache in the best way. Damon's called me a deep chick more than once. Jesus, Natalie groans. You're a real ray of sunshine, you know that. She shakes her head, straw still between her lips. All right, she suddenly announces, standing up. I can't take this existential moping anymore, and these tiny cafes just make it worse. We're hitting the underground tonight. What? No, I'm not going. Oh, you're going. She chucks her empty cup into the trash bin across the room and grabs my wrist. You're coming because you're my best friend, and I'm done taking no for an answer. Her lips press into a firm line before breaking into a grin, the kind that means business. I know better than to argue when she gets that look, all fire and stubbornness. Maybe it's easier to go, let her have this one, and then she'll leave me alone. That's the deal when your best friend's a force of nature. I grab my bag, down the last of my latte, and toss the cup before following her out. It's only 2 o'clock, I say, glancing at my phone. I know, but we still need to find you something decent to wear, Natalie insists as we step through the glass doors into the warm summer evening. No way, I say firmly. I'm already doing you a favor by going to the underground tonight. That's my good deed for the day. Shopping is off the table. I have plenty of clothes. Natalie loops her arm through mine as we walk past a line of parking meters. She smirks and gives me a look. Fine, but at least let me dig through my closet for you. What's wrong with my own clothes? She presses her lips together and tilts her head like the question is ridiculous. It's the underground, she says, as if that explains everything. And okay, she's right. Natalie and I might be best friends, but we're total opposites. She's a rocker obsessed with Jared Leto since Fight Club. Me, I'm more of a casual type. I barely own anything dark unless it's for a funeral. Not that Natalie's some emo girl drowning in black, but she'd rather die than be caught in anything from my closet. To her, my style is painfully boring. I disagree, obviously. I know how to dress, and back in the day I got plenty of approving looks from guys when I wore jeans. But the underground is Natalie's scene, so for one night I'll play along. I've never been the type to follow the crowd, but I'd rather blend in than stick out like a sore thumb. The sun has just set by the time we pull up to the underground in Damon's lifted truck. We spent the last hour driving from house to house, him parking, disappearing inside for a few minutes, then coming back without a word about who he saw or why. Typical Damon. I've known him almost as long as Natalie, and I'd take a bullet for him, but I've never been okay with his side hustle. He grows massive amounts of weed in his basement, but you'd never guess it by looking at him. Most growers look like they're stuck in the 70s, but Damon, he could pass for Alex Pettyfer's younger brother. Damon admits weed just isn't his thing. His real vice is cocaine, and growing and selling pot is how he funds that habit. Natalie insists what he's doing is harmless. She knows he doesn't smoke it himself, and she argues weed isn't that bad anyway. If people want to relax with it, she sees no problem with Damon helping them out. All right, you gonna try to have fun tonight? After I climb out of the car, Natalie shoves the door shut with her hip and gives me a look that's half hopeful, half exasperated. Just stop fighting it and try to enjoy yourself. I roll my eyes. Nat, it's not like I'm trying to hate everything, I say. I want to have a good time. Damon sidles up and slings an arm around each of us. Walking in with 2 hot girls on my arms, hell yeah. Natalie elbows him and shoots him a mock glare. Shut up, sweetheart, you're gonna make me jealous. But her smirk shifts into something playful, and Damon drops his hand from her waist to grab her backside instead. She lets out this ridiculous, exaggerated moan and stretches up to kiss him. I almost tell them to get a room, but what's the point? The underground is Raleigh's worst-kept secret, a hidden club just outside downtown, though you won't find it in any directory. Only people like us know it exists. Some guy named Rob leased an abandoned warehouse a couple years back and dumped a chunk of his trust fund into turning it into an exclusive spot. Now it's the place where local rockers get a taste of the big time, complete with screaming fans and groupies, but it's not some grimy dive. From the outside it looks like a forgotten building in a ghost town, but inside it's all strobe lights, leather-clad servers, and a stage big enough for 2 bands to play at once. To keep it under the radar, guests have to park elsewhere and walk. No sense tipping off the cops with a suspicious line of cars outside an empty warehouse. We leave ours behind a McDonald's and trek through the quiet streets for 10 minutes. Natalie slips away from Damon's side and wedges herself between us, grinning like she's got one last jab for me before we go in. Okay, she says, ticking off rules on her fingers. If anyone asks, you're single. Got it? She wags a finger in my face. None of that weird stuff you pulled when that guy hit on you at the office supply store. What'd she do? Damon asks, laughing. Damn, she could have had this guy wrapped around her finger, Natalie says, as if I'm not even there. One bat of her eyelashes and he would have given her anything. If she'd asked, he'd have bought her a car on the spot. You know what she told him? I roll my eyes and pull my arm free from hers. Nat, you're talking nonsense. That's not how it went at all. Yeah, babe, Damon chimes in. If this guy works at an office supply store, he's not buying anyone cars. Natalie playfully swats his shoulder. I never said he worked there. Anyway, he looked like the love child of Adam Levine, and she twirls her fingers above her head, searching for another celebrity comparison. Jensen Ackles and then Miss Purity Ring over here told him she was lesbian when he asked for her number. Oh, come on, Nat, I snap, annoyed at her ridiculous exaggeration. He looked nothing like either of them. He was just some average guy who happened to not be hideous. She waves me off and turns back to Damon. Whatever, the point is she'll lie to scare them off. I wouldn't put it past her to tell a guy she's got chlamydia and a raging case of crabs. Damon laughs. I stop dead on the dark sidewalk, arms crossed, biting the inside of my lip in frustration. Natalie realizes I'm not walking with them anymore and jogs back. Okay, I just don't want you to sabotage yourself, that's all. I'm only asking you to give a guy a chance if he's flirting with you. Unless he's a total troll or has a hunchback, there's nothing wrong with talking and getting to know someone. I'm not saying you have to take him home. I hate when she does this, she promised. Damon steps up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her neck as she squirms. Maybe let her do what she wants, babe, no need to push. Thanks, Damon, I mutter with a quick nod. He winks. Natalie pouts. Fine, she sighs, holding up her hands. I'll drop it, Scout's honor. Yeah, right, good, I say, and we start walking again. Natalie's boots are already trying to murder my feet. The bouncer at the warehouse entrance eyes us, arms folded over his barrel chest. He sticks out a hand. Natalie looks offended. What, Rob's charging us now? Damon fishes his wallet from his back pocket and checks his cash. $20 each, the bouncer grunts. 20, Natalie shrieks. Are you kidding me? Damon nudges her aside and presses 3 20s into the guy's palm. The bouncer pockets the cash and steps aside to let us through. Damon nudges Natalie forward with a hand on the small of her back as we move past the towering bouncer. She scoffs under her breath, but he pockets half the cover charge. Rob's gonna hear about this. Damon just urges us along, and we slip through the door into a dim hallway lit by flickering fluorescent lights. The industrial elevator at the end groans as we step inside, its cage door screeching shut behind us. The descent to the basement feels endless, though it's just one floor, with every rattle making me wonder if we'll crash any second. The thumping bass and drunken shouts of students, probably fresh high school grads, echo through the shaft, growing louder the deeper we go. When the elevator finally clanks to a stop, another massive guy yanks the door open. Natalie bumps into me from behind. Keep moving. She laughs, shoving me playfully toward the chaos. 4 collisions playing tonight. Her voice cuts through the noise as we push toward the main room. She grabs Damon's hand, then reaches for mine, but I hesitate. These ridiculous boots aren't made for diving into a sweaty, bouncing crowd. Oh, come on, she pleads, wrinkling her nose in annoyance before forcibly lacing her fingers with mine and tugging me close. Stop being a baby. If anyone knocks you over, I'll punch them myself, deal. Damon smirks at me over her shoulder. Fine, I mutter, letting her drag me into the fray, my fingers nearly crushed in her grip. For a while, Natalie sticks close, grinding against me like any good wingwoman would, but eventually she drifts into Damon's orbit. At this point, they might as well be making out, nobody would notice. Except me, because I'm probably the only girl here without someone to cling to. Seizing the moment, I slip away to the bar. The blonde bartender raises an eyebrow. What'll it be? I hoist myself onto a stool. Rum and coke, bold choice, he says, filling a glass with ice. Then with a smirk, gonna show me your id? I tilt my head. Sure, right after you show me your liquor license. He laughs, sliding the drink toward me. I don't even drink much, I lie, taking a sip. Much? Maybe I need a little buzz tonight. I set the glass down, fiddling with the lime wedge. The music pulses, but the bar feels quieter, safer, like I can finally breathe. Why do you think that? He asks, wiping down the bar with a paper towel. Hold on, I say, raising a finger. Before you get the wrong idea, I'm not here to dump my problems on you like some bartender therapy session. Natalie already gives me more unsolicited advice than I can handle. He chuckles and tosses the towel behind the counter. Good to know, because I'm definitely not the advice-giving type. Instead of lifting the glass, I lean over the bar to sip through the straw, my hair falling into my face. I tuck it behind my ear. I hate wearing it down, it's always in the way. If you really want to know, I say, locking eyes with him, my relentless best friend dragged me here. Pretty sure she'd have drawn something embarrassing on my face while I slept and used the photo as blackmail if I'd refused. Ah, that kind of friend, he says, resting his arms on the bar and lacing his fingers. I had one like that. 6 months after my fiancé left me, he hauled me to a club outside Baltimore. All I wanted was to wallow at home, but turns out that night was exactly what I needed. Oh, fantastic, this guy thinks he gets me, or at least my situation, but he knows nothing about my life. Sure, he can play the ex card who hasn't been there, but the rest, my parents' divorce, my older brother Cole in prison, losing the love of my life, that's none of his business. The second you spill that stuff, you're just whining while the world plays the world's tiniest violin. Truth is, everyone's got problems, mine aren't special, and I've got no right to complain. I flash a sweet smile. Thought you weren't the advice type, he leans back. I'm not, but if my story helps, take it. I grin and fake a sip. Getting tipsy, let alone drunk, isn't on my agenda, especially since I'll probably be the one driving us home. To distract myself, I prop an elbow on the bar, resting my chin on my knuckles. So what did happen that night? The corner of his mouth quirks up and he shakes his blonde head. Had sex for the first time since she left. Realized how good it felt not to be hung up on one person. That answer unexpected. Most guys I know would have lied about their commitment issues, especially if they were trying to impress me. I actually like this guy. As a person, obviously I'm not about to, as Natalie would put it, throw my legs open for him. Got it, I say, keeping my smile from getting too wide. At least you're honest. Honesty's the best policy, he replies, reaching for an empty glass and mixing himself a rum and coke. Girls these days are just as scared of commitment as guys. If you're upfront from the start, you've got a better shot at walking away from a one-night stand without any drama. I nod, curling my fingers around my straw. I'd never say it out loud, but I completely agree. It's weirdly refreshing. I've never really thought about it before, but even though a relationship is the last thing I want, I'm still human. A one-night stand wouldn't be the worst thing, just not with him or anyone in this club. Okay, maybe I'm too chicken for that, or maybe the alcohol's already going to my head. Truth is, I've never done it before, and while the idea is kind of thrilling, it still freaks me out. I've only been with two guys. Ian Walsh, my first love, who took my virginity and then died in a car crash 3 months later, and Christian Deering, my rebound and the jerk who cheated on me with some red-headed airhead. I'm mostly glad I never said those 4 awful words, starting with I and ending with you, because deep down I had a feeling that when he said them to me, he had no clue what he was talking about. Or maybe he did, and that's why he hooked up with someone else after 5 months. Because I never said it back, I glance up at the bartender and he smiles at me, waiting patiently for me to speak. I'll admit it, he's attractive, probably no older than 25, with light brown eyes that seem to smile before his lips do. His toned arms and chest are obvious under his fitted t-shirt, and his tan makes him look like he spent most of his life near the ocean. I stop staring when I catch myself imagining him in swim trunks, shirtless. I'm Blake, he says, Rob's brother. Rob, right, the owner of the underground. I extend my hand and Blake shakes it gently. Camryn. Natalie's voice cuts through the music before I even see her. She shoves her way through a crowd near the dance floor, dragging Damon behind her, their hands still linked. The second she spots Blake, her whole face lights up. Damon notices too, but when his eyes meet mine, his expression is completely blank. It gives me an odd, unsettled feeling, but I shake it off as Natalie bumps her shoulder against mine. What are you doing here? She asks, her voice sharp with accusation. Her grin stretches wide as her gaze darts between Blake and me before settling on me. Having a drink, I say. Is that why you're here, or are you just checking up on me? Both, she says, dropping Damon's hand and leaning against the bar, drumming her fingers playfully as she laughs at Blake. As long as there's vodka in it. Blake nods, then glances at Damon. Rum and coke for me, Damon says. Natalie presses her lips to the side of my head, her breath warm against my ear as she whispers, Holy crap, Cam, do you know who that is? I catch the faint curve of Blake's mouth. He definitely heard her. Heat creeps up my face and I whisper back, yeah, his name's Blake. That's Rob's brother, she hisses, shooting him a look. I glance at Damon, hoping he'll take the hint and pull her away, but this time he plays dumb. Where's the Damon I know, the one who always rescues me from Natalie's antics? He must be mad at her again. This is how he acts when she runs her mouth or does something he can't ignore. We've only been here half an hour. What could she have possibly done in that time? Then it hits me, this is Natalie. If anyone could tick off her boyfriend in under an hour without realizing it, it's her. I slide off the bar stool, grab her arm and pull her away. Damon probably figures out my plan and stays behind with Blake. The music swells as the live band kicks into a new song. What did you do? I demand, spinning her to face me. What do you mean, what did I do? She barely pays attention, her body swaying slightly to the beat. Nat, I'm serious. Finally, she stops and searches my face for answers. To piss off Damon, I say. He was fine when we got here. She glances at Damon across the room, sipping his drink at the bar, then back at me, confusion flickering in her eyes. I didn't do anything, I think. Tilts her head, trying to recall any slip-ups, hands on her hips. Why do you think he's mad? He's got that look, I mutter, peeking at him and Blake. I hate when you two fight, especially when I'm stuck listening to you rehash old drama all night. Natalie's confusion melts into a sly smirk. Wow, I think you're just being paranoid and trying to distract me so I don't bring up you and Blake, she says with a teasing grin that instantly annoys me. I roll my eyes. There is no me and Blake. We were just talking. Talking is step one, she counters, her smile widening. Laughing at his jokes like I saw you doing when I walked up is step two. She crosses her arms, smug. Bet you've already had a full conversation without him having to drag every word out of you. You even know his name. For someone who claims to want me to have fun and meet guys, you're terrible at staying quiet when things actually go your way. Natalie starts swaying to the music again, lifting her arms slightly and rolling her hips in a way that's way too deliberate. I'm not doing anything, just standing here. Nothing's going to happen, I say firmly. You got what you wanted. I talked to someone and I'm not about to tell him I have chlamydia, so please don't make a scene. She finally relents with an exaggerated sigh, pausing just long enough to say, fine, you're probably right. I'll leave you alone. But if he takes you up to Rob's loft, I want every detail. She narrows her eyes and points at me. Sure, I say, just to get her off my back, but it's not happening, so don't hold your breath. An hour and 2 drinks later, I'm on Rob's loft with Blake. I'm only slightly buzzed. I can walk straight, my vision's clear, so I tell myself I'm definitely not drunk, but I am a little too loose and that bothers me. When Blake suggested we escape the noise for a minute, every alarm in my head went off. Don't go off alone with a guy you barely know after drinking. Don't do it, Cam, you're smarter than this. The warnings screamed at me until Blake's easy laugh and the way he put me at ease drowned them out. So this is Rob's loft? I ask, staring at the city skyline from the warehouse rooftop. The buildings glow with blue, white, and green lights while the streets shimmer orange under the street lamps. What were you expecting? He asks, taking my hand. I tense but don't pull away. Some fancy love den with ceiling mirrors. Wait, that's exactly what I was thinking. So why the hell did I come up here with him? Okay, now I'm officially panicking. I must have been a little tipsy, otherwise I never would have done this. The realization that someone like me could be stupid enough to follow a guy into some sketchy private room, even while drunk, hits me like a bucket of ice water, sobering me up instantly. Does alcohol just make me reckless, or does it drag out something dark inside me I don't want to admit is there? I glance at the metal door set in the brick wall, noticing light seeping through the gap. He left it open. That's a good sign, at least. Blake leads me to a wooden picnic table, and I climb onto it nervously, sitting beside him. The wind tugs at my hair, sending a few strands into my mouth, and I swipe them away with my fingers. It's a good thing it was me, he says, staring out at the city with his hands tucked between his knees, his feet propped on the bench below. I pull my legs up into a cross-legged position, folding my hands in my lap, and give him a questioning look. He grins. Good that I was the one who brought you up here, he clarifies. A girl like you down there with all those guys. He turns his head to face me, his brown eyes catching just enough light to gleam in the dark. If it had been someone else, you might have ended up playing the victim in some cheesy made-for-TV drama. And just like that, I'm stone-cold sober. My spine snaps straight and I suck in a sharp breath. What the hell was I thinking? Relax, he says, raising his hands with a smirk. I don't mess with girls who aren't into it, or anyone who's had a few drinks and thinks they know what they want. The weight of how badly this could have gone settles over me, but my shoulders loosen a little. Maybe he's just saying this to put me at ease, but my gut says he's harmless. I'll stay alert, but at least I can breathe again. If he really had bad intentions, he wouldn't be spelling them out so casually. Something he said earlier makes me chuckle. What's funny? He asks, tilting his head. Your TV reference, I say. Do you actually watch that stuff? He turns away, but not fast enough to hide his embarrassed grin. Nah, he mutters, just common knowledge, I guess. I nudge him with my elbow. You're the first guy I've ever heard say cheesy made-for-TV drama out loud. His cheeks go pink and I mentally kick myself for how stupidly happy that makes me. Hey, don't tell anyone, okay? He laughs awkwardly, a little shy. I smile back before turning my gaze to the city lights, trying to shut down any hopeful expectations he might have built during our playful little exchange. It doesn't matter how charming or attractive he is, I can't give in. I'm just not ready for anything beyond this, a harmless, friendly chat with zero romantic or physical strings attached, and honestly, that's rare. Most people take a simple smile as an invitation for more. Come on, he says, leaning in. Why are you out here alone? I shake my head, still grinning. Nope, that wasn't part of the deal. Give me a shot, it's just conversation. He shifts, propping one leg on the table. I'm serious, no games here. Games? Yeah, like digging for your trauma just to fake some emotional connection so I can get you into bed. If that's what I wanted, I'd just say it. I raise an eyebrow. So you don't want to sleep with me? His expression falters for a second before he recovers. Eventually, yeah, I'd be an idiot not to. But if that's all I wanted, I'd have told you before you even got in the car. I appreciate the honesty, but the moment he says if that's all I wanted, my smile freezes. What else does he want? A relationship? No thanks. Just to be clear, I say, putting up a wall, I'm not looking for any of that. He laughs, shaking his head. Relax, neither am I, believe it or not. I actually just wanted to talk. Something tells me if I did want more sex, a date, whatever, Blake would be all in. But he backs off smoothly, no bruised ego in sight. To answer your question, I say, deciding to give him something real. I'm single because I've had some bad luck and I'm not ready to risk it again. Blake nods, looking away as the wind tugs at his blonde hair, sweeping his bangs off his forehead. Letting someone in is hard, especially at first. The whole process is brutal. His eyes meet mine again. When you've been with someone long enough, you get used to them, it becomes easy, too easy. Being stuck in that comfort zone makes it incredibly hard to pull yourself out, even when the relationship has turned into a toxic nightmare for both people. It's like trying to drag a recluse with severe weight issues out of their house long enough to rebuild their life. Maybe he realizes the topic hits too close to home, because he quickly lightens the mood by adding, "Took me 3 months before I felt comfortable enough to take a dump when Jen was at my place." I burst out laughing, and when I finally look back at him, he's grinning too. But I get the sense he misses his ex-fiancée more than he's willing to admit. To spare him the discomfort, I steer the painful subject toward myself. "My boyfriend died," I blurt out. "Car accident." Blake's face drops, his eyes full of regret. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean," I cut him off with a wave. "No, it's fine, you don't have to apologize." He nods, waiting for me to continue. "It happened a week before graduation." His hand rests on my knee, just a comforting gesture, but before I can say more, a loud crash interrupts us. Blake topples off the table, slamming onto the floor. It happens so fast I don't even see Damon charging in until it's too late. "Damon," I scream as he tackles Blake before he can get up, fists flying. "Stop it, Damon, what the hell?" Blake takes another brutal hit, snapping me out of my shock. I rush forward, throwing myself onto Damon's back, trying to grab his arms, but he's like a machine, unstoppable. I'm thrown off, landing hard on the concrete. Blake finally lands a solid punch to Damon's jaw, staggering to his feet. "What the hell is wrong with you, man?" he spits, clutching his face. Blood streams from his nose, his lips split and swollen, dark in the dim light. "You know damn well what's wrong," Damon roars, lunging again, but I jump between them, shoving my hands against his chest. "Is Damon, we were just talking. What the hell is wrong with you?" I scream so loud my voice cracks. Glancing over my shoulder at Blake, I shove my hands hard against Damon's chest. "I'm sorry, Blake, don't worry about it," he snaps, his expression sharp with rejection. "I'm out of here." He turns and disappears through the metal door, the loud bang echoing as it slams shut behind him. Whirling back to Damon, I glare at him, fire in my eyes, and shove him hard in the chest. "You absolute jerk. I can't believe what you just did." I'm inches from his face, yelling so loud my throat burns. Damon's mouth twists, his breath still ragged from the fight. His dark eyes are wide, almost feral, wild and unreadable. Part of me hesitates, but the part that's known him for 12 years shuts that doubt down fast. "What the hell were you thinking? You just attacked a guy I barely know. I never thought you'd be this stupid, Cam, drunk or not." I step back, crossing my arms. "Oh, so now I'm the idiot." "We were just talking." My voice rises, my blonde hair whipping across my face. I know the difference between a decent guy and a total creep, and right now I'm looking at the latter. His jaw clenches behind tight lips. "Say whatever you want, I was just trying to protect you." His tone is eerily calm. "Protect me from what?" I shout. "A bad conversation, a guy who actually just wanted to talk." Damon smirks. "No guy just wants to talk," he says like he's some expert. "Nobody takes a girl like you to the roof of a damn warehouse just to chat. If I'd been 10 minutes later, he'd have had you on that table faster than you could scream. And trust me, no one would have heard you up here, Cam." A lump forms in my throat, but I swallow it down. Maybe Damon's right. Maybe I was so caught up in Blake's wounded sincerity that I walked right into something I didn't see coming. Sure, I've thought about situations like this, seen the warnings in movies, but was Blake really like that? No, he might have taken me up on an offer, but deep down I know he wouldn't have crossed a line without my say-so. I turn away before Damon can see the flicker of doubt on my face. I'm furious at how he handled this, but I can't hate him for it because he was trying to help. Even if it was fueled by way too much testosterone, his heart was in the right place. "Cam, please look at me." I wait a few agonizing seconds before turning around, arms crossed. When Damon meets my eyes, his expression is softer than before. "I'm sorry, He sighs and glances away like he wants to say something but can't bring himself to face me. "Camryn, the thought of you with someone else, I can't handle it." It hits me like a punch to the gut. My throat tightens, a strangled noise escaping, and my eyes widen. I glance nervously at the metal door, then back at him. "Where's Natalie?" I need to distract him before he says what he's clearly about to. What the hell does he even mean? No, he can't mean it like that. I must have misheard. This is just the alcohol talking, messing with my head. He steps closer, his hands gripping my elbows. The urge to pull away surges through me, but I'm frozen, barely able to move anything but my eyes. "I mean it," he murmurs, his voice dropping to a desperate whisper. "I've been crazy about you since freshman year." Another sharp ache in my stomach. Finally, I manage to step back. No, I shake my head, trying to make sense of this. "Damon, are you drunk or high? This isn't you." I hold up my hands. "We need to find Natalie. I swear I won't tell her what you just said, and you probably won't even remember it tomorrow, but we have to go, now." I start toward the closed metal door, but Damon grabs my arm and spins me around. My breath catches, and that uneasy suspicion I felt earlier floods back, erasing every year I've known and trusted him. His eyes are wilder now, but there's something unsettlingly gentle in his stare. I'm not drunk, and I haven't touched coke in a week. The fact that he even does coke makes it impossible for me to ever be into him, but he's been one of my closest friends, so I've overlooked it. And because we've known each other so long, I know, unfortunately, he's telling the truth right now. For the first time ever, I wish he were high just so we could pretend this never happened. I glance at his fingers digging into my arm, realizing how hard he's holding me. It scares me. Let go of my arm, Damon, please. Instead of loosening his grip, it tightens. I try to twist free, but he yanks me closer. Before I can react, his mouth crashes against mine, his free hand gripping the back of my neck so I can't pull away. He tries to push his tongue into my mouth, but I jerk my head back just enough to slam my forehead against his. We both flinch in surprise and his grip loosens instinctively. "Cam, wait," he shouts as I bolt for the exit, throwing open the heavy metal door. The clang of his footsteps chases me down the echoing staircase, but I lose him the second I reach the freight elevator. I slam the gate shut and smash the button for the ground floor. The same bouncer who let us in earlier is still posted by the entrance, and I shove past him into the cold night air. "Easy there, sweetheart," he calls as I sprint toward the Shell gas station down the block, where I call a cab. The next morning, my phone buzzes violently on the nightstand, jolting me awake. Natalie flashes across the screen in bold letters, her grinning photo staring up at me. I force my stiff body upright and grab the phone, letting it vibrate against my palm for a few agonizing seconds before answering. "Where the hell were you?" Her voice is a shrill alarm in my ear. "Jesus, Cam, you just vanished. Damon disappeared too, then showed up later like nothing happened, and Blake, he walked out covered in blood. That's when I finally understood what you meant about Damon being pissed." She pauses to gasp for air. I kept asking what I did wrong. Was it because of last week at the diner? But he just ignored me and said we were leaving. "Natalie." I cut her off, my head spinning. "Breathe, okay?" I kick off the sheets and stand, pressing the phone tighter to my ear. I know what I have to do. Tell her what Damon tried. She'd never forgive me if she found out later, and I'd never forgive myself. If our roles were reversed, I'd want the truth, but not like this. "Can you meet me at the cafe in an hour?" Silence. Then weakly, "Yeah, of course, but are you sure you're okay? I thought you'd been kidnapped or something." "Natalie, I'm not okay at all. I'm fine, just come alone." "Damon's passed out at home," she says, and I can hear the smirk. "Girl, last night he did things to me I didn't even know were possible." Her words slice through me, sharp as glass. "I couldn't even think about sex until I knew you were safe," she adds, and suddenly the phone feels like a brick in my hand. "You didn't pick up your phone, so I called your mom around 3 and she said you were asleep in bed. I was still freaking out because you just disappeared like that. 1 hour." I cut her off before she can start rambling again. We hang up and the first thing I do is check my missed calls. 6 from Natalie, but the other 9 are from Damon. The voicemails, though, are all from Natalie. Damon probably didn't want to leave any evidence, not that I need proof. Natalie and I have been best friends since she stole my corduroy cool Barbie after a sleepover. By the time she shows up, I'm on edge and already halfway through my latte. She drops into the empty chair across from me. "I wish she didn't look so cheerful. It just makes this harder." "You look like crap, Cam." "I know." She blinks, surprised. "What?" Sarcastic thanks followed by your famous eye roll. "Please stop smiling, Nat. Just this once, take my weird, joyless expression seriously and look at me without laughing." Of course she doesn't. "Listen, I'm just gonna get to it, okay?" Finally, the smile starts to fade. I swallow hard. God, I can't believe this happened. If it had been some random guy she hooked up with during one of her breaks from Damon, it wouldn't be this bad. But this is Damon, the guy she lives with, the one she always goes back to. The only one she's ever really loved. "Cam, what's going on?" She senses the weight of what I'm about to say, and I can see in her brown eyes that she's trying to figure out if she even wants to hear it. I think she already knows it's about Damon. Her throat moves nervously. "Last night I was on the roof with Blake." Her worried look shifts back into a grin, like she's seizing the chance to dodge whatever's coming with something she can joke about. But I cut her off before she can. "Just hear me out, okay?" Finally, she gets it. The usual playfulness in her face is gone. I keep going. "Damon thought Blake took me up there to hurt me or something. He stormed onto the roof and started punching him. Blake got pissed and left, and I was alone with Damon." Natalie's eyes give her away, like she already knows what I'm going to say and is starting to hate me for it. "Damon forced himself on me, Nat." Her eyes narrow. "He kissed me and said he's been obsessed with me since middle school." Her quick, panicked breaths tell me her heart is racing. "I was trying to tell you, you're a lying bitch." For the third time, it feels like a punch to the gut, but this time it steals my breath. Natalie shoves her chair back, slinging her bag over her shoulder. Her dark eyes, framed by even darker hair, glare at me with pure venom. I'm frozen, stunned by the sharpness of her words. "You really think I didn't notice how you wanted Damon for yourself?" she hisses. "The second I started dating him, I saw the way you looked at him. God, Camryn, you always take his side and lecture me whenever I mention other guys." She mimics me with exaggerated hand gestures and a mocking nasal tone. "You have a boyfriend, Nat. Don't forget about Damon, Nat. Think about Damon, Nat." Her palms slam down on the table, rattling my drink. I'm too shocked to catch it before it nearly tips over. "Stay away from me and Damon," she snaps. "If you don't, you'll regret it." I swear, she spins on her heel and storms straight through the cafe's glass doors, the little bell jingling sharply behind her. When I finally snap out of my daze, I catch 3 customers staring from their tables. The barista at the counter quickly looks away when our eyes meet. I focus on the wood grain of the table, the patterns blurring as my vision swims. Dropping my head into my hands, I stay like that for what feels like forever. Twice I fight the urge to call her, setting my phone back down each time. How did we get here? We were inseparable for years. I cleaned up her puke when she had the flu, and now she's tossing me aside like trash. I try to convince myself she's lashing out because she's hurt, that she's in denial and just needs time to process the truth. She'll come around, dump that jerk, apologize, and drag me to the underground like always. But the logic doesn't stick. The raw, wounded part of me just sees red, clouding everything. An older man in a wrinkled suit passes my table, shooting me a sidelong glance on his way out. Humiliation burns through me. When I finally dare to look up, the same customers are still watching, pretending not to when I meet their eyes. I hate the pity in their stares. Snatching my bag from the floor, I sling it over my shoulder and bolt out of the cafe almost as dramatically as Natalie did. A week later, she still hasn't reached out. I caved and called her multiple times, but every attempt went straight to voicemail. The last time I called Nat, she changed her voicemail greeting to, "Hey, you've reached Nat. If you're an actual friend, leave a message and I'll call you back. If not, do us both a favor and get lost." I wanted to reach through the phone and slap her, but instead I hurled mine across the room. Thank God for phone cases. Without one, I'd be out a few $100 replacing it. I even tried calling Damon, the last person I want to talk to, but he's the only one who might fix this mess between me and Natalie. Did I really expect him to throw himself under the bus for me? Not a chance, so I gave up. I started avoiding our usual coffee spot, settling for the bitter swill from the corner store instead. I even took the long way to my interview at Dillard's just to steer clear of Natalie's apartment. Got the assistant manager job, too, thanks to Mom putting in a good word with her friend Mrs. Phillips. But let's be real, working retail excites me about as much as drinking that awful store-bought coffee every morning. Sitting at the kitchen table, watching my bleach-blonde mom rummage through the fridge, it hits me, crashing at Nat's isn't an option anymore. So now I'm stuck either apartment hunting or playing roommate with Mom until Natalie gets her act together, if she ever does. And what if by then I don't even care anymore? The thought makes my head spin. Roger and I are going out tonight, Mom announces from behind the fridge door. She straightens up, her makeup way too heavy. You've met Roger, right? Yeah, I've met Roger. Lie, maybe. I've lost track of the parade of guys she's dated since signing up for that speed dating nonsense. This one's apparently on date number 3. I force a smile. I want her happy, even if it means another wedding, something that makes my stomach churn. I'll always be Daddy's girl, but what he did to her, unforgivable. 4 months post-divorce, and she's turned into someone I barely recognize. It feels like she's opened a drawer that's been locked for 30 years, pulling out the person she was before meeting my dad and bringing me and my brother Cole into the world. But that version of her doesn't quite fit anymore, and it takes too much effort to keep pretending every day. He mentioned taking me on a cruise, she says, her face lighting up at the thought. I snap my laptop shut. Don't you think 3 dates is a little soon for a cruise? She purses her lips and waves me off. Oh honey, it's perfect. He makes good money. To him, it's like going out for dinner. I look away, picking at the crust of the sandwich I made even though I'm not hungry. My mom flutters around the kitchen, pretending to clean. She has a housekeeper who comes every Wednesday, but the second a man steps foot in the house, suddenly she's scrubbing counters and spritzing air freshener like she's auditioning for a home makeover show. Don't forget about Saturday, she says, startling me as she starts loading the dishwasher. Yeah, I know, Mom, I sigh and shake my head. Though this week might not be the best timing. She straightens up, fixing me with a sharp look. Sweetheart, you promised you'd come. Her nails tap nervously against the counter. You know I can't handle going to that place alone. It's a prison, Mom. I tear off a piece of crust and let it drop onto the plate. They can't do anything to you there. They're all behind bars just like Cole, and it's their own damn fault. My mom closes her eyes and a hot wave of guilt churns in my stomach. I exhale hard. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Except I did. I just shouldn't have said it out loud. It kills her when I talk about Cole and his sentence like that. He got 5 years for killing a man while driving drunk just 6 months after Ian died the same way. Feels like I'm losing everyone. I push back from the table and lean against the counter while she busies herself with the dishwasher again. Fine, I'll go with you, okay? She forces a smile, trying to hide the hurt, and nods. Thank you, sweetheart. I pity her. It's awful that my dad cheated after 22 years of marriage, but we all saw it coming. And then there's the fact that my parents tried to keep me and Ian apart after I confessed our love to my mom when I was 16. Parents seem to think you have to be at least 20 to understand love, as if there's some magic age where it suddenly makes sense. like the legal drinking age, but for emotions people seem to think teenagers are too emotionally immature to understand love or recognize what's real. That's ridiculous. The truth is, adults love in different ways too. There's no single right way. I loved Ian, the way he looked at me, the way he gave me butterflies, the way he held my hair back when I threw up after eating a bad enchilada. That to me was love. I adore my parents, but the warmth between them had faded long before their divorce. I remember my mom lying sick in bed while my dad handed her painkillers and immediately asked if she'd seen the TV remote. So what do they know? I'm pretty sure my parents messed me up with their version of love. No matter how kind they are or what they do for me, I've always been terrified of ending up like them, deeply unhappy inside while pretending everything's perfect. 2 kids, a dog, a white picket fence. I knew they'd slept in separate rooms for years. I knew my mom still wondered about the life she could have had with the boy she loved in high school. I read her old diary, so I know all about him. And I knew my dad had dreamed about Ross and Hartman, his prom date, long before he cheated. She still lives around the corner. If anything, adults are the ones disillusioned about love and how it's supposed to feel. When Ian and I were together, we didn't just have sex, we made love. I never thought I'd use that phrase without cringing. It used to make me shudder when I heard it in songs or from other people, like that classic rock tune my dad played every morning in the car. But there's no better way to describe it. It was magic. Nothing will ever come close. That Saturday, I go with my mom to visit Cole. As usual, I barely speak and he ignores me right back. He doesn't mean to be cruel, he just seems afraid to say anything, probably because he knows I'm still furious about his choices. It wasn't just one bad decision, something we could dismiss as a tragic accident. Cole was an alcoholic before he turned 18. He's always been the family's black sheep, even as a kid, a troublemaker who spent time in juvie and left my parents sick with worry whenever he vanished for weeks. Selfish to the core. The following Monday, I start my new job as assistant manager. Of course, I'm grateful to have a paying job. I don't want to spend the rest of my life mooching off my dad, but standing there in that cute black pantsuit, white blouse and heels, I felt completely out of place. It wasn't just the outfit, though. I just didn't belong. I can't explain it well, but that Monday and the rest of the week, there was this nagging itch in the back of my mind. The second I woke up, while I got dressed, even as I walked into the department store. It wasn't like I heard actual words, more like a whisper in my gut saying, "This is your life, Camryn Bennett. This is your life." And when I looked at the shoppers around me, all I saw were the bad things, the upturned noses, the designer handbags, the pointless consumerism. Right then, I knew everything I did from that point on would feel the same. This is your life, Camryn Bennett. This is your life. Yesterday was the day everything changed. That same itch in my brain came back at night, tugging me out of bed. So I got up. It told me to grab my shoes, stuff a bag with some essentials and my wallet. So I did. There was no logic to it, no grand plan, just this desperate need to break the cycle, to not end up like my parents. I used to think depression was overblown, that people threw the word around too easily, just like the L word, which I swore I'd never use for a man again. In high school, girls would talk about how depressed they were, about the psychiatrists their moms dragged them to and the meds they got prescribed. Then they'd swap pills like candy. To me, depression just meant sadness over and over. On TV, it was people trudging under little black rain clouds. Here's the thing, I've always been empathetic. It kills me to see people hurting, but back then, I'd roll my eyes and walk away the second someone played the depression card. I had no clue how serious it really was. Those girls at school, they didn't know either. Depression isn't just sadness. Honestly, sadness barely scratches the surface. It's pain in its rawest form, so overwhelming it numbs you, makes you think you're losing your mind. The last time I cried was when I found out Ian died at school. And it still pisses me off that Damon was the one who comforted me. But that was over a year ago, and I haven't shed a tear since. After that, nothing really got to me anymore. Not when my parents split up, not when Cole got sentenced, not even when Damon showed his true colors or when Natalie stabbed me in the back. Every day I expect to break down, sobbing my eyes out, face buried in a pillow, sick with misery. But it never happens. I still feel nothing. Except for this nagging, restless itch pushing me to run. I don't know how else to describe it, but it's there and I can't ignore it. I spent most of the evening at the bus station waiting for that itch to tell me what to do. Finally, I walked up to the counter. "Can I help you?" the woman behind it asked in a bored voice. I hesitated, then said, "I'm visiting my sister in Idaho. She just had a baby." She gave me an odd look, and yeah, I'll admit, I was acting weird. I don't even have a sister, and I've never set foot in Idaho. But it was the first lie that popped into my head. Behind her, I spotted a half-eaten baked potato wrapped in greasy foil, smothered in butter and sour cream. Since Idaho's famous for potatoes, it was the first place I thought of. Honestly, I don't care where I end up. Once I'm there, I'll just buy another ticket somewhere else. Maybe California or Washington. Or maybe I'll head south to Texas. I've always pictured it as this endless stretch of dusty land, dim-lit bars and cowboy hats. They say Texans are tough as nails. Maybe one of them could kick me out of this numb haze with their boots, not that I'd feel it. Remember, I'm empty inside. This was yesterday when I decided to just disappear, break free from everything. Ian and I used to talk about doing something like this before he died. We wanted to avoid the predictable, the kind of life that turns people into mindless drones, waking up at the same time every day, doing the same thing over and over. We wanted to see the world. I even brought it up once when Nat and I were at our usual coffee spot. Part of me hoped she'd want to chase that dream with me, but like always, things didn't go how I expected. Now Tennessee blurs past the window as night falls. Eventually, I drift off. No dreams, haven't had any since Ian died, probably for the best. Dreams stir up feelings, and I'm done with feelings. I'm starting to get used to this feeling of not caring about anything. Aside from a few shady characters at the bus station, nothing really scares me anymore. When you stop caring, fear loses its grip. From home to Missouri, everything looks the same, just the license plates change. Every state has the same sights. A broken-down car on the shoulder, a hitchhiker, a trucker in a stained white shirt hauling a gas can toward the nearest station. And always that lone shoe on the side of the road. How does it even get there? A bus ride feels like stepping into another world. Everyone knows they're stuck here for a while, a long while. It's packed tight, bodies pressed together until you can smell every perfume, deodorant, and laundry detergent in the mix. Unfortunately, that also means catching whiffs of the folks who clearly haven't showered in days. When I reach my transfer station, my connecting bus is delayed. The next 2 hours drag by, but when it finally arrives, I'm one of the first in line. At least this bus has decent cushions, small victories. The driver takes my ticket, tears off his half, and hands me the stub. I tuck it safely in my bag and climb aboard, scanning for the perfect spot. I settle into a window seat near the back, sinking into the cushion with a sigh. My bag sits on my lap, arms crossed over it like a shield. 10 minutes later, the driver starts closing the doors, only to yank a lever and send them screeching open again. A guy steps in, tall with messy brown hair and a cocky grin, hauling a big black duffel. "Thanks," he says, all casual, like he owns the place. Plenty of empty seats, but I'm not taking chances. I slide my bag onto the spot beside me before he gets any ideas. Better safe than sorry, right? The doors slam shut as he walks down the aisle. I bury my face in a magazine I grabbed at the station, pretending to care about some celebrity gossip, and exhale when he passes me, only to plop down right behind me. After an hour of staring at blurry highway lights, I doze off. I wake to darkness outside, and the muffled thump of bass from someone's headphones behind me. I hope he notices I've woken up from his noise and turns it down, but no such luck. Sitting up, I rub the stiffness from my neck after leaning on my arm too long, then turn toward him. Is he seriously asleep? How can anyone sleep through that much noise blasting in their ears? Aside from a few reading lights casting pools over books and magazines and the dim glow of the driver's dashboard, the bus is pitch black. The guy behind me is mostly hidden in shadow, but the moonlight catches one side of his face. Unsure what to do, I kneel on my seat and lean over to tap his leg. No response. I try again, harder. He stirs, blinking slowly before realizing I'm practically draped over the seat above him. He lifts his arms, pulling out his earbuds, and suddenly the music blares between us. "Could you maybe turn that down? You could hear that?" he asks. I raise an eyebrow. Yeah, it's kind of loud." He shrugs and adjusts the volume on his MP3 player until the noise cuts out. "Thanks," I mutter, sliding back into my seat. This time I don't curl up, just rest my head against the window, fold my arms, and shut my eyes. "Hey," my eyes fly open, but I don't move. "Are you asleep already?" I lift my head to find him leaning over my seat. "I literally just closed my eyes," I say. "How would I be asleep?" "Dunno," he whispers. "My grandpa used to pass out in 2 seconds flat." "Did he have narcolepsy?" Silence. "Not that I know of." "Okay, weird conversation. What do you want?" I whisper back. "Nothing," he says, grinning. "Just checking if you were asleep." "Why?" "So I can turn my music back on." I let that sink in, then unfold my arms and twist toward him. "You're waiting for me to fall asleep so you can blast music and wake me up again." It takes effort to follow his logic. His lopsided smile doesn't help. "You slept through 3 hours of it earlier," he points out. "Pretty sure it wasn't the music that woke you." I frown. No, I'm pretty sure it was." "Okay," he says, sliding down and out of sight. I wait a few seconds before closing my eyes, half expecting this bizarre exchange to get even weirder, then drift back into dreamless sleep. Morning light spills through the windows, pulling me awake. I sit up, scanning the unchanged landscape outside, then freeze. Because the music behind me is back, I carefully peek over the edge of my seat, expecting him to be asleep again, but he's staring right at me with a grin that screams, "I told you so." I roll my eyes, slump back into my seat, and pull my bag onto my lap. Digging through it, I realize too late that I should have brought something to keep my mind busy. A book, a crossword, anything. With a deep sigh, I start twiddling my thumbs, wondering where in the US we are. Scanning the passing cars, I notice most have Kansas license plates, so we're probably still cruising through the Midwest. Since there's nothing exciting outside, my attention shifts to the music blaring from my seatmate's headphones. Wait, is that? No way. The unmistakable guitar riff of Feel Like Mackin' Love blares through his earbuds. Even if Bad Company isn't your thing, you'd recognize that solo anywhere. Classic rock isn't my go-to. I'd rather listen to Muse or Pink, but before I can dwell on it, his earbuds suddenly dangle over my shoulder. Instinct kicks in and I swat at them like they're a bug. What the hell? I snap, glaring at him as he leans over my seat again. You look bored, he says, grinning. Wanna borrow? These might not be your taste, but give it a few songs, you'll change your mind. I shoot him a look. Is he serious? Hard pass. I turn away. Why not? First off, I say, those have been in your ears for hours. Gross. And my face twists. Isn't that enough? That smirk returns, sunlight catching the dimples beside his mouth. You said first off, so I figured there was more. Wow, I deadpan, you're unbelievable. Thanks. He flashes a bright smile, fully aware I didn't mean it as praise. Desperate for an exit, I start rummaging through my bag again, even though I know it's just clothes. When suddenly he drops into the empty seat beside me, narrowly beating another passenger heading to the bathroom. Frozen, my hand still buried in my bag, I stare at him, too stunned to even form the words to tell him off. He pulls out a small pack of antibacterial wipes from his own bag, carefully opens it, and unfolds one of the cloths. With deliberate precision, he cleans each earbud before offering them back to me. Good as new, he says, waiting for me to take them. There's something genuine in his gesture, so I lower my guard just a little. You really didn't have to, but thanks. It's strange how quickly I've gotten used to him sitting next to me uninvited. Probably a smart move, he remarks, tucking his MP3 player away. At least you won't have to suffer through Justin Bieber or that mate dress-wearing pop star. And just like that, my defenses snap back up. Who does he think he is? I scoff and cross my arms. First of all, I don't listen to Bieber. Second, Gaga's not that bad. Sure, the shock factor got old fast, but some of her songs are actually good. He shakes his head. Come on, you know that music's garbage. I blink twice, momentarily speechless. He drops his bag to the floor and leans back, stretching one booted foot against the seat in front of him. Position looks awkward with his long legs, but he doesn't seem to care. The boots catch my eye, rugged, well-worn Dr. Martens. A sharp memory flashes. Ian used to wear the same kind. I look away, suddenly not in the mood for this bizarre conversation. He tilts his head against the scratchy seat fabric, studying me. Classic rock is the only real music, he declares like it's an indisputable fact. Zeppelin, the Stones, Journey, Foreigner. His head lolls to the side as he glances at me again. Any of those ring a bell? I roll my eyes. I'm not an idiot, I say, though I'm scrambling to think of more than a couple classic rock bands. Still, I won't back down now. I like Bad Company. His grin widens. Name one Bad Company song and I'll drop it. My pulse jumps. I only remember one title, the one he was just listening to. No way am I saying that while looking at him. He waits, that smirk practically glued to his face. Ready for Love, I finally blurt out because it's the only other one I can recall. And are you? He asks. What? The smirk softens into a smile. Never mind, he says, turning away. My face heats up and I don't even know why. Hey, I mutter, I was actually using both seats, so if you don't mind, sure. He stands without another word, his smile fading as he walks off. If you want to borrow my MP3 player, you know where to find it. I give him a thin smile, relieved he moves to his own seat without argument. Thanks, I say, still grateful. Just before he sits, he leans around the outer seat and asks, so where are you headed? Idaho. His bright green eyes seem to light up when he grins. Nice, I'm going to Wyoming, so looks like we'll be traveling together for a while. Then his smiling face disappears somewhere behind me. I won't deny it, he's attractive. The messy short hair, the toned arms, the sharp cheekbones, even that damn smirk of his make him easy on the eyes, not that I want to look. But the truth is, I have zero interest in him, just some random guy on a random bus. I wouldn't even consider making it a thing, and even if he weren't a stranger, even if I'd known him for 6 months, I still wouldn't care. Not anymore. The drive through Kansas drags on way longer than I ever imagined. I never really thought about how big states actually are. On a map, they're just shapes with squiggly borders and tiny lines. Even Texas looks small when you're used to flying everywhere, tricking you into thinking everything's just an hour away. After another hour and a half, my back and legs feel like stiff, aching slabs of meat. I keep shifting, desperate for relief, but now everything else hurts too. This bus ride is torture, and I'm starting to regret my decision. Then the intercom crackles and the driver's voice booms. 5 minutes till our next stop. You'll have 15 minutes to grab food before we leave. 15 minutes. I won't wait a second longer. If you're not back on time, the bus leaves without you. The announcement sends passengers scrambling for wallets and essentials. The promise of stretching their legs after hours on the road wakes everyone up instantly. We pull into a sprawling rest area with a convenience store, fast food joint, and a truck wash. Big rigs are parked in rows. Before the bus even stops, half the passengers are already standing in the aisle, me included. My back hurts so bad I can't sit another second. One by one we file out, and the second my feet hit the pavement, I savor the solid ground under me and the faint breeze on my face. I don't care that we're in the middle of nowhere, with a gas station straight out of the Stone Age, and restrooms that probably haven't been cleaned since the invention of indoor plumbing. Right now I'm just grateful to escape that stuffy bus. I stumble across the cracked asphalt of the parking lot, graceful as a wounded deer, before ducking into the roadside diner. After a quick bathroom break, I return to find a line has formed behind me. My eyes drift to the menu board, debating between a large order of fries and a vanilla milkshake. Fast food's never been my thing, but desperate times. When I step back outside, milkshake in hand, I spot the guy from the bus sitting cross-legged on a patch of grass between parking spaces, casually eating a burger. I make a point not to look his way as I pass, but of course that doesn't stop him. 8 minutes left before you're trapped in that metal can again, he calls out. Really gonna waste that precious freedom? I pause near a sad little sapling tied to a wooden stake for support. Like 8 minutes makes a difference, I mutter. He takes a massive bite of his burger, chews, then swallows. Imagine being buried alive, he says between sips of soda. You've got, what, a few minutes before the oxygen runs out. If rescue came even a minute sooner, you'd still be breathing. Fine, you win, I admit. And for the record, I'm not contagious, he adds, taking another bite. Okay, maybe I've been a little harsh. He's annoying, sure, but not the worst. If we're stuck together, I'd rather not make an enemy. Whatever, I sigh, plopping down a few feet away in the grass. Why Idaho? He asks, though his gaze stays fixed on his food. Visiting my sister, I lie, she just had a baby. He nods, unfazed. Why Wyoming? I counter, eager to shift focus. Seeing my dad, he says, he's dying, untreatable brain tumor. Another casual bite. Oh, don't sweat it, he says, finally glancing at me. We all go sometime, my dad's cool with it, told us we better not waste tears on him. He grins. Made it clear we'd get cut out of the will if we dared cry at his funeral. I take a long sip of my milkshake, buying time to process. What do you even say to that? He sets his cup down in the grass. So, he says, what's your name? I hesitate, wondering if I can trust him enough to give my real name. I settle for the shortened version. Cam, and that stands for, I didn't see that coming. I pause, staring blankly for a second before admitting, Camryn. I've already fed him a few lies I'll have to keep straight, so being honest about my first name doesn't seem like a big deal. It's not like this is some deep secret. I'm Andrew Parrish. I smile and nod, but have no intention of telling him my last name is Bennett. He'll have to make do with just the first. While he finishes off the last of his burger and a few fries, I take the chance to study him discreetly. Under his sleeves, I catch glimpses of tattoos on both arms. He can't be older than mid-20s, maybe younger. How old are you? It feels too personal, but I hope he doesn't read into it. 25, he says. You, 20. He gives me a thoughtful look. Well, nice to meet you, 20-year-old Cam, short for Camryn, heading to Idaho to visit her sister who just had a baby. My lips curve into a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. It'll be a while before I give him a real one, too risky. Friendly and polite, sure, but not the kind of friendly that ends up in a trunk with a slit throat. I stay guarded. You from Wyoming? I ask, taking another sip of my milkshake. He nods. Born there, but when I was 6, my parents split and we moved to Texas. Texas, I almost laugh after all my assumptions about cowboy boots and stereotypes. He looks nothing like the cliché. After I see my dad, I'm heading back there. What about you? Lie or not, whatever. It's not like he's some pie hired by my dad to track me down. As long as I keep my last name, address, and phone number to myself, I should be fine. If I ever go home, I'd rather not end up in his trunk either. Sticking close to the truth is easier than keeping up with a web of lies, especially with a long bus ride ahead. North Carolina, I say. He studies me. You don't look like someone from North Carolina. Huh, funny, I was just thinking the same about him. So what do you think a girl from North Carolina is supposed to look like? I asked, tilting my head. You take everything so literally, he said with a lazy grin. And you're kind of confusing. Me, nah, he shot back, his tone playful but sharp. I'm just honest, sometimes brutally so. Most guys would lie if you asked if your jeans made your butt look big, but I tell you straight. And when people don't get the reaction they expect, it throws them off. Seriously. Even after learning his name, I still couldn't figure him out. He was definitely a little unhinged, but that only made him more interesting. Dead serious, he replied, matter of fact. I waited for him to elaborate, but he didn't. You're kind of a weirdo, I said. Aren't you gonna ask? Ask what? He smirked. If I think your butt looks big in those jeans. My face twisted in disgust. Hard pass. But then it hit me. Why should I care? If he wanted to play games, I wasn't about to let him win. I flashed a grin. I already know my butt looks great in these, so I don't need your brutally honest opinion. A wicked smile spread across his face. He took a sip of his drink, stood, and offered me his hand. Looks like our 8 minutes are up. Maybe it was because the whole conversation had left me off balance, but I took his hand without hesitation, letting him pull me up. "See," he said, glancing back as he let go. "See how much we've learned about each other in just 8 minutes, Camryn." I kept a little distance as we walked back to the bus. I still couldn't decide if his sly answers and cocky attitude annoyed me or if I found him more refreshing than I wanted to admit. Passengers shuffled back to their seats, and I was relieved to see my magazine still on mine. No one had taken it. Andrew settled behind me again. At least he hadn't mistaken my willingness to talk as an invitation to invade my space. Hours passed without a word between us, my thoughts drifting to Natalie and Ian. "Night, Camryn," Andrew said from his seat. "Maybe tomorrow you'll tell me who Nat is." I spun around, leaning over the seatback. "What are you talking about?" "Relax," he said, lifting his head from the backpack he'd propped against the window as a pillow. "You talk in your sleep," he chuckled under his breath. "Last night I heard you mumbling about someone named Nat, something about BioSilk, I think." I watch as he shrugs in his reclined position, arms crossed, legs draped over the seat beside him. "Great, I talk in my sleep, just what I needed. Why hasn't my mom ever mentioned this?" I try to piece together what the dream was about, realizing that at least I do dream, I just never remember them. "Good night, Andrew," I mutter, sinking back into my seat, shifting to find a comfortable spot. Watching him sprawled out like that, looking way too relaxed, I decide to try it myself. I hesitate for a second, putting my feet in the aisle feels rude, but nobody seems to care. So I ball up my duffel bag as a makeshift pillow, stretch across both seats, and instantly regret not doing this sooner. The next morning, the bus driver's voice crackles over the intercom, announcing we'll reach Garden City in 10 minutes. "Make sure you take all your belongings," he drones, "and don't leave trash behind. Thanks for riding with me across the great state of Kansas. Hope to see you again." His delivery is robotic, but honestly I'd sound the same if I had to recite that script daily. I sit up, digging through my bag for my ticket, crushed between a pair of jeans and my vintage Smurfs tee, and check the next leg. Denver's about 6.5 hours away with 2 stops in between. Seriously, why did I pick Idaho? Out of all places, I chose my destination because of a baked potato. Now I'm stuck on this endless bus ride with nothing to look forward to except more buses. Maybe I should just swipe my card and book a flight home. No, I'm not ready yet. I don't know why, but I know I can't go back. Andrew's still quiet. I peer through the gap between seats but don't see him. "You awake?" No answer. I stand for a better look. Of course, he's got his earbuds in. Oddly, no music leaks out this time. He notices me, grins, and lifts a finger in greeting. I mimic the gesture, then point toward the front, signaling he missed the announcement. He tugs out an earbud, tilting his head like, "Well, a few days earlier I got a call from my brother in Wyoming. He told me our old man didn't have much time left. He'd already spent most of the last 6 months in the hospital. If you want to see him," Aiden said over the phone, "you better come now." I heard him, I really did, but all I could think about was my father dying. "Don't you dare cry over me." He'd snapped at my brothers and me last year when they diagnosed him with a rare brain cancer. "I'll cut you out of the will before you can blink." I hated him a little in that moment, because what he was really saying was that I'd be weak for grieving the only man I'd ever take a bullet for. "I don't give a damn about the will. Whatever he leaves me, I won't touch it. Maybe I'll give it to my mom. Growing up, my dad was relentless. My brothers and I didn't have it easy with him, but I guess we all turned out okay, probably the whole point of his tough love approach. Aiden, the oldest, owns a thriving bar and restaurant in Chicago and married a pediatrician. Asher, the youngest, is in college aiming for a job at Google. And me, I barely want to say it out loud. I did a few modeling gigs for some high-end agencies, but only because I needed the cash last year. After the news about my dad, since I wasn't allowed to cry, I took a baseball bat to my '69 Chevy Camaro. That car was our father-son project, something we started right after I graduated. My logic, if he was gone, I didn't want it either. So yeah, modeling, not exactly my dream career. I wasn't even looking for it, just happened to be drowning my sorrows at Aiden's bar when some scouts saw me. Didn't matter that I was wasted. They handed me a card, offered stupid money just to show up at their office in New York. After weeks of staring at the wrecked Camaro, I figured, why not? At least I could pay for some repairs. The money from the few ads I did was enough to fix the car, but I turned down LL Elite's 50 grand offer. Prancing around in my underwear, no thanks. Even the jobs I took left me feeling dirty, so I did what any meat-eating, beer-drinking guy would do. I tried to look tougher by getting some tattoos and taking a job as a mechanic. Not exactly the future my old man had in mind for me, but unlike my brothers, I figured out a long time ago that I'm the only one who gets to decide what my life looks like. That's why I dropped out of college the second I realized I was studying something I didn't give a damn about. Why do people love following the herd so much? Not me. I want something different, not money, not fame, not some airbrushed billboard in Times Square, not a degree that might or might not mean anything later. I don't know exactly what I want, but deep down there's this itch and I'll recognize it when I see it. The bus, Aiden says, disbelief dripping from his voice. Yeah, I answer, I'm taking the bus, need time to think. Andrew, Dad might not make it that long, he says, hesitation creeping in. I'm serious, man. I'll get there when I get there. I hang up before he can argue. Part of me hopes the old man kicks it before I arrive, because if he dies while I'm standing there, I know I'll lose it. This is my father, the guy who raised me, the one I've always looked up to, and he forbade me from crying. I've done everything he ever asked, and like the good son I've tried to be, I won't let the tears come. But I also know it'll unleash something way worse inside me, and I don't want to end up like my car. I shove a duffel bag with clean clothes, a toothbrush, my phone, and an old MP3 player loaded with classic rock, another legacy from Dad. That noise kids listen to these days is garbage, boy, he'd say at least once a year. Give me Led Zeppelin any damn day. I'll admit, I avoid newer music mostly because of him. Yeah, I can make my own choices, remember. But growing up on a steady diet of the classics, no regrets. Mom, I don't need those. She stuffs a resealable bag with a dozen little packs of disinfectant wipes. She's always been a germaphobe. After the divorce, I bounced between Texas and Wyoming before realizing I fit better in Texas. Give me the ocean and the heat any day. I've had my own place in Galveston for 4 years, but last night Mom insisted I stay over. She knows how I feel about Dad, how I can blow up when I'm hurting or pissed. Last year, I spent a night in jail after laying out Darren Ebbs for slapping his girlfriend right in front of me, losing Maximus, my best friend, to heart failure. Left me emotionally wrecked, so much so that I took it out on the oak tree in my backyard, my knuckles raw afterward. I'm not usually the violent type, except when it comes to jerks and occasionally myself. Those buses are disgusting, my mom says, shoving a snack into my bag. I rode one years ago before I met your dad and it made me sick for a week. Arguing with her is pointless. I still don't get why you won't just fly its way faster. Mom, I say, kissing her cheek, it's something I have to do, like it's meant to be or whatever. I don't actually believe that, but maybe giving her some profound-sounding reason will ease her mind, even if she knows I'm full of it. I grab 2 cinnamon Pop-Tarts from the cupboard and toss them into my bag. Or maybe the plane's destined to crash with me on it. Not funny, Andrew, she glares, but I just grin and pull her into a tight hug. I'll be fine and I'll make it in time to see him before. My voice cracks. She holds me tighter like she's trying to press the words back into me. By the time I hit Kansas, I start wondering if she was right. I thought the long drive would give me space to think, clear my head, maybe figure out what I'm doing with my life and what comes after my dad's gone, because things will change. They always do when someone you love dies. No amount of preparation makes it easier. The only certainty is the nagging question of who's next. I already know I'll never look at my mom the same way again. Turns out, the bus ride has been less deep reflection and more self-inflicted torture. Should have known too much time alone with my thoughts was a bad idea. Now I'm spiraling, questioning everything from my life choices to the meaning of existence. So far, no grand epiphanies, no staring dramatically out the window as the universe suddenly makes sense. The only soundtrack to this mess is Alice in Chains, wood, not exactly uplifting. The driver's about to shut the doors when I finally board. Thank God he lets me on. Even better, the bus is half empty, plenty of seats to crash in. I head toward the back, spotting 2 empties right behind a blonde who's definitely underage and off-limits. I've always had my age radar on, especially after that close call at Dairy Queen. The girl swore she was 19, but later, by the pool, I found out she was 16, just in time for her dad to show up ready to put me 6 feet under. My old man warned me once, these days you can't tell 12 from 20, kid, must be something in the water. Better be damn sure before you end up in bed with someone. As I walk down the bus aisle, the girl shifts her bag onto the seat beside her, blocking me from sitting there. Funny, she's cute sure, but the bus is half empty, plenty of seats to stretch out and catch some much-needed sleep. Of course, nothing ever goes as planned. Hours later, I'm still wide awake, staring out the window with my earbuds in, the city lights blurring past. The girl dozed off an hour ago, and I'm glad. Her sleep-talking was getting weird. Not that I could make sense of it, but it felt wrong, like eavesdropping on someone's dreams. I'd rather lose myself in my playlist. Just as I finally drift off, something brushes against my leg. Even in the dim glow of the bus lights, with her hair stuck to her cheek from sleep, she's undeniably pretty. Too young, Andrew. I don't need the disappointment of being right, so I tell myself to let it go. After a brief back and forth about whether my music woke her, I lower the volume and she sinks back into her seat. Then, like an idiot, I lean over to steal another glance. What am I doing? But I've never backed down from a challenge, and her sharp comebacks in our 30-second exchange were enough to hook me. I've always had a thing for fire. The next morning, I offer her my MP3 player, but she recoils like it's covered in germs, just like my mom. Meanwhile, some guy in his 40s sits a few rows back, eyes locked on her since the moment I boarded. She's oblivious, but it's unsettling. How long has he been watching? What was he doing in the dark before I got here? Now I keep tabs on him. He's so fixated on her, he doesn't even notice me watching. His gaze keeps darting between her and the tiny bathroom at the back of the bus. I'm just wondering when he'll make his move when he suddenly stands up from his seat. I quickly slide out of my chair and take the spot next to her, acting like it's the most natural thing in the world. But I can feel her staring at me, no doubt questioning what on earth I'm up to. The guy walks past us and I keep my gaze turned away so he doesn't realize I've got him figured out. He probably thinks I'm trying something with her myself. For now he'll back off, but he'll try again later. And later I'll rearrange his face with my fist. Digging into my bag, I pull out my mom's pack of antibacterial wipes. I grab one, clean the earbuds and hold them out to her. Good as new, I say, waiting for her to take them, already knowing she won't. It's really not necessary, but thanks. Probably a smart choice, I reply, tucking the MP3 player back into my bag. I don't listen to Justin Bieber or that crazy woman in dresses made of raw meat, so you'll have to do without them. Her annoyed glare tells me she's seriously irritated. I turn my head slightly so she can't see me, quietly laughing. First of all, I don't listen to Justin Bieber, thank God. Second, Gaga isn't all bad. Sure, the shock value got old fast, but some of her songs are actually decent. You know that music is just trash, I say, shaking my head and quoting my dad. I drop my bag on the floor, lean back and prop my foot on the seat in front of me. Why hasn't she told me to get lost yet? That thought bothers me. Would she have been too nice to kick that other guy out if he'd beaten me to it? Someone like her would never be into a guy like him, but let's be real, sometimes that empathy gene really screws women over, and those few seconds could make all the difference. I glance back at her and tilt my head against the seat. Classic rock is the only real music, I declare. Zeppelin, the Stones, Journey, Foreigner, ring any bells? She rolls her eyes. I'm not an idiot. A smirk tugs at the corner of my mouth. There's that attitude again. I do like Bad Company, she says. Name one Bad Company song and I'll drop it, I challenge. I can see the nerves flickering, the way she bites her lower lip lightly. Just like she doesn't realize she talks in her sleep or gets stared at by creeps, she probably doesn't even notice this. I wait, unable to wipe the grin off my face, amused as she mentally flips through every car ride with her parents, searching for a memory that might save her now. Ready for love, she finally says, and her answer catches me off guard. Are you? I ask, and something about this moment hits me. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's there, like a presence just out of sight, the way you sense someone watching you even when you can't see them. Huh, she responds, clearly as thrown by my question as I am. A grin tugs at my lips. Never mind, I say, glancing away. The creepy guy from earlier shuffles back from the restroom down the dim aisle, scowling as he reclaims his seat, probably pissed I'm in his spot. I'm just relieved the bus driver didn't make me move before he passed. Once I'm back in the row behind her, I lean around the seat and ask, so where are you headed? She says Idaho, but I get the feeling there's more to it. Maybe she's lying smart since we're strangers, or hiding something. I let it slide and tell her my own destination before slumping into my seat. That creep 3 rows up is staring at her again. Just for that, I'd love to knock his teeth in. Hours later, the bus pulls over for a break. The driver gives us 15 minutes to stretch our legs and grab food. I watch her head to the restroom while I line up for a burger. Taking my food outside, I sit cross-legged in the grass by the parking lot. The skeevy dude walks past and sulks back onto the bus alone. When she reappears, I wave her over. She hesitates, but I flash a smile. My mom always said I was the charming middle child. Guess she wasn't wrong. We talk about Wyoming, Idaho, the unspoken things between her words. I'm trying to figure her out, this girl with secrets, while forcing myself not to be drawn in. She can't be much younger than me, but something feels off, like she's lying about her age, or I should know better. Damn it. My father's dying, and here I am, tangled up in some roadside attraction of a crush. What's your name? I ask, setting my drink down, shoving thoughts of my dad into the darkest corner of my mind. She pauses, weighing honesty. Cam, short for Camryn. Andrew Parrish, I offer. She tucks her hair behind her ear, suddenly shy. And how old are you? She asks, catching me completely off guard. Most underage girls who lie about their age avoid this topic like the plague. I suddenly hope she's actually legal. 25, I say. You, my chest tightens as I wait for her answer. 20, she replies. I press my lips together, considering whether she's telling the truth. If I spend more time with her on this trip, I'll probably figure it out. Well, nice to meet you, 20-year-old Cam, short for Camryn, heading to Idaho to visit your sister who just had a baby. I laugh. We keep talking for about 8 more minutes, just random stuff, and I manage to tease her a few times, mostly because her smart mouth deserves it. Strangely, she seems to enjoy the way I push her buttons. There's definitely something between us, even if it's just the start of it. And it can't just be about looks, because right now I probably smell like roadkill and haven't showered today. Besides, she doesn't seem like the type who cares about appearances. Unlike most girls I meet, she already rejected me. didn't want me sitting next to her on the bus, had no problem telling me to turn my music down, and snapped at me when I accused her of having Bieber fever. Why the hell do I even know that term? Blame society. The weird part, I like that she doesn't just roll over, not that I'd try anything. Absolutely not. Damn it, I actually like this girl. We board the bus and I stretch my legs into the aisle, noticing her white sneaker peeking out from her seat. It's weirdly satisfying knowing I somehow inspired that small rebellion. 20 minutes later, she's predictably passed out. I listen to music until I doze off too, waking up way before her the next morning. When her face pops up over the seat, I grin and wave. Daylight makes her even prettier. Camryn, 10 more minutes, I say, and we can escape this tin can. Andrew smirks, tucking away his MP3 player. I'm not sure why I felt the need to tell him. Sleep better, he asks, lifting his bag. Yeah, way better actually, I admit, rubbing my neck. No stiffness this time. Thanks for the unconscious tip. Anytime, he says with a grin, looking up at me. Denver, I assume he's asking if that's my next stop. Yeah, almost 7 hours of driving. Andrew shakes his head, looking just as unhappy with the schedule as I am. 10 minutes later, the bus pulls into the Garden City station. The crowd here is 3 times bigger than at the last stop, and it makes me uneasy. I push through the terminal, snagging the first empty seat I see before they all disappear. Andrew ducks around a corner where a vending machine sign hangs and returns with a soda and a bag of chips. He plops down beside me, cracking open the can. What? He asks. Only then do I realize I've been staring at him with pure disgust. Nothing, I mutter, looking away. I just can't imagine that tasting good. He laughs beside me, followed by the crinkling sound of the chip bag tearing open. You seem to think a lot of things are gross. I glance back at him, setting my bag on my lap. When was the last time you ate something that wasn't designed to give you a heart attack? He crunches a chip loudly. I eat what I want. Are you one of those vegetarian types who lectures people about fast food making everyone fat? Definitely not, I say, but I think they might have a point. He shoves more chips into his mouth and takes a swig of soda before grinning. Fast food doesn't make people fat, he says between chews. People make their own choices. Fast food joints just know how to cash in on the stupidity of Americans who choose to eat it. So you're calling yourself a stupid American? I smirk back. He shrugs. When my options are vending machines and burger joints, yeah, probably. I roll my eyes. Oh, like I'm supposed to believe you'd pick something healthy if it was an option. I'm getting better at these little back and forths with him. He barks out a laugh. Hell yes, I'd take a $50 steak over a dry burger any day, or a beer over this soda. I shake my head but can't hide a small smile. What do you eat then? He asks. Salads and tofu. I grimace. Tofu makes me gag and salads are just diet propaganda. I pause, then grin. Honestly. Go for it, he says, watching me like I'm some amusing little thing under a microscope. I love spaghetti with meatballs and sushi. What mixed together? Now he's the one making a disgusted face. It takes me a second to get it. Oh no, I say, shaking my head, that would be gross. He laughs, looking relieved. Not really a steak person, I continue, but if someone offered me one, I'd probably eat it. Oh, so this is an invitation for me to ask you out to dinner. His grin stretches even wider, my eyes widen and my jaw drops. No, I was just saying. Andrew laughs and takes another sip of his drink. Relax, relax, he says, don't worry, I wouldn't even consider asking you out. Now my eyes and mouth open even wider, my face flushing hot. He laughs harder. Damn girl, he says, amusement still in his voice, you're not the quickest on the uptake, are you? I frown. He mirrors me but can't quite wipe the smirk off his face. Here's a deal, he says, shifting to a slightly more serious tone. If we get lucky and find a steakhouse during one of our travel stops, one that can cook a steak in the 15 minutes we have before hopping back on the bus, I'll treat you, and while we eat you can decide if it's a date or not. Pretty sure I can tell you right now it won't be. His lopsided grin returns. Then it's not a date, he says. I can live with that. I think he's done, but then he adds, so what would it be if not a date? What do you mean? I ask. Just 2 people sharing a meal, friends or whatever. Oh, he says, eyes glinting, so we're friends. That throws me. Smooth move. I press my lips together, considering. Yeah, I say, at least until Wyoming, I guess we're some kind of friends. He extends his hand. I take it reluctantly. His grip is firm but gentle, his smile genuine. Friends till Wyoming then, he says, shaking my hand once before letting go. I'm not entirely sure what just happened, but I don't think I'll regret it later. What's the harm in a travel buddy? I can think of 100 worse people to be stuck with, some chatty old lady reminiscing about her youth or a creepy old guy who still thinks he's got game. No, Andrew's fine. Sure, it'd be better if he were a girl, but at least he's my age and not hard to look at. If anything, that's the problem, he's way too good looking. Let's just say it, the guy's got charmed. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what's going on in your life. Whether you've just lost someone, despise the world, or find yourself drawn to someone when you're still healing from past pain. You're still human with desires and eyes that notice attractive people. That's just how it works. But you don't have to act on it, and that's where I draw the line. Nothing's going to happen, obviously. Still, the fact that he's good-looking means I'll have to work extra hard to make sure there's no confusion, no mixed signals, no room for misinterpretation. Guys like him know exactly what they've got, even if they don't flaunt it. A casual smile or a conversation that flows too easily could be misread, so this so-called friendship is going to take some serious effort. I want to be nice, but not too nice. I'll laugh at his jokes, but not like I'm flirting. Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Maybe I should have stuck with traveling with an elderly lady instead. Andrew and I wait nearly an hour in the terminal before our next bus pulls in. No surprise, it's packed. The line of passengers stretches so far back that there might not even be enough seats. Great, just perfect. We're friends for now, sure, but I can't bring myself to ask him to sit with me. That might send the wrong message. So when the line starts moving, I quietly hope he'll choose the seat beside me on his own. Better him than a stranger. I spot 2 empty seats in the middle and take the one by the window. He drops into the aisle seat and I exhale in relief. I won't fight you for the window, he says, shoving his bag under the seat. Because you're a girl, he grins. Once the bus fills up, the air grows thick with body heat, the door squeaks shut and we're off. The ride doesn't feel like torture anymore, not with someone to talk to. We kill an hour debating music. His favorite classic rock bands, why I love Pink, and why her songs blow Boston and Foreigner out of the water. Seriously, those guys all sound the same. 20 minutes of that hour, just arguing about that last part. He's incredibly stubborn but claims the same about me, so maybe we're both at fault. I told him who Nat is, though I left out the messy details of our past. As night falls, I realize there hasn't been a single awkward silence between us since we got on the bus. How long are you staying in Idaho? I ask. Just a few days. You taking the bus back? Andrew suddenly looks dead serious, which catches me off guard. Yeah, I say, making up my answers on the spot. He sighs. Not my business, he says, his gaze lingering just long enough for me to notice how close we're sitting. But you shouldn't be traveling alone. I don't meet his eyes. Well, I don't have much choice. Why not? He presses. Look, I'm not hitting on you, but it's dangerous for someone like you, young, pretty, to be riding through these rundown bus stations that barely pass for decent. I can't help but smirk. First you say you're not hitting on me, then you call me pretty and practically pull the whole "what's a girl like you doing in a place like this" routine. He looks offended. I'm serious, Camryn, he says, and my smile fades. You could get into real trouble. Trying to lighten the mood, I grin and say, don't worry about me. I've got a scream that could shatter glass if I need it. He shakes his head, exhaling slowly before giving in to my attempt at humor. Tell me about your dad, I say, deliberately steering the conversation. Something about the way he mentioned his father back in Kansas, brief, detached, didn't add up. If he's traveling all this way to see him before he dies, there's got to be more to it. Andrew looks away, his expression distant. He's a good man, he says quietly, like he's seeing him right there in front of us. Then he turns back to me with a genuine smile, not the kind that hides pain, but one that comes with a good memory. He took me to boxing matches instead of baseball games. Oh, I feel myself smiling. Go on. His gaze drifts again, but the warmth stays. Dad wanted us to be fighters, he says, glancing at me. Not like boxers or anything violent, though he probably wouldn't have minded that either. I'm talking about fighters in general, in life, figuratively. I nod. I was in the front row, 8 years old, completely mesmerized by those 2 men throwing punches at each other. Over the roar of the crowd, I kept hearing my father's voice. They're fearless, son, he said. Every move is calculated. They make a move, it works or it doesn't, but they learn from every choice. Andrew locks eyes with me for a second, his smile fading into something neutral. He told me a real fighter never cries, never lets life's punches knock him down, except for that last one, the inevitable one, but even then he goes down like a man. My smile disappears too. I can't read his mind, but the weight between us is obvious. Part of me wants to ask if he's okay because he clearly isn't, but it doesn't feel right. I barely know him, so I stay quiet. You probably think I'm a jerk, he says. I blink, caught off guard. No, why would you say that? He recovers fast, flashing a lopsided grin like it was all a joke. I just wanted to see him before he kicked the bucket, he says, the bluntness throwing me. Isn't that what we do, like saying bless you when someone sneezes or asking about their weekend? Deep down you don't really care. Where is this coming from? You gotta live in the now, he adds, and I'm too stunned to reply. Right, his head tilts, waiting. I scramble for words but come up empty. Live in the now, I echo, thinking of my own beliefs about loving in the moment. You're probably right, but I still wonder what he means by it. I sit up straighter, studying him, suddenly desperate to understand everything about him. What does live in the now mean to you? He mirrors my posture. Mostly that it's pointless to dwell or overplan, stuck in the past, you can't move forward, obsessed with the future, you'll just freeze up. His gaze doesn't waver. Live where everything's just right, take your time, ditch the bad memories. You'll get where you need to be faster that way. We sit in silence, letting his words sink in. Outside, a car honks, pulling me back to the present. Funny how life keeps moving, even when you're stuck in your head. I wonder if we're thinking the same thing. More than I'd like to admit, I keep asking myself why so many of his thoughts make me feel like I'm staring into a mirror when I look at him. The rumbling bus lumbers down the highway, but by now it's easy to forget how uncomfortable bus travel is compared to the luxury of a car. If you focus on the good parts, the rhythm of the road, the chance to just sit and think, it's almost possible to ignore the downsides entirely. Beside me, a man with striking green eyes and sharp, sculpted features sits lost in thought. There's something about him that makes it hard to stay cynical. Maybe I shouldn't even be here. Andrew, unbelievable that she asked about my dad. Not that I'm mad, just surprised she even remembered that she actually cared enough to ask. She didn't grill me about my job to size up my paycheck, didn't giggle and blush over my tattoos like some flimsy excuse to touch me. That crap usually works fine if you're just looking for a quick hookup, but for some reason I'm relieved Camryn didn't play that game. Who is she, and why am I even thinking about this? She dozes off before I do, her head resting against the window, looking so soft and unguarded it stirs something primal in me, this stupid urge to keep her safe. That creep from earlier finally stopped staring after seeing us together at the last terminal. Now he probably thinks she's mine, like some kind of property. Good, he'll leave her alone as long as I'm around. But the truth is, we're only traveling together as far as Wyoming, and that thought twists my stomach. I can only hope he gets off before Denver. If not, I'll be watching him the whole damn way. No way he's going to Idaho. I'll deal with him long before that. The bus is dark, most passengers asleep. The creep slumped in an aisle seat, snoring, an older woman beside him, too old to be his type. He likes them young, way too young. The thought of what he might have done to some other girl makes me sick. The bus itself is a mess of noise, wind howling against metal, tires grinding over asphalt, the engine growling as it pushes us forward, but somehow it's quiet, almost peaceful as a bus ride gets. I shove in my earbuds and hit shuffle. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? I always let the first song set the mood. There are over 300 tracks loaded on this thing, 300 potential mood setters. Still, I swear this player has a bias because it almost always lands on Kansas, Dust in the Wind, Zeppelin's Going to California, or something by the Eagles. I wait without peeking at the screen, treating it like a guessing game where cheating would ruin the fun. Our solid choice, Aerosmith's Dream On. I lean my head back against the seat and close my eyes, only realizing halfway through that my fingers turning the volume down. Don't want to wake Camryn. I glance over at her, how she's clutching her bag so tight even in deep sleep, like she's subconsciously guarding it. Makes me wonder what's inside, if there's something in there that could tell me more about her, maybe even the truth. But it doesn't matter. After Wyoming, I'll never see her again and she'll forget my name, and honestly, that's for the best. I've got too much baggage, and even as just a friend, it's not fair to drag her into it. Nobody deserves that. The low, steady thrum of Steven Tyler's voice almost lulls me under, but the second he hits those high notes, I'm out cold. Dude, seriously? A voice jabs through my haze, followed by a nudge to my shoulder. Morning light filters in as Camryn's tiny arms shove uselessly against me, her face twisted in mock outrage. It's kinda hilarious the way she's scowling but can't budge me an inch. Sorry, I mutter, disoriented, sitting up with a neck stiff as a board. Didn't mean to crash on her like that, but she's acting all embarrassed, which no complaints here, or maybe she's fighting a laugh. Either way, I decide to help her out and flash a grin. You think you're funny? She demands, mouth slightly open, eyebrows scrunched together on her tiny forehead. Yeah, actually I do. My smirk widens and finally hers cracks through. But I'm sorry, for real, and I mean it. She squints one eye, sizing me up, and damn if that isn't adorable. I look away, stretching my arms overhead with a yawn. Gross, she yelps, and honestly not surprised. Your breath smells like a dumpster fire. A laugh bursts out of me. Sweetheart, how do you know what a dumpster fire smells like? That shuts her up. Chuckling, I dig through my bag after dropping my MP3 player in the morning, already feeling lighter. I unscrew the cap of my toothpaste and squeeze a small glob onto my tongue, swishing it around before swallowing. The disgusted look on her face is exactly the reaction I was hoping for. The rest of the bus seems to have woken up around me, and I'm surprised I managed to sleep so long without constantly shifting for a comfortable position. My watch says 9:02 a.m. Where are we anyway? I ask, leaning past Camryn to scan the highway signs outside the window. About 4 hours from Denver, she replies. The driver just announced we'll be stopping again in 10 minutes. Thank God, I say, stretching my legs into the aisle. I need to move, I feel like a pretzel. I catch her smirk before she turns back to the window. A pretzel, huh? So she's got a dirty mind too. It makes me laugh. The next rest stop looks identical to the last, gas stations on either side of the highway, a couple of fast food joints. Strangely, Camryn's presence makes me hesitate before heading inside. Maybe I want to prove I'd choose better food if given the option, or maybe I just don't want another lecture about my eating habits. Wait a second, who's in control here? Definitely her, damn it. We step off the bus, Camryn leading the way. Near the front she stops, arms crossed, lips pressed together. Oh, so you're the expert, I say, knowing full well I sound like a brat. Then by all means, find me something healthy here that doesn't taste like rubber dipped in sewage. Corner of her mouth quirks up. Challenge accepted. I follow her into the massive convenience store where she beelines for the drink coolers like some game show host, blonde, perky, the kind you've seen even if you don't watch those things. She sweeps her arm dramatically across the glass doors. We begin with an array of juices, she announces in a perfect announcer voice. Each one healthier than soda, take your pick. I hate juice. Don't be a baby, there's plenty to choose from, you'll find something tolerable. She steps back to reveal rows of flavored mineral waters behind the next door. And then there's water, she adds, but I can't quite picture you sipping something so sophisticated. Yeah, because I'm not a snob. Truth is, I don't mind mineral water, but I'm enjoying this little game way too much. She laughs but tries to keep a straight face. I wrinkle my nose at her, press my lips together and glance between her and the fridge full of juice. With an exaggerated sigh, I step closer to inspect the rows of brands and flavors, wondering why so many of them feature strawberry or kiwi or worse, both. I can't stand either. Finally, I slide open the glass door and grab a plain orange juice. She recoils slightly. What? I ask, still holding the door open. Orange juice isn't exactly the best chaser. I snort and stare at her without blinking. So I pick something and you just shoot it down again. Part of me wants to laugh, but I'm too busy laying on the guilt trip, and it seems to be working. She frowns. It's just more of a quick vitamin C boost, really. It'll just make you thirstier. Her genuine concern that she's offended me throws me off. I force a laugh just to see her smile again, and she grins back, mischief in her eyes. Camryn Denver finally fades behind us as we approach Andrew's last stop in Wyoming. Honestly, I hate this. He was right, traveling alone is dangerous. I can't figure out why I never cared before meeting him. Maybe it's just the way he carries himself, like he could break someone's jaw without breaking a sweat. Crap, maybe I shouldn't have talked to him at all. I definitely shouldn't have let him sit next to me because now I'm used to it. Once we hit Wyoming, our paths split and I'll be back to staring blankly out the window with no direction. Got a girlfriend? I ask, just to fill the silence and distract myself from the looming loneliness. Andrew's dimples appear. Why, you interested? I roll my eyes. Don't flatter yourself, just making conversation. Nope, he says, grinning, happily single. He watches me waiting and it takes me a second to realize what for. I point at myself awkwardly, wishing I'd picked a less personal topic. Me, not anymore. Then with forced confidence I add, also happily single and planning to stay that way, like forever. I should be stopped at happily single instead of rambling. Of course, Andrew notices. He's the type who never misses a verbal slip. In fact, he thrives on them. Noted, he says with a smirk. Thankfully, he lets it drop. He leans his head back against the seat, lost in thought as he absently drums his thumbs and pinkies against his jeans. I sneak a glance at his tanned, muscular arms, trying to catch a glimpse of his tattoos, but as usual, they're mostly hidden under his t-shirt sleeves. The one on his right arm was slightly more visible this morning when he stretched to tie his shoe, looked like some kind of tree. The arm on my side is harder to make out, just a few feather-like shapes. All the tattoos I've seen so far are black and grey, no color. Curious, he asks, startling me. I thought he hadn't noticed me looking. A little. Truth is, I'm very curious. Andrew rolls up his left sleeve, revealing a phoenix with a long, flowing tail of intricate feathers that disappears just below the cuff. But the rest of the body is skeletal, giving it a rugged, almost gothic edge. Wow, that's amazing. Thanks, got it about a year ago, he says, tugging the sleeve back down. And this one, he adds, half turning before pulling up his other sleeve, not before I catch the sharp outline of his abs beneath the fabric, is my twisted, sleepy, hollow-style tree. I've got a thing for creepy trees, and if you look really close, I lean in, following his finger as it traces the bark. You'll spot my dad's '69 Chevy Camaro, technically his, but since he's not gonna be around much longer, I'll take it. His gaze drifts, and for a second I see it, that flicker of pain he tries to bury whenever his dad comes up. It hits him harder than he lets on, and my chest tightens. I try to imagine boarding a bus to say goodbye to a dying parent, but my mind blanks. From the corner of my eye, I study his profile, wishing I knew the right words, but bringing it up feels wrong. I've got a few more, he continues, tilting his head back against the seat. Small one here. He twists his right wrist, showing me a simple black star on the underside, surprising I hadn't noticed it before, and a bigger one on my left ribs. What's that one look like? How big? His bright green eyes glint as he grins, turning to face me. Pretty big. His hands hover near the hem of his shirt like he might lift it, then he hesitates. Just a woman, not worth stripping in the middle of a bus ride. Now, of course, I really want to see it because he's being so damn mysterious about it. Do you know her? I ask, still staring at his side, half hoping he'll change his mind and lift his shirt. He doesn't. Instead, he shakes his head. No, not at all. It's a depiction of Eurydice. He waves his hand dismissively like he doesn't want to explain further. The name sounds ancient Greek maybe and vaguely familiar, though I can't place it. I nod. Did it hurt? He laughs. A little. The ribs are the worst, so yeah, it stung. Did you cry? I grin. He chuckles softly. Not quite, but I might be if it had been any bigger. Took about 16 hours total. I blink, surprised. Wait, you sat still for 16 hours? For someone so willing to talk about this tattoo, I don't get why he won't just show it. Maybe it didn't turn out well, maybe the artist botched it. Not all at once, he says. We split it over a few days. Something tells me I don't need to ask if you have any tattoos. He smirks, confident in his assumption. You're right, I admit, flushing slightly. Not that I haven't thought about it. I lift my wrist, wrapping my thumb and middle finger around it. Right here, maybe. A word or something, freedom or Latin. Clearly, I haven't planned it out. I give a sheepish smile. As I lower my arm, Andrew's fingers curl around my wrist, sending an unexpected shiver through me. The sensation fades as he keeps talking, casual as ever. A wrist tattoo can be elegant on a girl. His fingertip traces the inside of my wrist, sketching an imaginary line. I shiver again. Something subtle in Latin right here, it'd look good. Then he lets go, and I rest my arm on the chair. I never pegged you as the type to even consider one. He laughs, stretching his leg up onto his knee. He leans back, relaxed, as the last streaks of sunset paint the sky orange and pink. Guess I'm full of surprises, I say, grinning. Yeah, he murmurs, smiling before his gaze drifts away, thoughtful. The next afternoon, I wake to Andrew's fingers prodding my ribs. We're here, he says. It takes effort to peel my eyes open and my head from the window. I turn away to yawn. My mouth feels dry, my breath probably foul. Before I finally face him, the bus screeches to a halt at the stop. And as usual, passengers start shuffling out of their seats to grab their bags from the overhead bins. A wave of panic hits me, and I stay glued to my seat, stealing nervous glances at Andrew. It's like I'm on the verge of a full-blown meltdown. I knew this moment was coming, having to say goodbye and continue this trip alone, but I didn't expect to feel like some lost little girl thrown into the world with no one watching her back. Damn it, this is my own fault for getting used to his company, for letting my guard down. Now the thought of being alone again terrifies me. Coming, he's standing in the aisle, hand outstretched, his usual sarcasm replaced by a quiet smile. This is it, the last time we'll see each other. We're not in love or anything, but spending days on a bus together, sharing stories, laughing at stupid roadside signs, it does something to you. Even if you never say why you're really out here, the shared miles create a bond that makes goodbye harder. But I can't tell him that. I got myself into this mess and I'll see it through no matter where I end up. I force a smile and take his hand. As he leads me toward the exit, his fingers stay wrapped around mine, warm and steady. I try to memorize the feeling, like it might give me courage later when I'm on my own again. So Camryn, he tilts his head, waiting. Bennett, I say, breaking my own rule with a laugh. Camryn Bennett, he repeats, grinning. Pleasure meeting you on this road to nowhere. He adjusts the strap of his duffel, shoving his free hand into his jeans pocket, the muscles in his arms tense. Hope you find what you're looking for. My smile wobbles, probably looking more like a grimace. I hoist my backpack onto one shoulder, sling my crossbody bag over the other, and let my arms drop. Nice meeting you too, Andrew Parrish, I say, even though I don't mean it. Not really. I want him to stay just a little longer. Do me a favor. His eyebrows lift, curiosity flickering. Depends, is it something dirty? Those dimples appear as he smirks, and I huff a laugh, my cheeks burning, but I don't bite. This is too important for jokes. Instead of reacting sharply, I soften my expression and look at him with genuine sympathy. When your dad passes, I begin, and his face tightens. Let yourself cry, okay? It's awful when you can't shed tears, it just makes everything harder in the long run. After a long silence, he nods, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. I reach out to shake his hand, and he does the same, but he holds on a second longer before pulling me into a hug. I squeeze him back, wishing I had the guts to admit I don't want him to leave me alone. But I don't. Don't be such a coward, Camryn. He steps back, gives me one last nod with that smile I've grown to love, then walks away through the station doors. I stand there frozen, watching as he climbs into a cab and disappears down the street. Now it's just me, over 1,000 miles from home, no destination, no plan, just this desperate need to figure myself out on a trip I never thought I'd take. And I'm terrified, but I have to do this. I need space from everything back home that pushed me here. Finally, I snap out of it and head toward the rows of plastic chairs. My next bus to Idaho doesn't leave for 4 hours, so I need a distraction. First stop, the vending machines. I feed in quarters, my finger hovering over E4 for the granola bar, the responsible choice. Then at the last second, I jab D4. A greasy, sugar-packed chocolate bar clunks into the tray. Perfect. Next, I skip past water and juice at the soda machine and go straight for the fizzy, teeth-rotting option. Andrew would be so proud. Damn it, don't think about Andrew. I haul my junk food to an empty seat and zone out as the hours crawl by. Then the intercom crackles. My bus is delayed another 2 hours due to mechanical issues. A collective groan rises from the waiting crowd. Fantastic. Now I'm stranded in the middle of nowhere, facing the thrilling prospect of sleeping in a chair that feels like it's made of concrete. Or I could just buy a different ticket. Why didn't I think of that 6 hours ago? It feels like I've convinced myself that I absolutely had to travel all the way to freaking Idaho just because I bought a ticket. I grab my bags from the seat beside me, sling them over my shoulder, and weave past a crowd of disgruntled passengers with no other options, heading straight for the ticket counter. "We're about to close, ma'am," the clerk says, barely glancing up. "Wait, please," I blurt, flinging my arms onto the counter. "I just need a new ticket, please, you'd be saving my life here." The older woman with wild grey hair gives me a tired look, chewing the inside of her cheek. She sighs and taps a few keys on her keyboard. "Oh, thank you," I gush. "You're amazing, seriously, thank you." She rolls her eyes. I drop my backpack on the counter and fish out my wallet. "Where to?" she asks. Great, the million-dollar question. I scan the counter for any signs like that random baked potato back in North Carolina, but nothing jumps out. The woman's patience is clearly wearing thin, and I know I need to decide fast. "Ma'am," she prompts with another sigh, glancing at the wall clock. "I was supposed to leave 15 minutes ago. I just want to go home and eat." "I get it, sorry." I pull out my credit card and hand it over. "Texas," I blurt as a test, but the second I say it, it feels right. "Yeah, anywhere in Texas would be perfect." The woman raises an unkempt reddish eyebrow. "You sure you know where you're going?" I nod way too fast. Yeah, totally. Just the first bus heading to Texas works for me." I flash her my most innocent smile, hoping she won't ask for id or start questioning my sanity. "I've been stuck here for hours, you know." She stares at me for what feels like forever, then snatches my card and starts typing. "Next bus to Texas leaves in an hour." "Perfect, I'll take it," I say before she can even specify where in Texas. "Doesn't matter," and she seems desperate enough to clock out that she doesn't care either. If I'm not worried, she sure isn't losing sleep over it. I tuck my shiny new ticket into my bag next to the old one as the clock hits 9:05 and the counter shuts down behind me. A wave of relief hits me. On my way back to my seat, I dig through my bag for my phone, pull it out and check for missed calls or texts. My mom called twice and left voicemails both times, but Natalie still hasn't reached out. "Sweetie, where are you?" my mom asks when I call her back. "I tried calling Natalie to see if you were staying with her, but I couldn't reach her." "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, Mom, everything's fine." I pace back and forth in front of my chair, phone pressed to my ear. "I kind of made a last-minute decision to visit my friend Anna in Virginia. I'm staying with her for a while, but I'm good." "But Camryn, what about your new job?" She sounds disappointed, especially since it was her friend who got me the position. "Maggie said you worked a week and then just stopped showing up, no call, nothing." "I know, Mom, and I'm really sorry, but it just wasn't for me." "You could have at least told her properly, given some notice." "Something, Camryn. I feel awful about how I handled it. Normally I wouldn't be this careless, but I didn't have much choice." "You're right," I say. "When I get back I'll call Mrs. Phillips myself and apologize." "But this isn't like you," she says, "and I worry she'll figure out the real reason I left." I refuse to have that conversation. "And just taking off to Virginia without even calling me or leaving a note. Are you sure everything's okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine, seriously, don't worry, I'll call you soon, but I gotta go." She sighs, reluctantly giving in. "All right, well, be careful, love you." "Love you too, Mom." I check my phone again, hoping I missed a message from Natalie. I scroll back through days of texts, even though I know the little red notification dot would have been there. My thumb hovers over Ian's name when it finally appears. Just seeing it makes my chest tighten. Part of me wants to read our last messages, but I can't. Frustrated, I toss my phone back into my bag. Another reason I hate soda, it makes me pee instantly. I decide to hit the station restroom before getting stuck with the cramped bus bathroom later. The first 3 stalls are disgusting, but the 4th is passable. I lock the door, hang my bag on the hook, and layer the seat with toilet paper like I'm building a protective fortress. Mission accomplished. I face the next challenge, keeping the automatic flush from blasting while I pull my jeans back on. One foot on the seat, I wrestle with my belt, grab my bag and push the door open. My foot still awkwardly props against the toilet seat behind me as I quickly jump back and bolt out the door. I blame an old episode of Mythbusters for this. Their segment on invisible germs spraying everywhere when an automatic toilet flushes left me permanently paranoid. The bathroom is dim, one of the flickering fluorescent lights overhead casting uneven shadows. 2 spiders have claimed the ceiling corner, their webs cluttered with dead bugs, and the place reeks. I find a dry spot on the sink to set my bags and scrub my hands. Of course, no paper towels, just one of those awful wall-mounted hand dryers. I slam the button and the thing roars to life. The noise grates on me, and as I resign myself to wiping my hands on my jeans because the water just smears around, I catch movement in the mirror. When I turn, the dryer shuts off, plunging the room into silence. A man stands in the doorway, watching me. My pulse spikes, my throat tightening. This is the women's restroom. My eyes dart to my bags. Do I have anything to defend myself? Yeah, I packed a knife for emergencies, but it's buried in a zippered pouch. Oh, sorry, he says, voice too calm. Thought this was the men's. Sure, apology accepted, now get lost. But he doesn't move, just lingers in his stained sneakers and paint-splattered pants. Wrong vibe. If this were an accident, he'd be embarrassed, already backing out. Instead, he takes a step closer as I reach for my bag. Didn't mean to scare you, he says. My fingers scramble for the knife while I keep him in my periphery. Saw you on the bus, he adds, still advancing. Name's Robert. I pivot to face him. You don't belong here, not the place for chit-chat, leave now. Finally, my hand closes around the knife. I keep it hidden in the bag, thumb finding the release. The blade clicks open, he stays put, grinning, greasy black hair slicked back. And then it clicks, I've seen him at every stop since Tennessee. Jesus, has he been tailing me this whole time? I yank the knife free, grip tight, making sure he sees I'm not bluffing. His smile doesn't waver. That's when real fear kicks in, my heart hammering. Back off, I snap through clenched teeth. Stay the hell away from me or I swear I'll gut you like a pig. I scream, my voice cracking with terror. The man just keeps grinning that unsettling smile as he steps closer. Relax, I'm not gonna hurt you, he says smoothly. Just need a quick favor, I'll make it worth your while. $500 cash if you help me get rid of this. Persistent fantasy. You walk away richer, I walk away satisfied, everybody wins. My shriek echoes off the bathroom tiles as a blur of motion catches my eye. Andrew slams into the creep like a linebacker, hurling him across the room. The guy crashes into the row of sinks, shattering the mirror into jagged shards that rain down like broken glass hail. I stumble backward, the sudden blast of the hand dryer startling me so badly I drop the knife. It glints on the floor, but my limbs have turned to stone. Andrew yanks the guy up by his collar, blood already streaking through the broken mirror fragments, and drives his fist into the man's face. The sickening crunch of cartilage makes my stomach lurch. He doesn't stop. Even when the guy's head lolls like a bobblehead, Andrew slams him twice against the tile wall before dropping his limp body to the floor. For a heartbeat, Andrew just looms there, chest heaving, fists clenched like some feral thing barely holding back. Andrew, my voice comes out strangled. Are you okay? He blinks like he's shaking off a trance. What? His grip tightens on my arms as he searches my face. You're asking about me, look at you, are you hurt? When I try to glance away, he tilts my chin up, his gaze burning through me. I'm fine, I whisper, thanks to you. He crushes me against him so hard I gasp for air. We're calling the cops, he mutters into my hair. But by the time they arrive, the guy's gone, vanished like smoke. The officers take our statements with detached professionalism, offering Andrew some half-hearted praise for handling the situation. He barely reacts, just keeps his fingers threaded through mine, leading me down that endless fluorescent hallway like he's afraid to let GOMY bus to Texas left 10 minutes ago, leaving me stranded in Wyoming again. When I accidentally mutter something about it, Andrew immediately picks up on it. I thought you were heading to Idaho. I bite the inside of my lip and cross my legs. We're sitting near the main entrance of the bus station, watching passengers hurry past through the tall windows. Now I'm going to Texas, is all I say, even though I know I've already given myself away and will probably end up telling him the whole truth soon enough. Didn't I see you leave in a cab earlier? I ask, half-heartedly trying to change the subject. Yeah, he says, but you're not getting off that easy, Camryn. Why the sudden change from Idaho? I sigh, knowing he won't drop it. I don't have a sister in Idaho, I admit. I'm just traveling, there's not much else to it. He lets out an annoyed breath. There's always more to it. Did you run away? I finally look at him. No, of course not. I'm not some kid sneaking out in the middle of the night. Then what? I shrug. I just needed to get away from everything back home. So you did run away. I exhale sharply and meet his gaze, those intense green eyes seeing right through me. I didn't run, I just needed space. So you just hopped on a bus alone? Yeah, his interrogation is starting to grate on me. You're gonna have to give me more than that, he presses. Look, I'm really grateful for what you did back there, okay? But just because you saved me from some creep doesn't mean you're entitled to my whole life story. The hurt flashes across his face and guilt twists in my chest, but I stand my ground. He gives up, slouching back and crossing his arms. When I got on the bus in Kansas, I noticed that guy staring at you the whole time, he says, and suddenly I'm listening. You didn't see it, but I did, so I kept an eye on him. He's still staring ahead, but I study his profile. When we got here, I saw him get into a cab, he continues, so I thought it was safe to leave you, but on the way to the hospital, something didn't sit right. I had the driver drop me at a diner instead. Even after eating, I couldn't shake it. Wait, I cut in, you didn't go to the hospital? He glances at me. No. If I had, I wouldn't have been able to focus on saying goodbye to my dad with this on my mind. He looks away again. I get it, so I stay quiet. I drove to my father's place and took his car, just aimlessly cruising for a while until I couldn't take it anymore and decided to head back to Denver. I parked across the street and waited. Sure enough, after a while another cab pulled up and that sleazebag stepped out. "Why wait in the car?" I asked. "You could just come inside." He stared at his lap thinking, "Didn't want to scare you." "Scare me?" I let out a small laugh. Andrew met my eyes, that mischievous glint back in his expression. He held up his hands. "Come on, some random guy you met on a bus shows up hours later out of nowhere. That's almost as creepy as a guy offering you $500 for a blowjob, right?" I shook my head, grinning. "No, definitely not." He tried and failed to hide his own smile before his face turned serious again. "So what's your plan, Camryn?" My own smile faded. "No clue. Guess I'll wait here for the next bus to Texas and figure it out from there." "Texas? Seriously?" I smacked my hands against my thighs in frustration. "Because I'm not ready to go home yet." He didn't even flinch. "Why not?" His voice was calm. "Might as well tell me the truth now, because I'm not leaving you alone at this station, not after what just happened." I crossed my arms, staring straight ahead. "I guess you'll be sitting here until I get on that bus." "Nope. That also means I'm not letting you board alone, not to Texas, not to the middle of nowhere, not anywhere. It's dangerous and I know you're smarter than this, so here's what we're doing." I blinked, thrown off by his sudden shift to authority. He kept going. "I'll stay with you till morning. That gives you time to decide. Either I buy you a plane ticket home or you call someone to come get you. Your choice." I stared at him like he'd lost it. Expression didn't budge. "I'm not going back to North Carolina." Andrew shot up from his seat, standing right in front of me. "Fine, then I'm coming with you." Another blink. His sharp jawline looked even more defined from this angle, his gaze burning. My stomach flipped. "That's insane." I tried to laugh it off, but his face told me he was dead serious. "What about your dad?" His jaw clenched, the fire in his eyes dimming into something hard. He turns his head away, then suddenly gets an idea. "All right, you're coming with me then." "What? No way." His stubbornness shifts into something hopeful as he drops back onto the blue plastic chair beside me. "We'll stay here till morning," he says. "Because you'd never go off with some random guy at this hour, right?" He tilts his head, waiting for my answer. "Right," I say, even though I already feel like I can trust him. He did just save me from getting assaulted. And nothing about him sets off the same alarm bells as Damon did when he tried pulling the same kind of move. Damon had something dark in his eyes that night on the roof. With Andrew, all I see is concern, but that doesn't mean I'm jumping at his offer. "Good answer," he says, pleased I'm as smart as he hoped. "We leave at sunrise, and to make you feel even safer, I'll call a cab straight to the hospital. That way you don't have to get in my car alone." I nod, relieved he thought of that. Honestly, I hadn't planned that far ahead. I already trust him more than I probably should, but it's like he's trying to stop me from doing exactly that, like he's teaching me a lesson without saying it outright. Kind of embarrassing he even has to. "From the hospital, we'll grab another cab back here and then I'll go with you wherever you need." He holds out his hand. "Deal." I hesitate because honestly he's baffling, but also weirdly fascinating. Finally, I nod, reluctant at first, then "Deal," I say, slipping my hand into his. Not that I'm fully convinced. Why would he do this? Does he not have a life? Or is he just as desperate to avoid going home as I am? This is insane. Who is this guy? We spend hours at the station talking about everything, me admitting I broke my own rule and drank soda, blaming him for indirectly leading me into that creep's path in the bathroom. He just laughs it off, insisting I have a ridiculously weak bladder. We gossip about passengers, the weirdos, the ones who look like they died mid-bus ride. We circle back to classic rock, rehashing the same dumb arguments from earlier. He nearly lost it when I said I'd take Pink over the Rolling Stones any day, clutching his chest like I'd stabbed him. It was ridiculous, and I couldn't stop laughing as we stepped outside just after sunrise. I paused for a moment and looked at him. A gentle breeze ruffled his brown hair. He tilted his head with a smile and gestured toward a waiting cab. "You're still coming, right?" I gave him a warm smile and nodded. "Of course." I took his hand and slid into the backseat beside him. Watching him just now, I realized I hadn't felt this happy or laughed this much since Ian died. Not even Natalie could pull real emotions out of me, no matter how hard she tried. She did everything to pull me out of my depression, but nothing came close to what Andrew managed effortlessly in such a short time. Andrew, the moment we walked into the hospital, it felt like a suffocating black blanket dropped over me, stealing my breath. My arms hung like dead weights at my sides, and I froze at the entrance, unable to move. Then I felt Camryn's fingers brush lightly against my wrist. I turned to her. Her smile was so tender it made me melt a little. Her blonde hair was pulled into a messy braid over her right shoulder, a few loose strands framing her face. I fought the urge to tuck them behind her ear. I didn't want to admit how drawn I was to her. That was the last thing I needed right now, but it was hard. She wasn't like anyone else. "It'll be okay," she said. Once she had my attention, she let go. I managed a weak smile in return. We walked down the hall and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. With every step, I had to fight the urge to turn and bolt. My dad would want me to be strong, but I felt like a volcano of emotions ready to erupt the second I saw him. Maybe I should go back outside first, punch a tree or something, get it out of my system before facing him. We stopped in a waiting area where a few people flipped through magazines. "I'll wait here," Camryn said. I met her eyes. "Why don't you come with me?" I wanted that more than I could explain. She shook her head. "I can't just go in there," she murmured, shifting uncomfortably. "It wouldn't be right." I reached out and gently took her duffel bag from her shoulder, hanging it with mine. It wasn't heavy, but I wanted to ease her hesitation. "Of course you can," I said, "and I want you with me." Why was I pushing this? She glanced at the floor, then around the room before her blue eyes met mine again. "Okay," she said softly. I smiled gratefully and instinctively took her hand. She didn't pull away. Her presence is clearly comforting, and I can tell she genuinely wants to be here. She must understand how hard this is for anyone. Hand in hand, we walk toward the hospital room where my father lies. She gives my fingers a quick, reassuring squeeze and meets my eyes like she's silently urging me to stay strong. Then I push open the door. A nurse glances up as we step inside. "Hi, I'm Mr. Parrish's son." She nods solemnly and turns back to adjusting the machines and tubes connected to my father. The room is exactly what you'd expect: sterile white walls, a shiny tile floor reflecting the harsh overhead lights. The steady beep of the heart monitor fills the silence. I realize I still haven't looked at him. My eyes dart around the room, avoiding the bed. Camryn tightens her grip on my hand. "How is he?" I ask, even though it's a stupid question. "He's dying, that's how he is," but I don't know what else to say. The nurse's expression doesn't change. "He's in and out of consciousness, but you probably already knew that." "No, I didn't. Otherwise no change, good or bad," she adds, adjusting an Roman 4 taped to his rough hand. She circles the bed, grabs a clipboard from the side table and tucks it under her arm. "Has anyone else been here?" I ask. She nods. "Family members have been coming and going the past few days. A few left about an hour ago, but I expect them back soon. Probably my brother Aidan, his wife Michelle, and my youngest brother Asher." The nurse slips out quietly. Camryn looks up at me, her fingers lacing tighter with mine. She offers a small, encouraging smile. "I'll sit over there so you can be with him, okay?" I nod, though her words barely register before slipping from my mind. She lets go of my hand and settles into a plastic chair against the wall. I take a deep breath, my mouth dry. His face is swollen, tubes feeding oxygen into his nose. It surprises me he's not on a ventilator. Maybe there's still a sliver of hope. Tiny, but there, deep down, I know he won't recover. What little hair he had left is gone now. They talked about surgery for a while, but once it was clear it wouldn't save him, he shut it down fast. "No damn doctors are cutting into my head," he'd snapped. "I'm not spending thousands just so some quacks can crack my skull open." "Damn it, kid," he said, specifically addressing Aidan. "Are you even a real man?" My brothers and I were ready to do whatever it took to save his life, but he had gone behind our backs and signed some legal clause stripping us of the right to make those decisions for him. A few days before the surgery, my mom had already informed the hospital of his wishes and handed over the paperwork. Of course, we were stunned, but she's sharp and compassionate. None of us could stay mad at her for long over what she did for Dad. I step closer, studying him from head to toe. My hand moves on its own, slipping into his before I even realize it. It feels strange, like it shouldn't be happening. With anyone else, holding their hand wouldn't be a big deal, but this is my father and somehow it just feels wrong. I can already hear his voice in my head. "Why would you want to hold another man's hand? What's wrong with you?" Suddenly his eyes snap open and I jerk my hand away. "Andrew, is that you?" I nod, watching him carefully. "Where's Linda?" "Who?" "Linda," he says, his eyelids fluttering like he can't decide whether to stay awake. "My wife Linda, where is she?" I swallow hard, glancing at Camryn, who sits silently observing. Then I meet his gaze again. "Dad, you and Linda got divorced last year, remember?" His dull green eyes well up, not with tears, just moisture. He looks dazed for a second, smacking his lips together, his dry tongue moving in his mouth. "Want some water?" I ask, eyeing the pale pink pitcher and plastic cup with a lid and straw on the side table. He shakes his head. "Did you fix up Miss Nina?" I nod again. "Yeah, she looks great. Fresh paint job, new rims." "Good, good," he murmurs, giving a slight nod. The awkwardness is unbearable, and I know it's written all over my face and posture. I just don't know what to say or do. Should I force him to drink something or wait for Aidan and Asher to get back? They'd handle this way better than me. "And who's this beauty?" he asks, staring at the wall. For a second, I wonder how he can see Camryn from his angle until I realize he's watching her through the long mirror across the room. She stiffens slightly, but her bright smile lights up her face. She raises a hand and waves at him through the reflection. Despite the swelling, a faint grin tugs at his lips. "Is that your Eurydice?" he asks. My eyes go wide. I hope Camryn didn't hear that, but realistically there's no way she missed it. My dad weakly lifts a hand and motions for her to come closer. She stands and moves beside me, flashing him a smile so warm it even catches me off guard. She's good at this, too good. I know she's nervous, probably feeling completely out of place in this room with a dying stranger, but she doesn't let it show. "Hi, Mr. Parrish," she says softly. "I'm Camryn Bennett, a friend of Andrew's." His gaze shifts to me and I recognize that look. He's comparing her words to my reaction, trying to decipher what friend really means. Then out of nowhere, my dad does something I never expected. He reaches out to me. The gesture stuns me. A quick nudge from Camryn snaps me out of my daze, and hesitantly I take his hand. The moment stretches painfully long before he closes his eyes and drifts back to sleep. The second his grip loosens, I let go. The door creaks open, and my brothers walk in with Aiden's wife, Michelle. I step away from the bed, pulling Camryn with me, only realizing I'm still holding her hand when Aiden's eyes lock onto our intertwined fingers. "Glad you made it," he says, his voice dripping with disapproval. He's still pissed I refused to fly here sooner. Tough, grief hits everyone differently. Despite his irritation, he yanks me into a rough hug, one hand gripping mine between us while the other thumps my back. "This is Camryn," I say, glancing at her. She's already retreated to the chair by the wall but offers a polite smile. "My older brother Aiden, his wife Michelle." I nod toward them. "And our little brother Asher." "Jerk," Asher mutters. "Thanks," I shoot back. Aiden and Michelle settle into the remaining chairs, unpacking burgers and fries from a takeout bag. "Still out cold," Aiden says around a mouthful of fries. "Hate to say it, but I don't think he's waking up again." Camryn's eyes flick to mine. "We both just spoke to him and I know she expects me to say something." "Probably not," I admit, catching her confused frown. "How long are you staying?" Aiden asks. "Not long." "Shocking," he grumbles, biting into his burger. "Don't start," I warn. "Last thing I need right now, and this sure as hell isn't the time." "Whatever," Aiden mutters, shaking his head. Michelle squeezes ketchup onto a napkin between them and he dunks a fry into it, the silence thick enough to cut. "Do whatever you want, just make sure you're at the funeral." His face stays blank as he keeps eating. My whole body tenses. "Damn it, Aiden," Asher mutters behind me. "Can we do this another time? Come on, man, Andrew's right." Asher's always been the peacekeeper between Aiden and me, the level-headed one. Aiden and I, we think with our fists. When we were kids, he won most of our fights, but really every time he knocked me down, he was training me. These days, we're pretty evenly matched. We try to avoid actually throwing punches, but I'll admit I explode just as easily as he does. He knows it too, which is why he backs off now, using Michelle as a distraction. He leans over, wiping a smear of ketchup from the corner of her mouth. She giggles. Camryn catches my eye. She's probably been trying to get my attention for a while, and for a second I think she's about to bolt. But she just shakes her head, silently telling me to cool it. It works instantly. "So," Asher says loudly, cutting through the tension, "how long have you two been together?" He leans against the wall by the TV, arms crossed. We look a lot alike, same brown hair, same stupid dimples. Aiden's hair is darker, and instead of dimples he's got a tiny mole on his left cheek. "We're just friends," I say. Camryn's probably blushing right now. "Must be one hell of a friend if she came all the way to Wyoming with you," Aiden says. At least he sounds sincere. If he decided to take his irritation with me out on her, I wouldn't have a choice. I'd have to rearrange his face. "Yeah," Camryn says, and I'm struck by how soft her voice is. "I live near Galveston and I figured someone should ride with him when he decided to take the bus." I'm surprised she remembers where I'm from. Aiden gives her a polite nod, still chewing. "She's hot, man," Asher whispers behind me. I shoot him a warning look and he just grins but stays quiet. Dad shifts almost imperceptibly and Asher moves to the side of the bed, playfully tapping his nose. "Wake up, old man, we brought burgers." Aiden holds his up like Dad can actually see it. "And they're still good too. Better wake up before they're gone." Dad doesn't move. He trained all three of us well. We wouldn't dare mope around his bed. After he's gone, Aiden and Asher will probably order pizza and a case of beer, then go shoot stuff until sunrise. Me. I'll make sure I'm long gone by then. The longer I stay here, the more likely it is I'll have to watch him die in front of me. After talking with my brothers and Michelle for a while, I head over to Camryn. "Ready to get out of here?" She takes my hand and stands up. Aiden frowns. "Leaving already?" Before I can respond, Camryn flashes him a reassuring smile. "He'll be back, we're just grabbing food." She's diffusing tension before it even starts. I nod in agreement, then turn to Asher. "Call me if anything changes." He gives a tight nod but stays silent. Michelle offers a polite goodbye and I return the sentiment. Asher follows us into the hallway. "You're not coming back, are you?" he asks. Camryn walks ahead, giving us space. Once we're alone, I shake my head. "I can't do this, Ash, I just can't." He exhales. "Yeah, I get it. And let's be real, Dad wouldn't care either way. He'd rather you be out there living your life than stuck here waiting for the inevitable." It's a brutal truth, but he's right. His gaze flicks to Camryn, then back to me. "Just friends, huh?" he mutters with a knowing smirk. "Drop it," I warn, but he just laughs and punches my shoulder lightly. "I'll call if it's important, okay?" What he means is he'll call when it's over. Camryn waves as Asher heads back inside. "You should stay, Andrew," she insists, keeping pace as I quicken my steps. My hands jam into my pockets, a dead giveaway when I'm on edge. "I know you probably think I'm a selfish jerk for leaving," I mutter. "Then explain it to me," she says, gripping my elbow. "I don't think you're selfish, I think you're lost." I avoid her eyes, desperate to escape this sterile brick-walled purgatory. The elevator ride is silent, strangers filling the space between us, but the second the doors open, I try to bolt. Andrew, stop. Her voice cracks and I freeze. When she turns me toward her, the raw hurt in her eyes hits harder than I expect. Talk to me, she pleads. It won't kill you to open up. Like it won't kill you to tell me why you're really moving to Texas. The words land like a slap. Camryn flinches, her hand falling away. Right now, she says quietly, your life is the one falling apart, not mine. Seriously, he asks. And just wandering around on a bus with no destination, putting yourself in danger, that's not important to you. I can tell he's angry, but I also know it's more about his father dying upstairs and him not knowing how to say goodbye. I get it, his upbringing taught him that showing emotion in a situation like this makes him less of a man, less strong. I don't show mine either, but for different reasons. Our circumstances aren't the same. Do you ever cry? I ask. About anything, have you ever? He scoffs. Of course, everyone cries, even tough guys like me. Give me an example. He answers right away. I cried during a movie once. Then he looks like he regrets saying it. Which one? He avoids my eyes, but the tension between us eases. Does it matter? He mutters. Oh, come on, just tell me, or are you scared I'll laugh and call you soft? A reluctant grin tugs at his lips. The notebook, he mumbles so quietly I almost miss it. Wait, the notebook. Yeah, okay, I cried at the notebook. He turns his back to me and I bite my lip to keep from laughing. It's not the fact that he cried, it's the way he's acting like it's some deep, dark secret. I lose it, laughing so hard my sides hurt. Andrew whips around, glaring, and before I can react, he grabs me and throws me over his shoulder, storming out of the hospital. I'm wheezing, tears streaming, happy ones for once. Put me down, I pound his back. You said you wouldn't laugh. That just makes me laugh harder, making sounds I didn't know I could. Andrew, please. I dig my fingers into his back until he finally drops me onto the pavement. I catch my breath, the laughter fading as I remember why we're here. He can't just walk away from his father, but he speaks first. I told you I can't cry for him, I can't even stay. I touch his arm gently, then don't cry but don't leave. Camryn, I have to. The way he looks at me tells me I won't change his mind. I know you're trying to help, he says, but this isn't something I can bend on. Reluctantly, I nod. If we actually take this trip we've been talking about, maybe we'll reach a point where we can share the things we're not ready to say yet, he says, and something about his voice makes my chest tighten in a strange way. It's like a flutter right behind my ribs, just below my heart. Andrew flashes a wide smile, his striking green eyes standing out against his sharp features. He really is unfairly good-looking. So what's the verdict? He asks, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow. Should I buy you a one-way ticket home, or are you in for the trip to the middle of nowhere in Texas? You're seriously coming with me? I can barely believe it, even though I desperately want it to be true. I hold my breath until he answers. He just laughs. Yeah, I mean it. The fluttering in my chest turns warm and I can't help grinning. One condition, though, he adds, holding up a finger. What? I am not getting on another godforsaken bus. I hate those things. I chuckle, nodding in agreement. Then how are we getting there? The corner of his mouth quirks up in that knowing smirk of his. We take a car, he says. I'll drive. Without hesitation, I say, okay. Okay, he raises an eyebrow. Just like that, you'll hop into a car with a guy you barely know and trust him not to dump your body on some deserted highway. I thought we talked about this. I tilt my head, folding my arms. I could have met you in a library or something. A few days later, I might be got in your car for a date. This isn't that different. Everyone starts as strangers, Andrew. Not everyone gets lucky enough to meet one who saves them from a creep and then drags them across the country to see his dying dad. I'd say you've already passed the trust test faster than most. He grins, completely undermining the seriousness of my speech. So this road trip is basically a date. What? I laugh. No, it was just an example. I know he's messing with me, but I need to deflect before he notices how flushed my face is. You know what I meant, he smirks. Yeah, but you still owe me a steak, so we are stopping for dinner, as friends. He makes air quotes around the word, his grin never fading. Deal, promise. Then it's settled, he says, looping his arm through mine as we head toward a waiting cab. We'll grab my dad's car from the bus station, swing by his place for a few things, and then we hit the road. He opens the cab door for me, sliding in after I do. As the car pulls away from the hospital, I realize I'm already looking forward to the ride. Oh, I should probably lay down some ground rules before we do this. I turn to face him, curious. What kind of rules? He grins. First rule, my car, my music. I don't think I need to explain that one. I roll my eyes. So I'm stuck listening to your classic rock the whole trip. You'll get used to it. Didn't happen when my parents tortured me with it growing up. Rule 2, he says, holding up 2 fingers, ignoring me completely. You do what I say. My head jerks back. Excuse me, what does that even mean? His smile widens a little sly. You said you trusted me, so trust me on this. You're gonna have to give me more than that, and I'm not joking. He leans back against the seat, hands folded between his spread legs. I promise I'll never ask you to do anything harmful, humiliating, dangerous, or just plain wrong. So you won't ask me to give you a blowjob for $500 or something? Andrew throws his head back, laughing. The taxi driver shifts uncomfortably and I catch his eyes darting away in the rearview mirror. No, never, I swear. He's still chuckling. Okay, but what would you ask me to do then? I'm not loving this idea. I still trust him, I'll admit that, but my mind races with worst-case scenarios. He gives my thigh a playful smack. If it helps, you can say no if it's something you really don't want, but honestly, I hope you won't because I want to teach you how to live. Wow, didn't see that coming. He means it, and that pulls me in all over again. How to live? You ask too many questions. He pats my leg again before resting his hands in his lap. If you were on this side of the car, you'd have questions too. Maybe you're seriously messed up, Andrew Parrish, but fine, I trust you. He tilts his head back, grinning at me like he's won. Any more rules? I ask. He chews the inside of his cheek, thinking, nah, that's about it. My turn. Well, I've got a few of my own. His eyebrows lift, but his fingers stay laced over his stomach. All right, hit me, he says, smirking, clearly sure I can't surprise him. Rule 1, we're just friends, that's all this is. Just because I'm nice to you and agreed to the most insane plan of my life doesn't mean I'm jumping into bed with you, he said, grinning so wide it was distracting. Or that I'm in love with you or ever will be, none of that, got it? I tried to keep a stern face, needing him to take this seriously, but his stupid grin was contagious and annoyingly charming. He pretended to think it over before answering, got it? But the way he said it made me suspicious there was more behind his words. Good, I nodded, relieved I'd made myself clear. What else? He asked, reminding me of the other rule I'd almost forgotten. Right, rule number 2, bad company is banned from the playlist. He looked mildly offended. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? It's my rule, I said, smirking. You've got all of classic rock to choose from while I can't play any of my music, so why can't we have this one tiny exception? I pinched my fingers close together for emphasis. He scowled. That's a stupid rule. Bad company is amazing, why the hate? His wounded expression was almost cute. I pouted. Want the truth? I already knew I'd regret this. Absolutely, he said, crossing his arms. Lay it on me. All they sing about is love, it's cliché. Andrew burst out laughing loud enough that the driver probably thought we were insane. Sounds like someone's bitter, he teased. Yep, instant regret. I looked away before he could read my face because yeah, he wasn't wrong. With my cheating ex, it was bitterness. With Ian, it was just pain. We can fix that, he said casually. I shot him a look. Thanks, Dr. Phil, but I don't need fixing. Who said I needed fixing in the first place? Oh, he tilted his head, curious. Yeah, besides, that would break rule number 1. He blinked, then grinned. Ah, so you're assuming I'd volunteer as tribute? His shoulders shook with laughter. Ouch, I tried not to show how much that stung. Switching tactics, I dropped my gaze. Well, I hope not. You're not even my type. Score, that one made him flinch just a little. What's wrong with me then? He asked, but I can tell my comment didn't actually hurt his feelings. Most people don't laugh when they're genuinely upset. I turn around and lean against the doorframe, studying him from head to toe. I'd be lying if I said he wasn't easy on the eyes. So far, everything about him, his looks, his voice, makes him exactly my type. Honestly, if I hadn't sworn off dating and relationships altogether, Andrew Parrish would be the kind of guy I'd go for in a heartbeat, the kind Natalie wouldn't hesitate to drool over. Nothing's wrong with you, I say, but I always end up with the predictable ones. Andrew bursts into laughter for the 3rd time. Predictable, he repeats, still grinning. He nods a few times before adding, yeah, I'd say I'm definitely not the predictable type. He raises a finger like he's about to make a point. But what really caught my attention was you saying you end up with them. What's that supposed to mean? How did he turn this around on me? I didn't see that coming. I stare at him, waiting for an answer even though he's the one who asked. His laughter fades into something quieter, less teasing. He stays silent. I don't know, I finally admit. Does it have to mean anything? He shakes his head but stares straight ahead as the taxi pulls into the bus station parking lot, where his dad's vintage 1969 Chevy Camaro sits alone, the last car waiting. Andrew pays the driver and we step out. Thanks man, have a good one, he says, waving as the taxi drives off. Most of the ride I was lost in thought, but the second we turn onto the driveway of his dad's ridiculous mansion, I'm wide awake. Whoa, I say, my mouth hanging open as I climb out. This place is insane. I hear his door slam shut. Yeah, my dad runs a successful construction and design firm, he says casually. Come on, I don't want to linger in case Aiden shows up out of nowhere. I walk beside him along the winding stone path leading to the 3-story house. It's so sleek and imposing that I can't picture Andrew's dad living here. He seems more like a simple guy, not the kind to care about flashy things, unlike my mom, who'd probably faint at the sight of this place. Andrew flips through his keychain and unlocks the door. Not to pry, but why would your dad even want a house this big? The foyer smells like cinnamon potpourri. Wasn't his choice, his ex-wife insisted on it. I follow him up the stairs, their plush white carpet muffling our footsteps. Linda was a kind woman, the one he mentioned in the hospital, but in the end she couldn't handle living with my father, and honestly I don't blame her. You thought she married him for money, didn't you? I asked as Andrew led me up the stairs. He shook his head. No, nothing like that. My dad just isn't the easiest person to live with. His keys jingled as he slipped them into his right pocket. I caught myself glancing at the way his jeans fit as he climbed ahead of me and quickly bit my lip, forcing my eyes away. This is my room, he said, pushing open the first door on the left. The space was sparse, more like storage than a bedroom, neatly stacked boxes against a taupe wall, some workout gear and a strange Native American statue half-wrapped in plastic shoved into a corner. Andrew flicked on the closet light while I lingered in the middle of the room, arms crossed, pretending not to snoop. You said this is your room? Yep, his voice echoed from the closet. For when I visit, or if I ever decide to move back. I stepped closer, watching him rifle through clothes organized the exact same way I did. So you're obsessive too? He shot me a confused look. I pointed at the color-coordinated shirts hanging on identical black hangers. Oh no, absolutely not, he clarified. That's all the housekeeper's doing. I couldn't care less if my clothes are hung up or sorted by color. That's so wait. He took a step back, studying me before wagging a finger. You do this with your clothes? Maybe, I admitted, suddenly self-conscious. I like things tidy, everything in its place. Andrew laughed, grabbing a handful of shirts and jeans and dumping them into my arms. Doesn't that stress you out? Organizing? He smirked and nudged me toward a duffel bag slung over a weight bench. Just toss them in there. I folded the top shirt anyway before stuffing it in. So where are we heading first? No plan, he called from the closet. We get in the car and figure it out as we go. No maps or plans or... His head suddenly pops out from the closet and he asks in a clear voice, what are you doing? I glance up, halfway through folding the second shirt from the pile. Just organizing them for you. A pair of black sneakers lands with a loud thud on the floor and he walks over. His disapproving gaze flicks from me to the shirt in my hands. Don't overthink it, babe, just toss them in the bag. He demonstrates, shoving clothes in haphazardly as if proving how effortless it should be. I'm not sure what throws me off more, his chaotic packing method or the way my stomach flipped when he called me babe. I shrug and let him handle his own mess. Doesn't matter what you wear, he says, heading back to the closet. It's where you're going and what you do in it that counts. He lobs the sneakers at me one by one and I catch them. Go ahead and stuff these in too if you want. I obey, cramming the sneakers inside, even though it pains me. At least the soles are clean, like they've never touched pavement, or I might put up a fight. You know what I find sexy in a girl? He's stretching to reach a stack of boxes on the top shelf, his muscular arm flexing. The edge of his sleeve rides up, revealing the bottom of that tattoo I've been curious about. No clue, I say. Girls who wear wrinkled clothes. I wrinkle my nose. Girls who just throw something on without overanalyzing it, he answers, pulling down a shoebox. He balances it on his palm and brings it over. That just rolled out of bed and don't care vibe, super hot. Got it, I say. You're one of those guys who hates makeup and perfume and anything girly. He hands me the box and grins. Nah, not at all. I just think simple is sexy, that's all. I tap the lid. What am I supposed to do with this? Open it. I hesitate, glancing between him and the box. He nods encouragingly. I lift the red lid and find a collection of CDs in their original cases. My dad was too lazy to install an MP3 player in his car, he explains, and road trips mean sketchy radio signals. Sometimes you can't even find a decent station. He takes the box back. This is gonna be our official playlist. His smile flashes, all straight white teeth. My face twists in mock horror. Every band he's ever mentioned since we met on the bus is here, plus a few I've never even heard of. I'm almost certain that 90% of the music I'm staring at was played by my parents at some point. But if someone asked me the name of a song, which album it's from, or who the band is, I probably wouldn't know. Fantastic, I say dryly, scowling at him. His grin only widens. He's enjoying teasing me a little too much. Andrew, I can't resist messing with her. Her reactions are too adorable, and deep down I think she likes it too. Even though I know I should stop this, I can't help myself. No matter how much my conscience screams at me to leave her alone, I don't want to. We've already gone too far. I should have put her in a cab at the bus station with a first-class ticket home, something expensive enough that she'd feel obligated to use it. I never should have invited her along, because now I know I can't let her go. She has to see it all now. There's no other way. She might end up hurt in the end, but at least she'll go back to North Carolina with something new to look forward to. I take the shoebox from her, snap the lid back on, and drop it into my open duffel bag. She watches as I yank open a drawer, fishing out clean boxers and socks before stuffing them in too. All my travel essentials are already packed from the bus ride. Slinging the bag over my shoulder, I meet her gaze. Ready to go. I guess so, she says. You guess? I raise an eyebrow. You either are or you aren't. She smiles, those bright blue eyes sparkling. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely ready. Good, then what's the hesitation? She shakes her head slightly. No hesitation, she says. It's just all kind of weird, but in a good way. I can tell her mind is racing like she's piecing something together. You're right, I admit. It is weird, okay, really weird, because stepping off the usual path never feels natural. I hold her gaze, making sure she hears me. But that's the whole point. Her smile brightens like my words just untangled something for her. Nodding eagerly, she says, well, what are we waiting for? We head down the hall, but just before the stairs, I stop. Hold on a second. She waits by the railing as I double back, passing my room and pushing into Aiden's. His space is just as bare as mine, but his acoustic guitar leans against the wall. Waiting, I grab him by the collar and pull him along. You play guitar? Camryn asks when I rejoin her. Yeah, a little, I say. Andrew tosses his weekend bag onto the backseat with the rest of our stuff, but he's way more careful with the guitar, setting it down gently. We climb into the vintage muscle car, black with twin white racing stripes down the hood, and slam the doors shut at the same time. He glances at me. I glance back. The key turns and the Camaro's engine roars to life. I still can't believe I'm doing this. No fear, no second guessing, no nagging voice telling me to turn around and go home. For the first time in forever, everything just feels right, even if this road is nothing like the one I imagined. No clue where it leads, but I don't care. Andrew floors it as we merge onto the highway heading south. I like watching him drive, smooth, effortless, weaving through traffic like it's nothing. No showboating, just pure instinct. My eyes keep drifting to his forearm, muscles flexing as he grips the wheel. And yeah, I might let my gaze wander a little further, lingering on the mystery tattoo hidden under that fitted blue tee. We make small talk for a while. He tells me the guitar belongs to Aiden, who'll probably lose it when he finds out Andrew took it. He stole my socks once, Andrew says, like that justifies everything. Your socks? I give him a look. He shrugs, dead serious. Property is property. I laugh but let it drop. Later we get into a ridiculous debate about all the single shoes scattered along highways. Girlfriend rage, Andrew declares. She tossed his stuff out the window. I shake my head. Nah, hitchhikers, those shoes look way too beat up. He raises an eyebrow. Hitchhikers. Long walks wear them out fast, I say. He just smirks and I roll my eyes. As they trudge along in their worn-out sneakers, they spot a lone shoe lying on the sidewalk, probably tossed there by some furious girlfriend, and think, hey, that one looks better than mine, swapping one out without a second thought. None of that makes any sense, Andrew says. I swat his arm indignantly. It totally could happen. He just grins at me unfazed, and we keep spinning wilder and wilder theories, each more ridiculous than the last. I can't remember the last time I laughed this hard. A couple of hours later, we roll back into Denver, the city sprawling beneath the towering Rockies, their peaks dusted with clouds like powdered sugar against the blue sky. The sun's still high, beating down as we hit downtown, and Andrew eases the speedometer down to 40 miles per hour. You're the navigator, he says, nodding toward the upcoming exit. He glances at the 3 possible turns, then back at me, waiting. My brain short-circuits. I stare at the options, panicking as we inch closer to the split. The slower he drives, the more my pulse races, 35 miles per hour. Well, he teases, eyes glinting with mischief. It feels like defusing a bomb, one wrong move and everything explodes. I don't know, I laugh, nerves twisting my voice. 20 miles per hour, horns blare behind us. Some guy in a red pickup flips us off as he swerves past. 15 miles per hour. Oh God, this is torture. I'm choking on laughter, my face burning. Honk, honk, move it, idiot. Andrew, completely unbothered, just hums along to the radio. That way, I finally blurt, pointing east, then immediately slouch down in my seat, mortified. With a smooth flick of his blinker, he merges between 2 cars, barely making the light before it turns red. Back on the highway, he floors it, and I have zero clue where we're headed, just east into the unknown. See, not so hard, he says, smirking. It was kind of thrilling, I admit, giggling. Those people were pissed. He shrugs. People need to slow down. If you even think about driving less than 10 miles over the speed limit here, you'll get torn to shreds. Totally, I agree, then add sheepishly, though I'll admit I'm usually that person too. Hey, sometimes me too, he says. Then suddenly there's silence, the first real pause we've both noticed. I wonder if he's thinking the same thing I am, if he wants to ask me questions, if he's just as curious about me as I am about him. It's one of those inevitable moments, a doorway into the phase where 2 people actually start to know each other. Nothing like when we were on the bus together, assuming our time was limited and we'd never see each other again. Back then there was no reason to get personal, but now it's different. Tell me more about your best friend Natalie, he says. I keep my eyes on the road a little longer, buying time to figure out what part of our friendship to even talk about. That is, if she's still your best friend, he adds, somehow sensing my hesitation. Not anymore, I admit. She's kind of brainwashed, for lack of a better word. I'm sure you've got a better explanation, he says. Maybe you just don't want to give it. I make up my mind. No, I actually do. He looks satisfied but doesn't push. We've known each other since elementary school, I start. I really thought our friendship was unbreakable. Turns out I was dead wrong. I shake my head, disgusted just thinking about it. What happened? She chose her boyfriend over me. I can tell he expects more, and I was planning to give the full story, but it just comes out like that. Did you make her choose? He asks, one eyebrow slightly raised. I turn to him. No, absolutely not. I let out a long breath. One night, I ended up alone with her boyfriend Damon. He tried to kiss me, said he'd wanted me for years. When I told Natalie, she called me a lying bitch and said she never wanted to see me again. Andrew nods. Sounds like an insecure girl, he says. They've been together a while, right? Yeah, about 5 years. You do know deep down that she believes you. I stare at him, confused. Seriously, he says. She's known you her whole life. You really think she'd throw away a friendship that easily if she didn't believe you? I still don't follow. But she did throw it away, I say. That's exactly what she did. No, he said, it's just a reaction, Camryn. She doesn't want to believe it, but deep down she knows it's true. She just needs time to process and face the truth. She'll come around. Well, maybe by then it'll take too long and I won't even want her as a friend anymore. Maybe, he replied, flicking on the right turn signal and switching lanes, but I don't think you're that kind of person. Bitter? I asked. He nodded. We passed a sluggish truck. I don't know, I admitted, unsure. I'm not the same as I used to be. How were you before? I hesitated, trying to find the right words without bringing up Ian. I used to be happy, outgoing, and a sudden memory made me laugh. I used to jump into freezing lakes every winter, naked. Andrew's face lit up with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Wow, he said, I seriously can't picture that. Laughing, I swatted his arm. He groaned like it hurt, but I knew better. It was for a charity event the local hospital ran every year, I explained. And naked. He looked completely baffled but grinned at the thought. Okay, not completely naked, I clarified, but a tank top and shorts in freezing water might as well be nothing. Damn, as soon as I'm back home I'm signing up for hospital fundraisers, he said, slapping the steering wheel with a laugh. I had no idea what I've been missing. His expression turned more serious as he glanced at me. So why don't you do it anymore? Because Ian was the one who convinced me to sign up, the one I did it with every year. Last year I just stopped, one of those things you lose interest in, I guess. He clearly wasn't buying it, so I quickly changed the subject before he could press further. What about you? I twisted in my seat to face him. What's the craziest thing you've ever done? Andrew pursed his lips, eyes fixed on the road as we passed another truck. The farther we got from the city, the lighter the traffic became. I once surfed on a car hood, but that was less crazy and more straight-up reckless. Yeah, that's pretty insane. He lifted his left hand, showing me the underside of his wrist. Obviously, I wiped out hard and sliced my wrist open on something when I fell. I studied the jagged scar, about 2 inches long, running from the base of his thumb down his forearm. After that, I went flying across the road and smacked my head against the pavement. He points to the right side of the back of his head. Along with the 16 stitches in my wrist, I got 9 more right there. Lesson learned, I guess. Well, I should hope so, I say sternly, squinting to spot the scar beneath his dark hair. He switches hands on the steering wheel and grabs my wrist, guiding my fingertip to the exact spot. I lean closer, letting him direct my touch. Right there, he murmurs when he finds it. Feel that? His hand releases mine, but I linger for a second before refocusing on the scar. My finger traces a rough, uneven line on his scalp, and I part his short hair to get a better look. It's about ½ an inch long. I run my finger over it one more time before reluctantly pulling away. I'm guessing you've got a whole collection of these, I say. He chuckles. Not too many. There's one on my back from a bike chain Aiden used like a whip. I wince at the thought. And when I was 12, Asher was sitting on my bike's handlebars. We hit a rock, the bike flipped, and we both went flying. He taps his nose. Broke mine, but Asher snapped his arm and needed 14 stitches in his elbow. Mom thought we'd been in a car crash. We lied about the bike stunt to cover our tracks. I study his perfectly straight nose, finding no trace of the break. Then there's this weird L-shaped scar on my inner thigh, he adds, gesturing vaguely. But I'm not showing you that one. He smirks, gripping the wheel again. My face heats up because for a second I'd already imagined him lowering his jeans. Probably for the best, I laugh, then lean forward to tug my shirt up just above my hip. I catch him watching and it sends a flutter through my stomach, but I ignore it. Camping accident, I explain. Jumped off a cliff, hit a rock, nearly drowned. Andrew frowns, reaching out to trace the small scar on my hip bone. A shiver races down my spine like ice in my veins. I force myself to ignore it, letting my shirt fall back into place as I sink into the seat. Glad you didn't drown, he says, his gaze warm. I smile back. Yeah, that would have sucked. Absolutely. I wake in the dark as Andrew slows for a toll booth. My sense of time is completely off, but it feels like I've been asleep for ages, even though I'm curled up awkwardly in the passenger seat with my head against the door. Normally, after a long bus ride, I'd be rubbing my stiff muscles, but surprisingly, I feel pretty good. Where are we? I ask, yawning into my hand. Middle of nowhere just outside Wellington, Kansas, Andrew says. You were out cold for hours. I stretch and blink the sleep from my eyes as he merges onto another highway. Guess I sleep better in a car than I did on that whole bus ride from North Carolina to Wyoming. The glowing blue numbers on the dashboard clock read 10:14 p.m. A quiet song plays through the speakers, one that reminds me of when we first met. I smile to myself, appreciating that he kept the volume low while I slept. What about you? I ask, turning to face him. The shadows make it hard to read his expression. I know it's your dad's car, but if you need a break, I can take over for a while. Don't overthink it, he says. It's just a car, a priceless antique that my dad would strangle you with a brake cable for touching, sure, but I'd let you drive it without a second thought. Even in the dark, I catch the smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, I might be rethinking my offer now. He's dying, remember, what's he gonna do? That's not funny, Andrew. He knows it isn't. I can see the game he's playing, trying to cope with jokes that keep falling flat. How long can he keep this up? What happens when the humor runs out? We'll stop at the next motel, he says, turning onto another road. I'll crash there, separate rooms, obviously. I'm relieved he settled that quickly. Traveling alone with him is weird enough, sharing a room would have been too much. Perfect, I say, stretching my arms and cracking my knuckles. I could seriously use a shower and about an hour of brushing my teeth. Same, he jokes. By the way, your breath isn't exactly minty fresh either. I know, he says, cupping his hand over his mouth and exhaling dramatically. Smells like one of those SHT casseroles my aunt forces on us every Thanksgiving. I burst out laughing. Did you just say SHT casserole? Seriously? I fake a gag and Andrew cracks up too. I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the ingredients. I adore my Aunt Dina, but bless her heart, cooking isn't exactly her strong suit. Sounds like my mom, I say. That must have been rough, he replies, shooting me a glance. Growing up on frozen pizza and takeout, I shake my head. Nah, I taught myself to cook pretty young. Junk food's not really my thing, remember? Andrew's face lights up under the glow of passing streetlights as he laughs. Right, no greasy burgers or soggy fries for Miss Rice Cakes over here. I scrunch my nose at the jab. A few minutes later, we pull into the parking lot of a two-story motel, its doors opening directly onto an outdoor walkway. We stretch our stiff limbs and grab our bags from the backseat, though Andrew leaves his guitar behind. Lock the door, he says, nodding toward the car. Inside the lobby, the air smells like stale coffee and vacuum cleaner dust. 2 single rooms side by side if you've got 'em, Andrew says, pulling out his wallet. I drop my bag on the counter and reach for my own. I can pay for mine. Nope, I got it. Seriously, let me cover it. I said no, so put your money away. Reluctantly, I do. The receptionist, a middle-aged woman with graying blonde hair tied in a messy bun, barely reacts as she types, her gaze drifting over Andrew's arms while he digs for his card. Smoking or non-smoking? Non. Click, clack, tap. Only singles I've got next to each other are 1 smoking, 1 non. We'll take 'em, he says, handing over his card. She watches his every move until the card disappears behind the counter. After checkout, we head back to the car where Andrew grabs his guitar. Should have asked earlier, he says as we walk toward our rooms, but you hungry? I can grab something. I'm good, thanks. Sure, there's a vending machine if you change your mind. He swipes the keycard, the light flashes green and the door clicks open. That's just sugar and fat, he says, referencing our earlier talks about junk food. We step into the fairly dull motel room, a single bed with a wooden headboard bolted to the wall behind it. The bedspread is an ugly brown, worn and unsettling. The room itself smells clean and looks decent enough, but I've never slept in a motel without stripping off that questionable cover first. Who knows when it last saw a washing machine or what microscopic life has taken up residence in its fibers. Andrew moves around, sniffing the air like he's checking for hidden odors. This is the non-smoking room, he announces, glancing around as if inspecting every corner. You're staying here. He leans his guitar against the wall, then heads to the tiny bathroom, flicking the light switch, testing the fan. Next, he crosses to the window and fiddles with the AC unit, a godsend in this July heat. Finally, he turns to the bed, peeling back the comforter to examine the sheets and pillows. What are you looking for? I ask. Making sure it's clean, he replies without looking up. You shouldn't have to sleep in filth. My face heats up and I turn away before he notices. Too early to crash, he adds, grabbing his guitar again, but that drive wrecked me. No kidding, you haven't slept since we got off the bus in Cheyenne. I drop my bags at the foot of the bed. Wait, that means I've been awake for what, 18 hours? Jesus, I didn't even realize. Exhaustion'll do that, he says, heading for the door. His hand lingers on the handle, the awkwardness between us almost tangible. Well, see you in the morning, he offers from the doorway. I'm next door in 110, so yell, knock, or bang on the wall if you need me. His smile is genuine. I nod, returning it. Okay, night, he says. Sleep good. The door clicks shut behind him. For a second, I let myself linger on the thought of him, then shake it off and yank my bag open. A shower, first one in days. The idea of hot water nearly makes me giddy. I dig out clean underwear, my favorite cotton shorts, and a college logo tee with pink and blue stripes, then grab my toothbrush and mouthwash. Stripping off my grimy clothes feels like shedding a layer of road dust. I toss them in a heap and catch my reflection in the mirror. Oh my god, I look like a ghost. My makeup has practically melted off, and my mascara is smeared more on my eyelids than my lashes. My braid is a disaster, loose strands plastered to one side of my head, and I wouldn't be surprised if something alive flew out of this bird's nest. I can't believe Andrew saw me like this, a complete mess. I yank out the hair tie and run my fingers through the tangled mess, trying to salvage some dignity. First, I brush my teeth, swishing Listerine so long the burning fades before I spit it out. The shower is heaven. I stand under the scalding water for what feels like forever, only snapping out of it when the heat nearly lulls me to sleep. I scrub myself head to toe twice, just because I finally can and because it's been way too long. Finally, I grab a razor, relieved to shave off the stubble sprouting on my legs. When I turn off the squeaky faucet and wrap myself in the fluffy white towel hanging neatly behind the door, I hear Andrew's shower running in the next room. My mind drifts, imagining him under the water, not in a creepy way, though it wouldn't take much to go there. I just think about him, about this insane road trip and why we're even doing it. My chest tightens remembering his dad, knowing how much it hurts him and how powerless I am to help. After a minute, I force myself to focus on my own problems, which seem trivial next to his. Honestly, I hope I never have to explain why I ran away. I'd feel like such an idiot admitting it. I flop onto the bed with wet hair, combing through it with my fingers. Since I slept most of the drive from Denver, I'm wide awake now. Flipping through channels, I land on some Jet Li movie, barely paying attention. My phone shows 4 missed calls from my mom, each with a voicemail. Still nothing from Natalie. "How's Virginia?" my mom's voice chirps. "Having fun?" "Yeah, it's amazing," I lie. "How are you?" She giggles on the other end and my stomach twists. There's a guy with her. Gross. I really hope she's not calling me naked while some dude licks her neck. "Everything's great, sweetie," she says, way too cheerful. "Still seeing Roger and we're leaving for our cruise vacation next week," Mom chirped. "That's great, Mom," she giggled again and I cringed. "Okay, sweetie, I gotta go." "Stop it, Roger." Another giggle. "I swear if I have to listen to this any longer, I might actually throw up. I just wanted to check in. Call me tomorrow for a real update, okay?" "Okay, Mom." "Love you." I hung up and tossed my phone onto the bed, flopping back against my pillows. My first thought, Andrew just on the other side of the wall. Maybe he was leaning against it right now, same as me. I flipped through channels mindlessly until I'd cycled through them all at least 5 times. Giving up, I turned off the TV and sank deeper into the mattress, staring at the ceiling. Then faintly, I heard it, Andrew playing guitar. The melody was soft, hesitant, almost mournful. The tempo picked up slightly during the chorus before dipping back into something sadder. It was beautiful. He played for another 5 minutes before silence settled back in. The only sounds left were the dripping bathroom faucet and the occasional car pulling in or out of the parking lot. Slowly, I drifted off and the dream returned. That morning, Ian hadn't sent his usual string of texts before I even got out of bed. I tried calling, but it just rang and rang, no voicemail. And when I got to school, he wasn't there. Everyone stared as I walked the halls. Some looked away the second I passed. Jennifer Parsons burst into tears when I walked by her locker, while a group of cheerleaders glared at me like I was contagious. I had no idea what was happening, but it felt like I'd stepped into some twisted alternate reality. Nobody said a word, but it was painfully obvious. They all knew something I didn't, and it was bad. I never really had enemies at school, except maybe a few jealous cheerleaders who couldn't stand that Ian Walsh, who was, let's be real, hotter than any football star, actually wanted me instead of them. Even Emily Durting, the richest girl at Millbrook High, had tried to get his attention. Everyone wanted him. I rushed to my locker hoping to find Natalie, but she never showed. Instead, Damon pulled me aside near the water fountains, his grip tight on my arm. Heart pounded so hard I could barely hear him when he finally told me what happened the moment I woke up that morning. I knew something was wrong even before I noticed Ian hadn't texted me. There was this heavy feeling in my chest, like my body already knew before my mind caught up. "Camryn," Damon said, and just hearing my full name sent a chill down my spine. He and Natalie never call me that, it's always Cam. His voice was too quiet, too careful. "Ian was in a car accident last night." My breath hitched, hands flying to my mouth as if I could trap the scream building inside me. Tears burned my throat before spilling over. "He passed away early this morning at the hospital." Damon's face twisted with pain just saying it, like the words were knives. I stared at him, numb, until my legs gave out and I collapsed into his arms. I sobbed until my ribs ached, until Natalie found us and they half-carried me to the nurse's office. Now drenched in sweat, I jolt awake from the nightmare, my heart hammering like it's trying to escape. I kick off the tangled sheets and sit up, knees pulled to my chest, fingers digging into my hair. It's been years since I last had that dream. Hell, it's the last one I even remember. So why is it back now? A loud knock rattles my motel room door. Rise and shine, sleeping beauty. Andrew's voice booms from the hallway. Apparently, I fell back asleep. Sunlight slices through the gap in the curtains, painting a stripe across the worn carpet. I stumble out of bed, shove my messy hair out of my face, and yank the door open before he wakes the entire building. He blinks at me. "Damn girl," he says, eyes dragging over me. "You trying to kill me?" I glance down. Cotton shorts, thin white tank top, no bra. Oh God, my nipples are basically waving hello through the fabric. I cross my arms and glare as he strolls past me into the room, grinning. "Came to tell you to get dressed," he adds, dropping his duffel and guitar case, "but honestly, this works too." I roll my eyes but can't stop the smirk tugging at my lips. He flops into the chair by the window, his tan cargo shorts riding up over his knees, grey tee clinging to his shoulders, no socks, just beat-up black sneakers. My gaze snags on the tattoo curling around his ankle, some intricate Celtic knot, and the defined muscles of his calves. Dude clearly doesn't skip leg day. "Wait here, I'll be ready in a sec," I say, dropping my bag and sitting on the long dresser where the TV sits at the other end. "How long is this gonna take?" he asks, a sharp edge to his voice. Remembering his earlier comment about girls who don't fuss too much over their appearance, I hesitate, weighing my options, my usual 30-minute makeup routine or the quick throw it on and go look. He solves the dilemma for me. "You've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes, I protest, indignant. He grins and nods. "You heard me, 2 minutes. He holds up 2 wiggling fingers. "We agreed you'd do whatever I say, remember?" "Yeah, but I assumed it'd be insane stuff like mooning strangers from a moving car or eating creepy bugs." One eyebrow shoots up and he looks way too pleased, like I just handed him 2 brilliant ideas. "Perfect. Eventually you will have to flash someone from a car and eat an insect, but we're not there yet." Why is there no filter between my brain and my mouth? I groan, tipping my head back in frustration before planting my hands on my hips. Just don't think." His smirk shifts into something mischievous, and when I glance down, I realize my arms aren't covering my chest anymore. My nipples are very visible through my thin shirt. I gasp, scandalized. "Andrew." He drops his head like he's ashamed, but the way he peers up through his lashes only makes him look more devilish. God, he's infuriatingly hot. "Hey, you're the one prioritizing arguing over our rules instead of covering up. And fair warning, those things have a mind of their own." "Yeah, I bet they're not the only ones." Laughing, I grab my bag and shuffle barefoot into the bathroom, shutting the door. The mirror reveals me grinning like an airbrushed 80s perfume ad. "Okay, 2 minutes." I wrestle into my bra and skinny jeans, jumping to yank them over my hips. Zip, button, done. A quick toothbrush scrub, a swish of mouthwash, and a messy braid tossed over my shoulder. Light foundation, a dusting of powder, black mascara non-negotiable, and a swipe of lipstick. Bam, 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 time's up. I blot my lips with toilet paper and fling the door open. I can feel him grinning on the other side of the bathroom door, and when I step out a second later, I see I was right. He's leaning against the doorframe, arms raised above his head, his shirt riding up just enough to reveal the hard lines of his abs. A trail of dark, tousled hair leads down from his navel, disappearing beneath the waistband of his shorts. "Well, admiring yourself," he smirks, blocking the doorway, "but my attention isn't on me right now. Simple is sexy." Since his body is blocking my exit, I take the chance to press my hands lightly against his chest before he lets me pass. "I wasn't aware I was trying to be sexy for you," I say, turning my back to him as I shove my slept-in clothes into my bag. "Wow, unbelievable," he teases, "simple, sexy, and messy. I'm impressed. I hadn't even realized I was stuffing my clothes in haphazardly. I'm not officially diagnosed with OCD or anything, just one of those people who claim the label because of a few meticulous habits. But folding my clothes neatly and keeping things orderly has been my thing since I was 11. Andrew, Jesus, I didn't expect this level of sexual frustration so early in the morning. Okay, I need to take a step back before she actually thinks I'm only hanging around to get her into bed. With anyone else, I'd already be sneaking out to toss a condom, but Camryn's different. This trip matters for both of us. I can't screw it up. "So, what's next on our spontaneous adventure?" she asks. "Breakfast first," I say, grabbing my bags, but I guess it wouldn't be spontaneous if I already had a plan. She snatches her phone off the nightstand, checks for missed calls, then tosses it into her bag. Soon enough, stubborn, whiny Camryn makes an appearance. "Oh, come on, Andrew, I can't eat there," she groans from the passenger seat as we drive past a row of small diners. It's a tiny town, and most places are either fast food or still closed. "I mean it," she says, her face twisting into this adorable pout that makes me want to cup it in my hands and kiss it until she shrieks in mock protest. "Unless you want to spend the next hour stuck with a nauseous, groaning travel buddy, don't force me to eat that junk, especially not this early in the morning." I shoot her an annoyed look. "Come on, you're exaggerating." But the way she presses her elbow against the car door and chews on her thumb tells me she might be serious. No, I mean it, she insists. Every time I eat fast food, I get sick. I'm not just being difficult. Ask my mom or Natalie. It takes forever to find a place where the food won't wreck me. Fine, she's not bluffing. Well, I definitely don't want to make you sick, I say lightly, so let's keep driving. More places will open up in a couple hours. Thanks, she flashes a grateful smile. 2.5 hours later, we pull into Wausau, Oklahoma. Camryn eyes the bright yellow and black diner sign like she's weighing her options. Breakfast choices are slim around here, I say, parking the car. Down south you trip over Waffle Houses like Starbucks, but here, this is it. She nods. Think I can handle this? Do they have salads? I groan. I promise no fast food, but I draw the line at salads. She smirks, chewing the inside of her cheek. Okay, no salad, even though they sometimes have amazing stuff like chicken. But I guess that's too sophisticated for you. Exactly. Debate over, I say, jerking my head toward the door. Let's go, I'm starving and hungry. Me is cranky me. You're always cranky, she mutters. I grab her arm, pulling her close as she tries to hide her flushed cheeks. The smell of Waffle House hits me. Freedom, road trips, and the unshackled lives of everyone inside. Truckers, hungover travelers, people dodging the 9-to-5 grind. The place is packed, but we snag a booth near the back, far from the tall windows. A jukebox glows against one of them. Our waitress greets us with a smile, pen poised over her notepad. Coffee to start. Camryn studies the menu. Tea, please. The waitress jots it down and turns to me. Coffee. As she walks off, Camryn taps the menu. This actually looks promising. She rests her cheek in her palm, still studying the laminated menu. Her finger traces the plastic surface before stopping at the salad section. Hey, look, she says, meeting my eyes. They have grilled chicken salad and one with apples, chicken, and pecans. I can't ignore the hopeful glimmer in her big blue eyes. I cave completely. Get whatever you want, I tell her, softening my tone. Seriously, I won't hold it against you. She blinks twice, surprised I gave in so easily, and then her eyes seem to smile back at me. She snaps the menu shut and slides it back into the holder just as the waitress returns. Decided yet? She asks, setting down our drinks. Her pen hovers over her notepad like it's been waiting all along, eager to scribble our orders. I'll take the fiesta omelet, Camryn says, flashing a quick smirk when our eyes lock. Toast or bread? The waitress asks. Bread. Grits, hash browns, or tomatoes? Hash browns. The waitress jots it down and turns to me. I hesitate, then say, I'll have the apple, chicken, and pecan salad. Camryn's smirk freezes. I wink and tuck my folded menu behind hers. A risk taker, huh? The waitress jokes, tearing off the order slip. Just today, I reply, and she shakes her head before walking off. What the hell? Camryn demands, palms upturned in disbelief. She's torn between laughing and looking horrified, settling on an awkward mix that's oddly endearing. If you're willing to eat something for my sake, the least I can do is return the favor. Pretty sure you're gonna hate that salad. You're probably right, I admit, but fair's fair. She scoffs and leans back. How fair is it when you start whining about being hungry 5 minutes down the road? You literally said you turn into a monster when you're hangry. I wouldn't actually snap at her, but she's not wrong. That salad won't fill me up, and lettuce gives me gas. If I eat this, she's in for a rough car ride, but I'm committed. Now I just have to swallow the complaints already forming on my tongue. This'll be fun. When the food arrives, the waitress slides Camryn's omelet in front of her and then, with a flourish, presents my plate of leafy betrayal. She refills our drinks, asks if we need anything else, and vanishes. Camryn eyes me, already skeptical. Camryn glances at her plate, shifting her sandwich to the other side of the hash browns before spinning it around to bring the omelet within reach. I pick up my fork and poke at the salad, pretending to arrange my food just like she did. Our eyes meet and we pause as if waiting for the other to speak first. She presses her lips together and I mirror her. Trade? She finally asks. Absolutely, I reply without hesitation, and we swap plates. Relief washes over both of us. This isn't something I'd normally order, but anything beats that soggy lettuce. Halfway through her meal, though I finished ages ago, I order a slice of chocolate cake and top off my coffee. The conversation circles back to her ex-best friend Natalie and how Natalie is, in Camryn's words, extra bisexual with an impossible-to-ignore chest. At least that's the impression I got. So what happened after the bathroom incident? I ask between bites of cake. I never used a public restroom again, she says. She has zero shame. She sounds fun, I remark. Camryn tilts her head, lost in thought. Yeah, she was. I watch her unnoticed as she absently stabs at the last piece of chicken, lost in memories. Suddenly, I drop my fork onto my plate, wipe my mouth with a napkin, and push back from the table. Where are you going? She asks, looking up. I just grin and head to the jukebox by the window, feeding it quarters as I scroll through the song list. Finally, I punch in my choice. The opening notes of Raisins in My Toast fill the diner as I stroll back to our booth. The waitstaff and the cook shoot me dirty looks, but I keep grinning. Camryn sits frozen, spine rigid, eyes wide. The second I start belting out the old-school lyrics, she slumps in her seat, her face turning the shade of a stop sign. Sliding back into my chair, I sink low, crooning dramatically, snapping my fingers like some greaser from the 50s. When the high notes hit, I go full Broadway, chin to my chest, pouring my soul into every word. Camryn buries her face in her hands, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. By the time the chorus rolls around, she's given up trying to hold it in. Camryn laughs so hard that tears stream down her cheeks, and she struggles to catch her breath. She slid so far down in her seat that her chin nearly rests on the table's edge. As the song finally ends, much to the relief of the restaurant staff, an older woman in the booth behind Camryn starts clapping loudly. The other customers seem unfazed by my performance, but judging by the look on Camryn's face, you'd think the entire place had been staring and laughing at us. Priceless. And she's utterly adorable when she's embarrassed. I lean forward, resting my arms on the table, and flash her a grin. Come on, it wasn't that bad, was it? She wipes at the smudged black makeup under her eyes with her fingertips, her shoulders still shaking from laughter. You really have no shame, do you? She says before bursting into giggles again. Back in the car, Camryn kicks off her shoes and curls her bare feet up on the passenger seat. Okay, I was mortified, but maybe I needed that. We're back on the road, letting Camryn's pointed finger dictate our route, eastbound on Highway 44, cutting through the lower half of Missouri. Glad I could be of service, I say, reaching to turn on the CD player. Oh no, she teases, how far back into the 70s are we diving this time? I tilt my head with a smirk. This one's a classic. Cranking up the volume, I tap my thumbs against the steering wheel to the beat. Yeah, I've heard this before, she admits, resting her head against the seat. Wayward Son. Close, I correct. Carry on, Wayward Son. Sure, but you just had to fix me, she huffs, pretending to be offended but failing miserably. I decide to push my luck. And who's the band? She scrunches her nose. No idea. Kansas, I say, raising an eyebrow like some pretentious music snob. One of my favorites. You say that about every band, she mutters, pressing her lips together. Maybe, I concede, but Kansas hits different. Their songs are raw, emotional. Take Dust in the Wind. Can you think of a better soundtrack for your deathbed? It just takes the fear out of dying. Takes the fear out of dying, she repeats, skepticism dripping from her words. Yeah, it's like Steve Walsh's Death, whispering that there's nothing to be scared of. Hell, if I got to pick a song to die to, that'd be it. She frowns. That's a little too morbid for me. Fair enough, I shrug. She shifts, turning fully toward me, legs tucked under her, shoulder pressed against the seat. The late afternoon sun catches the gold in her hair, and for a second the road ahead feels endless in the best way. Her golden braid, softening her expression as always, drapes over her right shoulder. Hotel California, she says, by the Eagles. I glance at her, genuinely impressed. That's an old favorite of mine. A warmth spreads through me. Seriously, that song is incredible, haunting too, always reminds me of those old black and white thrillers. Great pick. Okay, I'm officially impressed. My thumbs are still tapping along to Carry On Wayward Son when a loud bang echoes, followed by a relentless flapping noise. I ease the car onto the shoulder and kill the engine. Camryn's bare feet drop from the seat as she scans the interior, trying to pinpoint the sound. Did we get a flat? She asks, though it sounds more like, oh fantastic, a flat tire. Yep, I say, pulling the parking brake. Lucky for us there's a spare in the trunk. Is it one of those sad little donut tires? I laugh. Nope. Full-sized, rim and all, you won't even notice the difference. She looks relieved until she realizes I'm messing with her. She sticks out her tongue and squints, which immediately sends my imagination spiraling about what we could be doing in the backseat instead. My hand hovers over the door handle as she tucks her legs back up. Might want to make yourself useful, I tease. She blinks. What's that supposed to mean? Put your shoes on, I say, nodding at her sneakers on the floor. And get off your butt to help me. Her eyes widen and she glares like she's waiting for me to say just kidding. When I don't, she exhales sharply. But I don't even know how to change a tire. Sure you do, I correct her, and her jaw drops. You've seen it done 100 times in real life in movies. Trust me, you know how everyone does. I've never actually done it myself. She's practically pouting now. Well, today's your lucky day, I say, grinning. I crack my door open just enough to avoid getting sideswiped and wait for her to move. After a long, skeptical pause, Camryn shoves her feet into her sneakers and climbs out. I follow. Over here, I call, motioning her to the rear of the car. I point to the flat on the passenger side. If it was one of these two, you might have gotten out of it. You're really making me change the tire. I thought we'd already established that. Hey babe, I'm gonna teach you how to change a tire. But in the car, you said I just had to help, not do the whole thing myself. I nod. Well, technically you are helping, but fine, just come here. She follows me to the trunk and I pull out the spare, setting it on the road. The jack and lug wrench are in here too, grab them. She does, muttering about the black grime now coating her hands. I bite back a laugh as I lay the spare next to the flat. A semi roars past, the gust rocking the car slightly. This is so dangerous, she says, dropping the tools at my feet. What if someone swerves and hits us? Do you even watch Road Hazards? Wait, she watches that show. Actually, yeah, I admit. Now come on, let's get this done. If you crouch behind the car, we're less likely to get flattened. How does that make any difference? She frowns. Because if you stand out here looking all distracting, I might swerve too just to stare longer. She rolls her eyes and grabs the wrench. Ah. She groans, straining against the lug nuts. They're on way too tight. I loosen them a little but let her finish, keeping an eye on traffic, pretending it doesn't make me tense. If I stay alert, I can yank us both out of harm's way if needed. Next, the jack. I show her how to release it and where to position it, though she seems to figure that part out herself. After some fumbling, she gets the car lifted. Meanwhile, I'm definitely appreciating the view. I'd have to be blind or lying to pretend otherwise. Then out of nowhere, the sky opens up. No warning, just a sudden downpour. Camryn shrieks as she's instantly soaked, abandoning the tire. She bolts for the car door but freezes, realizing she can't get in while it's jacked up. Andrew, she's drenched, arms uselessly shielding her head. I'm dying laughing. Andrew, she's furious and it's hilarious. I grab her shoulders, rain stinging my face. I'll finish it, I say, barely keeping a straight face. Still grinning, I take over where she left off. Within minutes. The new tire is secured and I toss the old one along with the tools into the trunk. Wait, I call out as Camryn moves to get back in the car now that it's safe. She freezes, shivering in the rain. I slam the trunk shut and walk toward her, feeling the water squish in my shoes. I flash her a grin, hoping to lighten the mood. It's just water. She relaxes slightly, probably expecting more of my usual teasing. Come here. I hold out my hand and she hesitates before gripping it tightly. What? She asks, cautious. Her braid is soaked, the loose strands that usually frame her face now plastered to her forehead and neck. I lead her to the back of the car, let go of her hand and hop onto the trunk. She stands there, rain pouring over her until I reach for her again. This time she takes my hand and I pull her up beside me. She climbs onto the roof, staring at me like I've lost my mind, but she doesn't resist. Lie down, I shout over the downpour, dropping onto my back and letting my feet dangle over the windshield. Without a word, she stretches out next to me, though her expression screams disbelief. This is insane, she yells. You're insane. She must be just as crazy to stay here with me. I abandon any restraint and lay my left arm flat beside me. Instinctively, she rests her head against it. My breath catches. I didn't see that coming, but I'm glad she did. Just open your eyes and look up, I tell her, doing the same. A small truck speeds past, followed by a few cars, but we barely notice. Another, bigger truck rumbles by, shaking the car with its wind, but neither of us cares. She shivers at first as the rain hits her face, squeezing her eyes shut. Every now and then, she buries her face against my side to escape the cold, laughing softly the whole time. Then she forces herself to look up again, but this time she closes her eyes and opens her mouth. I watch the raindrops slide over her lips, tracing tiny streams, the way she smiles and flinches when the water trickles down her throat, how her shoulders rise when she tries to hide her face, laughing and drenched. I can't stop staring at her, forgetting the storm entirely. Camryn, when I finally kept my eyes open long enough, I stared straight up at the rain falling toward me. I'd never seen it like this before, head-on from below. Even though I blinked more than I could really see, what I did catch was breathtaking. Each drop seemed to hang suspended for just a second, separate from the thousands around it, letting me take in every shimmering detail before it disappeared. The dark clouds swirled overhead as the car shuddered against the gusts of wind from passing traffic. I shivered despite the summer heat. Nothing around me felt as electric as Andrew's presence beside me. Later, we sprinted back to the car, laughing as we raced to escape the drizzle. My door slammed shut just before his did. I'm freezing. I hugged my arms tight, teeth chattering. Andrew grinned so wide it looked painful, then cranked the heat up. I tried not to think about how his arm had lingered under mine earlier or how he'd left it there on purpose. Judging by the way he rubbed his hands together, pretending to focus on warming up, he was avoiding the thought too. Wet clothes are the worst, I muttered, my breath fogging the window. Tell me about it, he said, buckling his seatbelt. I followed suit, though I knew I'd wiggle out of it eventually for comfort. My toes feel like slugs, he added, glancing down. I grimaced and he laughed, kicking off his shoes and tossing them behind us. I did the same. No way I'd admit my feet were just as gross. We need somewhere to change, I said. He started the engine, eyes glinting. Backseat's right there, Scout's honor, I won't peek. He raised his hands in mock surrender before gripping the wheel. Yeah, right, I scoffed. I'll wait for actual walls, thanks. Suit yourself. Oh, he'd peek, and honestly, I wouldn't mind. Rain hammered the windshield, wipers struggling to keep up. Andrew blasted the heat until the car felt like a steam room, refusing to turn it down until I nodded approval. Hotel California. He flashed those dimples, flipping through CDS until the haunting guitar intro filled the car. Let's see if you remember the words. His hand dropped back to the wheel as the eerie melody built. We locked eyes, waiting for the first verse, then erupted into air drumming before Don Henley even sang a note. Verse by verse, we belted it out, trading lines like a duet, only we understood when the first chorus hits. We both belt it out at the top of our lungs, practically screaming at the windshield. Squint our eyes and bob our heads to the beat, and I pretend I'm not mortified by how terrible my singing sounds. By the second verse, our earlier harmony falls apart, but we push through, stumbling over the lyrics a couple of times before roaring 1969, in unison. After that, our energy dips, and we just let the music fill the car. But when the iconic second chorus kicks in and the song takes a darker turn, we're right back in it, shouting every word while locking eyes. Andrew nails the word alibi so perfectly it gives me chills, and with fists pumping, we scream that we just can't kill the beast. The next few hours on the road to wherever we're headed pass like this, singing so much and so loud my throat starts to ache. The playlist is all classic rock with a few 90s tracks thrown in, mostly Alice in Chains and Aerosmith, and weirdly, I don't mind at all. I'm loving every second, knowing I'm making memories I'll never forget. With Andrew. We pull over at a rest stop in Jackson, Tennessee, finally taking advantage of the break. In the bathroom, we peel off our damp clothes. Apparently, we'd been sitting in them way longer than we realized. I guess belting out off-key lyrics and Andrew's heroic efforts to ignore my terrible voice distracted us from how uncomfortable we were. He changes faster than I do and is already leaning against the car when I step out in the only semi-clean outfit from my bag, white cotton shorts and the college t-shirt I usually sleep in. Unfortunately, I only packed one bra, and since I wore it during our rainy adventure, it's still soaked. No way am I getting back in the car with the girls running wild. These shorts aren't for your entertainment, I say, sliding into the passenger seat and pointing at him. Just so we're clear. The corner of his mouth quirks up. Noted, he says, pretending to jot it down on an imaginary notepad. I shift in my seat, tugging the shorts down so they don't ride up, covering a little more thigh. I'm tempted to kick off my black flip-flops, but think better of it when I see how wet the floor is. Thank God for leather seats. I'm gonna need to buy more clothes, I mutter. Andrew's already back in his usual uniform, dark jeans, black Doc Martens and another plain grey tee, this one a shade lighter than before. The outfit suits him like everything does, but if I'm being honest, I miss seeing his tanned, muscular calves and the Celtic tattoo on his ankle. Why'd you pack so little? He asks, eyes still on the road. Not that I'm complaining. I grin, didn't know where I was headed, didn't want to drag around a bunch of junk. Makes sense. The Tennessee sun beats down as we head south. On the other side of the highway, traffic crawls to a standstill, road closure. We both joke about how glad we are not to be stuck in that mess. Eventually, daylight fades behind the horizon, painting the endless rice and cotton fields in a hazy purple glow. There's always a sprawling field stretching as far as you can see on either side of the interstate. We roll into Birmingham, Alabama, just past 7. Where do you want to shop for clothes? He asks. We cruise slowly through the city, past stoplights and gas stations. I sit up, scanning the neon signs for anything familiar. Andrew points ahead. There's a Walmart. Good enough, I say. He turns left at the light, pulling into the parking lot. The second I step out, I yank my underwear out of my backside. Need help? I laugh. Nope. We weave through the sea of cars, my flip-flops slapping against my heels. I cringe, knowing I probably look like a mess. Faded braid hanging limp, shorts riding up, makeup long gone from the rain earlier. Inside, I keep my eyes fixed on the blinding white floor to avoid awkward glances. The women's section comes first. I grab basics, 2 pairs of cotton shorts, short but not constantly adjusting short, and a few V-neck tees with random slogans. I eye the underwear aisle but decide I can survive without. Next, we hit the pharmacy where Andrew beelines for razors and shaving cream. Haven't shaved in a week, he says, rubbing the scruff that's taken over his jaw. It's stupidly attractive, but he's fine either way, so I keep that to myself. Why do I even care? I grab razors, some Olay shaving cream, and because you can never have enough, a bottle of mouthwash. After grabbing shampoo and conditioner, with Andrew taking some items from me, we head to the pharmacy aisle where a middle-aged couple is endlessly debating cough syrup labels. Andrew casually asks, "Babe, did you find that cream for the yeast infection?" My eyes widen and I freeze in front of the pain relievers. He grabs a small box of Advil while the couple pretends not to hear, though I know better. "Are you sure that's what's causing the itch?" he continues, and my face burns so hot I might melt. This time the couple sneaks a glance at us. Andrew smirks at me, pretending to read labels. I want to smack him, but instead I fight fire with fire. "Yep, found it, sweetheart," I say, matching his tone. "And did you check if they have extra small condoms?" The woman turns, sizing him up before refocusing on the cough syrup. Andrew doesn't flinch. I knew he wouldn't. He's loving every second of this. "One size fits all, babe," he says, grinning. "Told you they work better when you're really, really hard." I snort, laugh, and the couple bolts. "You're the worst," I hiss, still laughing as a can of shaving cream slips from my arms and clatters to the floor. I bend to grab it. "Like you're innocent." Andrew tosses a tube of antibiotic ointment into the cart before we head to checkout. He adds 2 bags of beef jerky and a pack of Tic Tacs to the belt. I grab hand sanitizer, lip balm, and my own jerky. Ooh, bold move, he teases. I grin and slide the divider between our items. Nah, I just love jerky. I'd eat it even if it was radioactive. He chuckles, then tries to convince the cashier to ring us up together as he pulls out his card. Not this time, I say, resting my arm firmly on the divider. I shake my head at the cashier. Don't even think about it. I'm paying for mine. She glances between us, waiting for his reaction. If he argues, I shut it down. My stuff, my money, end of story, deal with it. He rolls his eyes but swipes his card. Back in the car, Andrew tears open his jerky. You sure you don't want me to drive for a while? I ask. He shakes his head, chewing slowly on the tough piece of meat. We'll find another motel and stay the night, he says between bites. Swallowing hard, he shoves another piece into his mouth, starts the engine, and we pull away. A few miles down the road, we spot a rundown motel with a flickering neon sign. We grab our bags and take 2 large rooms side by side. Inside, the decor is straight out of the 70s, dingy green carpet, matching heavy curtains, and a dark floral bedspread that looks like it's seen better days. I flip on the TV immediately, letting the glow and noise distract from the oppressive gloom. He paid for the rooms again, insisting it was his turn since I'd covered Walmart earlier. Andrew does his usual sweep of the room before collapsing into the armchair by the window. I drop my bag on the floor, yank the scratchy bedspread off, and toss it into the corner. Is it dirty? He asks, slouching with his legs stretched out, looking completely drained. No, just gross, I mutter. I perch at the foot of the bed, kicking off my flip-flops and crossing my legs, hands folded in my lap, still self-conscious in the shorts that leave too much exposed. You said you didn't know where you were going, Andrew says suddenly. It takes me a second to realize he's referring to my excuse in the car for my lack of clothes. He laces his fingers together, resting them on his stomach. I hesitate before answering, my voice vague. Yeah, I didn't. He shifts forward in the chair, elbows on his knees, hands dangling between them. Tilting his head, he studies me, and I know what's coming, one of those conversations where I'll either dodge or cave depending on how well he pushes. I'm no expert, he says, but I just don't buy that you took off alone with barely anything, no plan, no destination, just because your best friend screwed you over. He's right. Natalie and Damon weren't the real reason, just the last straw. No, it wasn't just her. Then what was it? I don't want to talk about it, or maybe I do. Part of me thinks I could tell him everything. Another part warns me to shut up. His problems are heavier than mine, and if I spill, I'll just sound like a whiny idiot. I fix my eyes on the TV, pretending to half-watch some infomercial. He stands up. It must have been pretty intense, he says as he walks toward me, and I want you to tell me about it. Pretty intense? Great, now he's just making this harder. Knowing he expects something terrible, I feel even less like sharing, like I need to make something up, which of course I don't. The bed shifts as he sits beside me. I refuse to look at him, keeping my eyes glued to the TV. Guilt twists my stomach, but it flutters too, just from how close he is. Still, the guilt wins. You can't keep ignoring me, he says, resting his elbows on his knees, hands clasped between them. You'll have to tell me eventually. I glance sideways. It's nothing compared to what you're going through. That's all I say before turning back to the screen. Please stop digging, Andrew. I want to tell you somehow. I know you'd understand, maybe even make it better, but what am I saying? Just stop asking. Are you really comparing your pain to mine? He asks. Just because my dad's dying, you think whatever made you want to leave home isn't important enough? He says it like the idea itself is ridiculous. Yeah, I admit. That's exactly what I think. He frowns, glancing at the TV, then back at me. Well, that's complete nonsense, he says bluntly. You know that saying, someone always has it worse. I hate that. Sure, if it's a contest, I'd pick health over sickness, but it's not a contest, right? Is he trying to read me or just make his point? I nod, silent. Pain is pain, sweetheart. Every time he calls me that, I lose focus. Just because one person's problem seems smaller doesn't mean it hurts any less. I know he's right, but I still feel selfish. His fingers brush my wrist, warm and steady, and for a second I want to kiss him. The urge surges up, unexpected and fierce. I swallow hard, shoving it back down where my stomach's already doing flips. Pulling away, I stand up. Hey, Camryn, I didn't mean, I was just trying to. I know, I say softly, arms crossed, my back to him. It's one of those it's not you, it's me moments, but I keep that to myself too. I feel him stand up, and when I turn my upper body, I see him grab the bags by the wall and walk toward the door. I want to stop him, but I can't. I should go so you can sleep, he says softly. I nod again, saying nothing, afraid my voice might betray the storm inside me, afraid of sinking deeper into this dangerous thing with Andrew. Watching him walk out, I hate myself a little, but what choice do I have? I can't let myself fall for Andrew Parrish, no matter how much some part of me wants to. It's not just the fear of getting hurt again, though sure that's there, it's bigger than that. I don't even know who I am, I don't know what I want, how I feel, or how I'm supposed to feel. If I let Andrew in now, I'd just be selfish. What if he falls for me? What if he wants something I can't give? What if I break his heart on top of everything else he's lost? I can't handle that kind of responsibility. I spin around, staring at the door, replaying the look on his face right before he left. Or maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe he just wants something casual, no strings, no mess. The thought makes me laugh bitterly. Here I am drowning in my own chaos while he's probably already moved on. I walk to the mirror and glare at the girl staring back, someone I recognize but don't really know. There's a disconnect between us, like we're strangers. Screw this. I slam my palms against the dresser, then snatch up my new clothes, black shorts, a white tee with the Eiffel Tower and GT AIM scrawled across it, and storm into the bathroom. Under the shower, I let the scalding water pound into me, not to wash anything away, just to feel something other than this mess in my head. All I can think about is Andrew and Ian, and why the hell I'm thinking about both of them at the same time. When my skin feels raw, I step out, towel off, and wring the water from my hair. I blow-dry it naked in front of the mirror, then realize I forgot clean underwear. Great. I let my hair air-dry the rest of the way, pushing it behind my ears, out of my face. Then I hear it, Andrew playing guitar again. The sound of my TV blaring suddenly makes me furious. I stomp over to turn off the music so I can hear Andrew better. I stand there for a moment, letting the melody sink in even though it stings. It's not that the song itself is sad, but for some reason listening to it still hurts. Finally, I grab my keys, slip into my flip-flops and step out of the room. My lips feel suddenly dry, so I lick them nervously, take a deep breath, swallow hard and knock softly on his door. The guitar stops and a few seconds later the door clicks open. He's just showered, his brown hair still damp, sticking up in messy tufts. He stares at me, wearing nothing but black athletic shorts. I try not to let my eyes linger on his lightly tanned abs or the way his veins seem more pronounced now that he's half-dressed. Damn, maybe I should just turn around and go back to my room. No, I came here to talk, and that's what I'm going to do. For the first time, I notice the tattoo on his left arm and want to ask about it, but I save it for later. He gives me a gentle smile and I just blurt it all out. It started about 1.5 years ago. A week before graduation, my boyfriend died in a car accident. His smile fades, but his eyes stay soft, telling me he genuinely cares without making it overly dramatic. He pushes the door wider, inviting me in. Before I can even sit, he's already pulled on a shirt, maybe to avoid making me think he's trying to distract or flirt, especially since I'm clearly here to share something painful. That small gesture makes me respect him even more. Sure, it's a shame he covered up, but honestly, it's fine. That's not why I'm here, probably. There's real sorrow in his green eyes mixed with quiet thoughtfulness. He turns off the TV and sits beside me just like he did earlier on my bed, waiting patiently for me to continue. We fell in love when we were 16, I say, staring straight ahead. But he waited 2 years for me, 2 years. I glance at him sharply to drive the point home. Before I was ready to sleep with him. I don't know any teenage guy who'd wait that long. Andrew nods like, yeah, fair point. Before Ian, I had other boyfriends, but they were just, I pause, searching for the right word. Predictable, to be honest. By the time I was 12, I already saw most people I met as painfully predictable. Andrew tilts his head, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. But Ian was different. The first thing he said during our first real conversation was, I wonder if the ocean smells different on the other side of the world. At first, I laughed because it seemed like such a weird thing to say, but then it hit me. That one simple sentence set him apart from everyone else I knew. Ian was the kind of person who watched us from the outside, like we were ants stuck in the same routine day after day. I knew I wanted more out of life, something different, but it wasn't until I met Ian that I started figuring out what that actually meant. Andrew chuckles softly. Figuring yourself out before you're even 20, that's rare. Yeah, I guess, I say, my smile turning into a quick laugh. You wouldn't believe how much Damon, Natalie, even my mom and brother Cole teased me about my so-called deep thoughts. I make air quotes around deep and roll my eyes. Deep thoughts are a good thing, he says, and I glance at him, suddenly aware of the pull between us, even though he keeps it in check for the sake of the conversation. But then his smile fades, his voice dropping lower. So when you lost Ian, you lost your partner in crime. My smile fades too, and I grip the edge of the bed, slumping slightly. Yeah, we were supposed to travel after graduation, maybe start with Europe, at least that was the plan. We were dead set on going. I meet his eyes. Neither of us wanted to just grind through more school only to work 40 hours a week for the rest of our lives. We wanted to work everywhere, try everything, then move on to the next place. Andrew grins. That's actually a pretty cool idea. 1 week you're a bartender living off tips, the next you're belly dancing on a street corner in some random town surviving on tourist donations. I laugh, shaking my head, my cheeks warm. Bartender maybe, belly dancing not so much, he smirks. Come on, you'd kill it. I look away, letting the blush fade. 6 months after Ian died, I continue, my brother Cole hit and killed a man while driving drunk. Now he's in prison. Then my dad cheated on my mom and they split up. My boyfriend Christian cheated on me, and you already know what happened to Natalie. That's it. I've told him everything that pushed me to run. I can't bring myself to look at him, sensing there should be more to this moment, like he's sitting there thinking, okay, but where's the rest of it? That's a hell of a lot to dump on someone, he says, and I glance up as he shifts closer. The peppermint scent of his breath hits me when he turns fully toward me, studying me from the side. You have every right to be hurt, Camryn. I stay quiet but thank him with my eyes. Now I get why it was so easy to talk you into this road trip, he adds, his expression unreadable. I hope he doesn't think I'm just using him to recreate what I'd planned with Ian. Sure, the setup is similar, even I can see that now, but the reason I'm here with Andrew couldn't be more different. I'm here because I want to be. It hits me then I've avoided thinking about Ian and Andrew together, not because I'm trying to turn Andrew into some replacement, but out of guilt, like I'm betraying Ian by moving on. I push up from the bed, shaking off the thought. What are you gonna do? Andrew asks behind me. After this trip, my heart turns to stone. Since I met him, hell, since I left North Carolina, I haven't thought beyond the present. Not on purpose, the future just never crossed my mind. His question snaps me out of this hazy limbo and panic sets in. I wasn't ready for reality to crash in. I was fine in my little bubble of denial. I turn, arms crossed, and his striking eyes lock onto mine. I honestly have no idea. He looks surprised for a second, thoughtful gaze drifting. You could still go to college, he offers, probably trying to cheer me up. And it's not like you'd be stuck in some soul-sucking job forever. You could backpack through Europe if you wanted. He stands, pacing a few steps. I can practically see the gears turning in his head. You're incredible, he says, and my pulse stutters. Smart, way more driven than most. You could do anything if you put your mind to it. Yeah, I know, sounds like some cheesy motivational poster, but with you, it's true. I shrug. Maybe, but the only thing I know for sure is that I don't want to go home to figure it out. I think I'm afraid that if I go back, I'll drown in the same nonsense I escaped when I got on that bus. Andrew suddenly leans forward. Tell me, he says, locking eyes with me, what frustrates you most about the people around you? What frustrates me? I pause, staring at the brass lamp on the wall beside the bed. I'm not sure. He steps closer, his fingers brushing my arm as he guides me back to sit beside him. Think about it, he says. Based on what you just told me, what's the difference between you and them? It irritates me that it takes so long to figure out when he already seems to know. I stare at my hands in my lap, turning it over in my mind. Finally, one answer surfaces, even if I'm not entirely convinced. Expectations. Is that a question or your answer? I exhale, frustrated. I don't know, I feel trapped by everyone except Ian, obviously. He nods, letting me talk without interruption, and I can almost feel the truth forming before I say it. Then out of nowhere, the words spill out. No one wants to do the things I want to do, I admit, the realization sharpening as I speak. Like living freely, not following the usual path. No one's willing to step out of their comfort zone with me just because it's not what most people do. I couldn't even tell my parents I didn't want to keep studying, they just assumed I would. I took a job at a department store because my mom thought it would make me happy. I visited my brother every Saturday because she expected me to, like I was supposed to want to see him, even when I didn't. Natalie kept pushing me to date again because she thought it was weird I was single. I think I've spent most of my life afraid to just be myself. A sudden thought hits me and I turn to him, startled by my own words. In a way, even with Ian. I look away quickly, shocked I said it out loud. It slipped out before I could stop it. Andrew's expression flickers with questions, but he hesitates, biting his cheek. For a second I study him, his lips, the way he watches me, and I wonder what it would be like to kiss him. No, I force myself to look down. Now I'm doing exactly what I hate, holding back what I really want. At least that's what I think I want. Andrew, I say, and though he stays silent, his eyes flicker in response. Think this through, Cam, I tell myself. Are you absolutely sure? What's wrong? He asks. Have you ever had a one-night stand? The words hang in the air like I've just blurted out the world's most scandalous secret in the middle of a crowded room. No taking it back now. I'm still not entirely convinced this is what I want, but the thought's been gnawing at me for ages. Even back when I was with Blake, I'd catch myself wondering. Andrew's face goes blank, like he's scrambling for a response but coming up empty. My stomach twists and I feel sick. I shouldn't have said it. I knew better. I bolt up from the bed. I'm sorry, oh God, you must think I'm... His hand shoots out, catching my wrist. Sit down. I hesitate but obey, unable to meet his eyes. The humiliation burns. What are you doing? He asks, voice low. I force myself to look at him. You're doing it right now. He gestures sharply, emphasizing right now, his brow furrowed. Doing what exactly? He licks his lips, exhales like he's disappointed, then finally says, Camryn, you started telling me something you've probably rehearsed a dozen times, and the second it left your mouth, you panicked like you regretted it. His gaze locks onto mine, intense and knowing, with something else I can't quite place. Ask me again, and this time wait for my answer. I study the tension in his expression, unsure if it's him or me making me nervous. Swallowing hard, I whisper, have you ever had a one-night stand? His face doesn't change. Yeah, a few times. Now he waits even though I have no clue how to navigate this awkwardness. It's like he knows I'm squirming inside but wants to teach me something instead of playing therapist the way he has since I walked into his room. His eyebrows lift slightly. Well, I was just curious, I mutter. Because I've never done it. Why not? He presses. I glance down then back up quickly before he can scold me. I don't know, it always seemed kind of trashy, I guess. Andrew laughs and the sound catches me off guard, loosening the knot in my chest. Nothing wrong with it, he says. I don't get him. Why isn't he seizing the moment? Instead of flirting or making a move, he's still acting like my damn life coach. It's driving me crazy. Okay, so. I trail off, lost. Talking about my sex life, or lack of one, has never come naturally to me. Natalie's the only person I've ever felt comfortable opening up to about it. Andrew exhales, his shoulders slumping forward. Are you looking for a one-night stand with me? He knew I couldn't bring myself to ask, so he did it for me. Even though I saw it coming, the words still knocked the air out of me. It's embarrassing, maybe even more so because he had to say it first. Maybe. He stands looking down at me with an unreadable expression. I'm sorry, but I don't want you like that. It feels like a punch to the gut. My fingers dig into the edge of the mattress, locking my arms in place. All I want is to bolt out the door, lock myself in my room, and never have to face Andrew again. Not because I don't want to see him, but because I can't stand the thought of him seeing me like this. Humiliation burns through me, so this is what happens when I finally speak up. I don't know whether to accept this as some kind of twisted life lesson or resent him for being the one to teach it to me. I lunge off the bed and make a break for the door. Camryn, wait. Hearing him move after me, I pick up speed, nearly slamming into the hallway. Behind me, his voice sharpens. Damn it, just hold on. I ignore him, fumbling for my key card before shoving into my room. But before I can shut the door, Andrew forces his way inside. He closes it behind him. Will you just listen for a second? He snaps, stepping closer. His hands grip my arms, gentle but firm, and then he kisses me. I melt into it, too stunned to react properly. My pulse is racing, my thoughts a tangled mess. When he pulls back, his expression is serious, but there's a flicker of amusement in his eyes. What's so funny? I demand, trying to push him away. He doesn't let go, forcing me to meet his gaze. The humiliation on my face must be obvious, but now it's mixed with frustration. Camryn, when I said I didn't want you like that, he hesitates, studying me before his eyes drop to my lips like he's debating whether to kiss me again. I meant you're the kind of girl I want more than just one night with. His words send my thoughts spiraling, my heart hammering even harder. I can't untangle what he's saying fast enough, so I just stand there, trying to steady my breathing. Listen, he murmurs, moving beside me, his arm slipping around my waist. His fingers trace lightly across my skin, sending shivers down my spine. What in the world is happening to me? I do want him, and if I'm being honest, right now it feels like there's no turning back, like I'd force myself to be with him for just one night if only to keep him here. But what I don't understand is why I also want more from him than just sex. Camryn. His voice snaps me out of my thoughts, bringing me back to whatever he was trying to say. He guides me to the bed, sits me down at the foot of it, then kneels in front of me on the floor. His eyes lock onto mine. I don't want a one-night stand, but if you'll let me, I want to make you come in a different way. A jolt of electricity shoots straight through me, settling low between my thighs. What is all I manage to say? He smiles softly, those dimples deepening, and rests his hands on my bare thighs, his fingers gripping my hips. No strings, he murmurs. I'll give you an orgasm, then I'll go back to my own room. Tomorrow we keep moving like nothing happened. No awkwardness, no jokes, it'll be like it never did. I can barely breathe. With just a few words, he's already made me ache for him. But what about you? I force out. What about me? It just doesn't seem fair. I'm still reeling from the sudden shift in the air, struggling to process any of this. Andrew just grins, unfazed by my reaction, then pushes up from the floor. He nudges my legs apart, making me slide back slightly on the bed, then pulls me onto his lap, my thighs framing his waist. My eyes widen. He's so casual about this, and somehow that only makes me want him more. His arms wrap around me strong and sure as he leans in. His lips brush my jaw, and I shiver head to toe. Then he tugs me closer, his breath warm against my ear. It's fair enough. I want to make you come, and trust me, I'll get mine. I hear the smirk in his voice, and when I meet his gaze, I can't look away. If he told me to get on my hands and knees right now, I'd do it without hesitation. His mouth drifts to the other side of my neck. Then why not just sleep with me? I whisper, then quickly rephrase. I mean, if you want something more. He leans back, pressing 3 fingers to my lips to silence me. Only going to say this once, he begins, his eyes dark and swirling with intensity. And I don't want any backtalk when I say it, understand? I nod nervously. He pauses, licks his lips, then speaks again, his voice low. If you let me fuck you, you have to let me own you too. A wave of raw pleasure surges through me, making my knees weak. His words pull me in, making me want to surrender completely. My heart screams yes, but my mind fights for control, except I can barely think straight with the heat building between my legs. I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry as if every drop of moisture in my body has rushed to that one aching spot. I can't even catch my breath. How is it possible to feel this much when he hasn't even touched me yet? Am I dreaming? But couldn't I just, take care of you instead? He tilts his head, a teasing smirk playing on his lips, and it takes everything in me not to kiss him right then. I said no backtalk. I wasn't arguing, I was just suggesting an alternative. His fingers slip beneath the thin fabric of my panties, brushing against me, and my breath hitches. Any protest dies in my throat. Quiet, he murmurs, firm but soft. Then his fingers push inside, his thumb pressing just right, and I gasp again. Can you be quiet for me, Camryn? Trembling, I whisper, yes, biting my lip as he withdraws. I want to beg him not to stop, but the way he commanded silence leaves me torn between defiance and submission. My eyes flutter open as he drags his wet fingers over my lips, and instinctively I taste them. He watches, then brings them to his own mouth, savoring the flavor before leaning in. Our lips meet and I melt into the kiss, desperate to taste him too, but just as I deepen it, he eases me back onto the bed, denying me the full satisfaction I crave. His hands slide down my waist, peeling off my shorts and panties before tossing them aside. Then he stretches out beside me, one arm draped possessively over my body. His fingers slip under my shirt, I hadn't bothered with a bra, and his warm palm cups my bare breast, teasing my nipple until it hardens. His lips trail along my jaw, then lower, his tongue tracing the shell of my ear. Every nerve in my body sparks to life, my back arching as his touch sets me on fire. His breath is warm against the side of my face as he murmurs, "Do you want me to touch you?" My voice is barely a whisper when I answer, yes. His teeth graze my earlobe and his hand drifts down my stomach, pausing just above my navel. "Tell me you want me to touch you." He breathes into my ear, his words sending a shiver through me. My eyelids feel heavy, but I manage to whisper, "I want you to touch me." His fingers trail lower and my heart pounds so hard I swear it might burst from my chest. Just when I think he's going to give me what I crave, his hand shifts to my thigh instead. "Open your legs." I let them fall apart slowly, but he nudges them wider, leaving me completely exposed. He lifts me slightly, pulling my shirt up, his mouth closing over one nipple, then the other, sucking, biting, teasing with the wet heat of his tongue until I'm trembling. My fingers tangle in his hair, gripping but not pulling, though every nerve in my body begs me to. His lips trace a slow path down my ribs, his tongue exploring each curve until he reaches my stomach. His gaze locks onto mine, dark and commanding, his lips brushing my skin as he murmurs, "You have to tell me what you want, Camryn." His tongue drags agonizingly slow across my stomach and I arch against him. "You won't get it unless you say it like you mean it. Please," I beg, my voice breaking, "please touch me." "I don't believe you," he says, almost regretful, before his tongue flicks once, just once, over my clit. Then he stops, watching me, waiting. I'm so wound up I can barely think. "Please, I want you to lick my pussy," I whisper, so quiet he pretends not to hear. "Did you say something?" He does it again, even slower this time, and a shudder rolls through me. "I don't think I caught that." I repeat it, louder this time, though the word still burns my tongue, something I've always thought was crude, something that belonged in cheap movies, not my mouth. Andrew slides 2 fingers between my lips, his tongue flicking once more, just enough to make my thighs shake. "A woman who knows what she wants," he murmurs, his eyes locked on mine, and isn't afraid to say it. "That's the sexiest thing, Camryn, say it. Or you don't get it." His tongue teases me again and I snap. I fist his hair, pulling him closer, and gasp, "Lick me, Andrew, damn it, lick my fucking pussy." And then the most wicked grin I've ever seen spreads across his face. I close my eyes, tilting my head back as I let myself fall into the sensation. His mouth is relentless against me, his tongue working in sharp, deliberate strokes while his fingers move in perfect rhythm. The pleasure is overwhelming, dizzying. I can barely keep my thoughts straight. My hands twist into his hair, pulling slightly, but he doesn't slow down. If anything, he pushes harder, alternating between deep sucking pressure and quick teasing flicks. Just when I think I can't take it anymore, his grip tightens on my thighs, holding me in place. The climax hits me hard, my legs trembling, my fingers digging into his scalp. A moan escapes my lips as I arch back, gripping the headboard for balance, but he doesn't let up. His hands press into my skin, the pressure towing the line between pleasure and pain. As the waves of sensation finally begin to ebb, his touch softens, his mouth trailing slow, lingering kisses up my stomach. He pauses at my neck, then my jaw, before finally meeting my lips in a slow, tender kiss. When he pulls away, I'm still breathless, my body heavy with exhaustion. I watch as he stands, my limbs too weak to reach for him. He glances back once and I manage to ask, "Where are you going?" Even though I already know, he smirks just a little before saying, "My room." The door clicks shut behind him, leaving me in the dim glow of the bedside lamp. I sit up, twisting the sheets between my fingers, replaying every second in my head. The light had been on the whole time. Somehow that feels like the most surprising part of all. I've always been pretty reserved. Even with Ian, I preferred the lights off when we were intimate. But now, my mind was completely blank, and the words that came out of my mouth, I'd never said anything like that before. I actually used the C word. Even now, I can't believe it slipped out. Sure, I'd done my fair share of dirty talk with Ian, phrases like F me, or yes, yes, harder, but that was pretty much the extent of my explicit vocabulary. What is Andrew Parrish doing to me? Whatever it is, I think I want more of it. I stand up, pulling on my panties and shorts, ready to march straight to his room, except I have no clue what I'd even do once I got there. Barefoot on the green carpet, I hesitate at the door. What would I even say? I don't even know what I want. My arms hang limp at my sides and a heavy sigh escapes my lips. Like it never even happened, I mutter dryly, mocking his words. Good luck pulling that off. Andrew had been awake since 8 a.m. when his brother Asher called. His first thought was bad news about their dad, but no, Asher just wanted to vent about Aiden being pissed over a guitar, like he cared. Aiden wasn't about to show up demanding it back. Besides, the guitar wasn't the real issue. Aiden was mad because Andrew had left Wyoming, still running from his problems, and honestly, he had every right to be. Asher was mostly checking in. You good, man? He asked. Yeah, great, perfect actually. You being sarcastic? Nope, Andrew said into the phone. Dead serious, Ash, life's treating me well. It's that girl, isn't it, Camryn? That her name? Yeah, that's her name, and yeah, it's her. He grinned, distracted by vivid memories from last night. Just thinking about Camryn kept a permanent smile on his face. Well, you know where I am if you need me, Asher said, and between the lines, Andrew heard the unspoken warning. His brother knew better than to push the subject. Andrew had made it clear he wouldn't tolerate another conversation about it. Yeah, I know, thanks. Hey, how's Dad? No change since you saw him. Guess that's the best we can hope for right now. After hanging up, he called his mom to reassure her. One more day, and she'd probably have filed a missing person report. He packed his duffel bag, and as he passed the TV, he smacked the wall a couple of times, right where Camryn's head had probably been resting on the pillow. I've gotten to know her well enough by now to realize she can sleep through almost anything. Apparently, my music is the only thing that ever disturbs her. I take a quick shower, and as I think back to where my mouth was last night, I almost regret having to brush my teeth. Maybe I can revisit that later today if she's up for it, of course. Honestly, I don't have a single issue with that as long as I can take care of myself afterward. Better that than risking her touching me. That would mean it's all over, at least for me. I want her so badly it aches, but it just can't happen. I throw on my clothes, shove my bare feet into my black sneakers, thankfully dry after yesterday's downpour, sling my bags over my shoulder, grab Aiden's guitar by the neck and head down the hall to Camryn's room. The sound of the TV tells me she's awake, and I wonder how long she'll keep pretending nothing happened. Camryn, I freeze at the knock on my door, a deep breath in held too long, then a sharp exhale that sends the tip of my braid flying. No way am I cracking first. Like nothing happened. Yeah, right, when I open the door and see him standing there, all casual and unfairly attractive, I'm done for. My face burns so hot I'm surprised my skin doesn't peel off. I stare at the floor, scrambling to keep my brain from short-circuiting. Only when I've pulled myself together do I dare look up. The smirk on his lips says it all. Oh, come on, that expression might as well be a neon sign. His gaze sweeps over me, taking in my outfit and packed bags, then he grins. Ready. I grab my things and follow him out. The second we're in the car, I latch onto anything to distract myself from the one thing my brain won't shut up about, the best oral sex of my life. His scent doesn't help, soap, shampoo, and something undeniably him. Okay, not working, so the plan is to drive around hitting random motels and only stopping at Waffle Houses. Not that I'm complaining. He buckles up and starts the engine. Now I've got something else in mind. Oh, curiosity piqued. Breaking your own no plans rule for this trip. Technically, it was never a rule, he says. The vintage Chevelle rumbles to life as we pull out. He's wearing the same black shorts as yesterday, and I sneak a glance at his calves, tense as he works the pedals. His navy t-shirt clings just right, the fabric stretching over his arms. So what's the plan then? I asked, leaning back in my seat. New Orleans, he said with a grin. It's only about 5.5 hours away. My face lit up. I've never been there before. He looked thrilled at the idea of being the one to take me for the first time. Honestly, I was just as excited, though if I'm being real, I wouldn't have cared if we were driving straight into a Louisiana swamp as long as Andrew was next to me. 2 hours later, we'd cycled through every random topic imaginable, carefully avoiding last night's conversation. Finally, I decided to be the one to bring up the elephant in the car. I reached over and turned down the radio. Andrew shot me a curious glance. Hey, about what I said last night, I've never said anything like that before, just so you know, I admitted, my voice quieter than I intended. Andrew smirked, his grip loosening slightly on the wheel. But you liked saying it, he pointed out. That's what matters, right? Oh, there wasn't a single thing about last night I didn't like. My cheeks burned instantly. Yeah, kinda, I mumbled. You're telling me you never once thought about saying stuff like that before? He pressed. I hesitated. Okay, maybe once or twice. I narrowed my eyes at him, not like it was some big fantasy or anything, but yeah, the idea crossed my mind. Then why didn't you ever do it? He already knew the answer, I could tell by the way he was watching me. Guess I was just too chicken, I said with a shrug. He chuckled, tightening his hold on the wheel as we hit a winding stretch of highway. I always figured that kind of talk was for people like Dominique Starler or Cinnamon Dreams in those cheesy adult films, Legally Boned or Friday Night Dykes or whatever. His eyebrows shot up. You watch those? I whipped my head toward him. No, I didn't even know those were real movies, I just made up titles. Andrew's grin turned playful. Honestly, I don't know if they exist either, he said quickly, seeing my horrified expression. But I wouldn't be surprised, and I get what you mean. I relaxed slightly. Just so you know, he added, I think it's hot. Cue the instant blush. At this point, I might as well have it tattooed on my face. It only got worse the more time I spent with him. So you do find adult stars attractive? I asked, half hoping he'd deny it. Andrew pressed his lips together. Not really. I mean, it's hot, but not the way they do it. I frowned, confused. Anders, how? Well, if Dominique Starler does it, it's just for some horny guy sitting at home behind his keyboard looking for a video to get off to. His green eyes flicked to me. That guy isn't thinking about anything except her mouth around his dick. He shifts his focus back to the road. But when someone, how do I put this? When a gorgeous, confident woman does it, the guy's mind goes way beyond that, maybe not even there at all. At least not in the same way, it's deeper. I catch what he's implying, and he definitely knows I do. I thought it was insanely hot, he says, holding my gaze just long enough, just so you know. Then he acts like he's suddenly engrossed in driving. Maybe he doesn't want me accusing him of bringing it up. Even though I started this conversation, no regrets, I own it. What about you? I ask, cutting through the silence. Ever been afraid to try things you fantasized about? He takes a second, then shrugs. Yeah, when I was younger, like 17, but I was only scared to try stuff with girls because I knew they'd what? He smirks, pressing his lips together like he's about to drop a comparison. Teenage girls, at least the ones I knew, called anything outside the basics gross. They were probably like you back then, secretly into missionary but too shy to admit they got turned on by wilder things. At that age, saying, hey, I want to take you from behind, was risky. They'd freak out and label you a creep. I laugh. Yeah, you're probably right. I used to cringe at Natalie's stories about what she did with Damon. Didn't start finding that stuff exciting until after I lost my virginity at 18, but my voice trails off as Ian crosses my mind. Even then, I was still too nervous. I wanted to, suddenly I can't say it. Go on, just say it, he urges, all playfulness gone. By now you should know you won't scare me off. That stuns me and sends my pulse racing. Is it that obvious I'm terrified of messing this up? His smile softens like he's reassuring me all over again. Nothing I say will change his mind. Okay, if I tell you, promise not to take it as an invitation. I'm not entirely sure it isn't, but I absolutely don't want him to see it that way. Not yet anyway, maybe never, I don't know. I swear, he says with a serious look, I won't take it the wrong way. I take a deep breath. I can't believe I'm about to tell him this. I've never told anyone, well, except Natalie, kind of. Aggression. I pause, too embarrassed to continue. Okay, so when I fantasize about sex, his eyes light up the moment I said aggression. Something shifted in his expression. It almost looks like, no, that can't be right. He quickly schools his face when he realizes I noticed. Go on, he says, smiling softly. For some reason, I feel less nervous now, so I finish my thought. I fantasize about being dominated. Rough sex turns you on, he says matter-of-factly. I nod. The idea of it does, but I've never actually experienced it, not like that. He looks vaguely surprised, maybe even pleased. I think this is what I meant when I told you I always end up with tame guys. Something clicks in my head. Andrew already knew what I meant when I said those words back in Wyoming, before I even understood it myself. Without realizing it, I was basically admitting I didn't prefer those kinds of guys. He might not have known exactly what I meant by tame, but he knew it wasn't what I wanted. Ian wasn't exactly wild in bed either, but I loved him, and now I feel guilty for even having these thoughts. So, you like having your hair pulled and stuff? He starts, but his voice trails off when he sees my conflicted expression. Yeah, but more intense, I say suggestively, trying to make him say it so I don't have to. My nerves creep back in. He tilts his head, raising an eyebrow. Wait, how intense are we talking? I swallow and look away. Like being forced, I guess. Not actual assault or anything, but I think I have a submissive side when it comes to sex. Andrew can't meet my eyes now either. I turn just enough to see his pupils dilate, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallows. His grip tightens on the steering wheel. I decide to change the subject. Technically, you still haven't told me what you secretly wanted to do with a girl back in the day. I smile, hoping to bring back the playful mood from earlier. He relaxes slightly and grins. Yeah, I did, he says, then adds after a weird pause, anal sex, so something tells me he's holding back. I can't put my finger on it, but anal sex, such a cliché taboo, feels like a smokescreen. Why would Andrew, of all people, be afraid to admit the truth? He's the one making me open up about everything. I always thought Andrew would be the type to speak his mind without hesitation, but now I'm not so sure. I wish I could read his thoughts. Believe it or not, I say, catching his eye, Ian and I tried that once. Hurt like hell, and needless to say, we never attempted it again. Andrew chuckles, scanning the highway signs before making a quick decision. We switch lanes, merging onto another freeway as endless fields stretch out on either side, cotton, corn, maybe soybeans. Honestly, I can't tell most crops apart except the obvious ones. Cotton's fluffy, corn's tall, the hours blur until the sun dips low and suddenly Andrew swerves onto the shoulder, tires crunching gravel. Did we get lost? I ask. He leans across the seat, his arm brushing my leg as he rummages through the glove compartment. A crumpled, outdated map emerges, folded all wrong like it's been shoved in there for years. He spreads it against the steering wheel, tracing routes with his finger, lips pressed tight. We're lost, aren't we? I can't help but laugh, not at him, just the absurdity. Your fault, he says, deadpan, though his grin gives him away. How is this my fault? You're the one driving. If you hadn't been distracting me with your stories about Dominique Starla and secret fantasies, I'd have taken the 59 instead of the 20. He taps the map. We've been going the wrong way for 2 hours. 2 hours. I smack the dashboard, laughing harder. And you're just realizing this now? Part of me hopes I'm not bruising his ego, not that I care. I'd happily drive 10 hours in the wrong direction if it meant more time like this. He feigns offense and I seize the moment, unbuckling to slide closer. His arm lifts instinctively, letting me tuck against him. Just teasing, I murmur, resting my head on his shoulder. There's a pause, hesitation before his arm settles around me. It feels too good, too easy. I pretend not to notice how naturally we fit, focusing instead on the map, tracing a new path with my finger. We can head south from here, I say, tracing my finger along the map toward New Orleans. Just take the 55 straight down right. Tilting my head, I catch his eyes close, too close, and my pulse stutters for a second. I smile, waiting. He grins back, but it feels like he only half heard me. Yeah, we'll stick to the 55. His gaze lingers on my lips before I fold the map away and turn up the music. Andrew shifts gears, his arm brushing against me before settling his hand on my thigh. We drive like that for miles. Even when both hands grip the wheel, he always finds his way back, and every time warmth flickers in my chest. Hours later, darkness swallows the road. Are you sure we're still on the 55? I ask, squinting at empty fields and the occasional cow. No headlights, just endless black. Positive, he says, just as a highway sign confirms it. 55, clear as day. Stretching my stiff legs, I wince. Every muscle feels welded to bone. Need to pull over. Andrew's voice is low, his sharp jawline shadowed in the dashboard's blue glow. Outside, more fields, more trees than I see it. The sky. Wait, I breathe, pressing forward. Stars, countless and bright, untouched by city lights. Actually got a blanket in the trunk, his eyebrow quirks. Emergency kit, yeah, why? Maybe it's cheesy, I admit, but I've always wanted to sleep under the stars. Instantly, I brace for his eye roll. Andrew hates cliches, but his smirk softens. Never done it, he says, teasing. Getting sentimental, Camryn. I shove his shoulder. Shut up, I'm serious. The night hums between us, wide open and waiting. I think this is the perfect opportunity, I say, waving my hands toward the windshield. Just look at all those open fields out there. Yeah, but we can't exactly lay a blanket in a cotton or cornfield, he replies. Half the time, those fields are ankle-deep in water. Not the ones with grass and cow pies, I counter. You seriously want to sleep in a field full of cow crap? He asks, amused. No, I giggle, just the grass, come on. I shoot him a teasing look. Or are you scared of a little manure? He shakes his head, laughing. Camryn, cow crap doesn't come in little amounts. I slide closer to him, resting my head in his lap and pouting up at him. Please. I bat my lashes, trying and failing to ignore exactly where my head is resting. Andrew sighs. How could I ever say no to her? Whether we're camping beside a pile of cow dung or under a bridge next to some drunk homeless guy, I'd sleep anywhere with her. And that's the problem. It really hit me when she curled up against me in the car. Something shifted then. She probably started believing she wanted more than just casual fun. Maybe I gave her that back in Birmingham, but I can't let her want anything deeper. I can't let her touch me. I can't take her to bed. I want her every way possible, but I couldn't stand breaking her heart. That tiny body of hers, that's another story. I wouldn't mind being a little rough with it, but once I do, her heart and mine would follow. It's only gotten worse since she told me about her ex. Please, she says again. Despite my mental lecture, I trace a finger along her cheek and whisper, okay. I've never been one for reason when I've made up my mind, but with Camryn, it's worse than ever. Since meeting her, I've thrown logic out the window. 10 more minutes down the road, we find a field that stretches like an endless green ocean. I pull over, parking on the shoulder. This is no man's land, literally. We leave most of our stuff in the locked car and I pop the trunk, digging out an old blanket that reeks of gasoline and stale upholstery. Smells terrible, I say, wrinkling my nose. Camryn leans in, sniffs and shrugs. I don't care. Without thinking, I grab her hand and we head down a small slope, cross a ditch, and climb over a low fence on the other side. I start searching for the easiest way to get over the fence, but before I can figure it out, her hand slips from mine and she's already climbing over the stupid thing. "Come on," she calls, landing smoothly on the other side. I vault over after her, stumbling slightly as my feet hit the grass. We take off across the open field, her moving like a deer, me more like a clumsy bear trying to keep up. The sound of her flip-flops slapping against her feet mixes with the wind tangling her loose blonde hair around her face. I clutch the blanket in one hand, deliberately hanging back just enough to catch her if she trips, though I definitely laugh first. The moonlight is bright enough to keep us from stumbling into ditches or tripping over hidden roots, and thankfully no cows are in sight. That's a win in my book. We run so far that the only trace of the car is the faint glint of its rims in the distance. "I think this is a good spot," Camryn says, breathless as she finally stops. Trees stand about 100 feet away in every direction, giving us plenty of space. She throws her arms up, tilts her head back, and laughs with her whole body, eyes shut tight like she's savoring the moment. I don't dare ruin it by speaking. I spread the blanket out and she grabs my wrist, pulling me down beside her. "Tell me the truth," she says, her fingers warm against my skin. "Have you really never spent the night under the stars with a girl?" I shake my head. "Swear it's true," she grins, tucking a few windblown strands of hair behind her ear. "I'm not really the rose petals on the bed type," I admit. Her eyebrows shoot up. "No, I think you're secretly romantic." I shrug. "Is she fishing?" "Pretty sure she's fishing." "Depends on your definition. If a girl expects candlelit dinners with Michael Bolton playing in the background, she's got the wrong guy." Camryn giggles. "Okay, that's extreme, but I bet you've done sweet things before." "Maybe," I say, though nothing comes to mind. She tilts her head, studying me. "You're one of those guys." "One of what?" "The kind who hates talking about exes." "You want the full ex breakdown?" "Absolutely." She flops onto her back, knees bent, patting the blanket beside her. I mirror her, bracing myself. "Tell me about your first love," she says. Bad idea, but if she's set on this conversation, I'll give her what she wants. The only reason I'm even answering is because she did the same when I asked. "Well," I start, staring up at the night sky. "Her name was Danielle." "Did you love her?" Camryn tilts her head, watching me. I keep my eyes fixed on the stars. "Yeah, I did, but it wasn't meant to last." "How long were you together?" I wonder why she's asking. Most girls I know turn into jealous messes the second an ex comes up, making me want to guard my dignity. 2 years, I admit. We both agreed to end it. We were too distracted by other things. Guess we didn't love each other as much as we thought. Maybe the spark just faded. Now, we were never really in love to begin with. I glance at her. "How can you be so sure?" she asks. I pause, studying her face. Every time she exhales, I catch the faint scent of cinnamon toothpaste. "I don't think real love ever disappears," I say. "I think real love is forever. Everything else is just experiences and illusions." "Didn't know you were such a philosopher," she smirks. "Honestly, that's kind of romantic." Usually she's the one blushing, but this time she's got me. I try to look away, but it's not easy. "So who have you been in love with?" she presses. I stretch my legs out, crossing my ankles, hands resting on my stomach. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Camryn mirroring me, tilting her head back toward the sky. "Honestly, yeah," she says, "just curious." I stare at the stars. "No one," she scoffs. "Oh, come on, Andrew, I thought we were being honest." "I am," I say. "I've thought I was in love before, but why are we even talking about this?" Camryn's smile fades, her expression shifting to something quieter, almost sad. "I think I was using you as my therapist again." "What do you mean?" "Because I think maybe." No, I can't say it. The playful Camryn I ran here with is gone. I sit up on my elbows, studying her. "You should say whatever you want, whenever you want. Maybe that's exactly what you need." She won't meet my eyes. "Just thinking it makes me feel guilty." "Guilt's a useless emotion. If you're already thinking it, it's probably true, so just say it. If it feels wrong later, you'll deal. But if you keep it locked up, the doubt will wreck you worse than the guilt ever could." She stares back at the stars. I do the same, giving her time. "I don't think I was ever really in love with Ian," she says after a long pause. "I cared about him deeply, but if I had loved him, I'd probably still feel it now." "That makes sense," I reply with a careful smile, hoping she'll mirror it, but her expression stays distant, lost in thought. "What makes you think you never loved him?" She meets my eyes. "Because I barely think about him anymore, not since I've been with you." I lean back, staring up at the dark sky. Counting stars would be easier than dealing with the distraction beside me, one that outshines every constellation. I need to shut this down fast. "Well, I am excellent company," I tease, grinning. "And after last night, I'd be surprised if you could think of anything besides my head between your thighs." Poking fun at her usually lightens the mood, even if it earns me a smack and a reminder of my promise to pretend nothing happened. Sure enough, whack, jerk, she laughs, and I laugh harder. Then she shifts closer, propping herself up on one elbow, her hair brushing my arm. "Why didn't you kiss me?" she asks, catching me off guard. "Not once last night." "Why, I did, just not on the mouth." "You didn't kiss me," she murmurs, so close now I can barely resist. I don't know how to answer. I feel awful about it and I don't want to, but I don't know how else to feel. "You shouldn't feel awful," I say, dodging. "But why shouldn't I?" She presses, her gaze sharpening. I cave. "Because kissing is intimate." Her head tilts. "So you won't kiss me for the same reason you won't sleep with me?" I'm instantly hard, praying she doesn't notice. I mutter, "Yeah." Before I can say more, she climbs onto my lap, knees sinking into the blanket on either side of me. Shit. If she hadn't already figured it out, she knows now. Leaning in, her elbows braced on either side of my head, she grazes her lips against mine, so light it's torture. "I won't ask for more," she whispers. "Just kiss me once." "Why?" I rasp. She needs to move now, but the way she's settled, my hips are trapped, and if she shifts even slightly, because I want to know how it feels, she breathes against my mouth. My hands slide up her thighs, gripping her waist, holding her there. The scent of her perfume is intoxicating. She's just sitting on my lap, but the weight of her feels incredible. My mind races with thoughts of what it would be like to be inside her, and the idea drives me wild. Then she presses closer, her narrow hips shifting slightly just once before she stills again. My pulse pounds painfully between my legs. Her eyes trace my face, lingering on my lips, and all I want is to tear her clothes off and bury myself deep in her. She leans in, her mouth covering mine, her warm tongue sliding against me. I hesitate at first, but soon my tongue moves with hers, the sensation overwhelming. Resistance crumbles. I cup her face, pulling her hard against me as I kiss her without restraint. She moans into my mouth and I kiss her harder, wrapping an arm around her waist to drag her closer. Then, just like that, the kiss breaks. Our lips hover inches apart as she pulls back, wearing an expression I've never seen before, something that twists my heart in a way I don't recognize. The look shifts, confusion and hurt flickering beneath the surface before she masks it with a smile. "With a kiss like that," she teases, her voice light, "who even needs sex?" I laugh, letting her believe that lie. She slides off my lap, stretching out beside me, propping her head on her hand. "They're beautiful, aren't they?" I follow her gaze to the stars, though I barely see them. My thoughts are all hers in that kiss. "Yeah, they're beautiful, just like you." "Andrew." "Yeah." We keep our eyes on the sky. "I want to thank you." "For what?" She pauses, then says, "For everything. For teaching me to shove clothes into a bag instead of folding them. For turning the music down in the car so I could sleep. For singing about raisins." Her head tilts toward me and I mirror her, her eyes lock onto mine, "but mostly for teaching me how to live." I glance away, grinning. "Everyone needs help feeling alive again sometimes." "No," she says, serious now, and I look back. "I didn't say again, Andrew. I meant for the first time, like I'm really alive." Her words hit me square in the chest, leaving me speechless. Logic screams at me to stop this before it's too late, but I can't. I'm too selfish. We share a quiet smile before turning back to the stars. The July night is perfect, warm, cloudless, a soft breeze carrying the chorus of crickets, the occasional croak of a frog, even the distant call of nightjars. It's always been a sound I love. Then Camryn shrieks, scrambling to her feet. "A snake," she points at the blanket. "Andrew, there, kill it." I jump up and see something black slither across the blanket, ready to stomp on it. "No, no, no, no," she shrieks, waving her hands wildly. "Don't kill it." I blink in confusion. "But you just told me to kill it." "I didn't mean literally." She's hunched over like she's trying to shield the rest of her body from the snake. It looks ridiculous. She's clearly freaking out, so I raise my hands. Okay, then what do you want? Should I pretend to kill it?" I shake my head, laughing. "No, but I can't sleep here now." She grabs my arm, trembling, caught between laughing and crying. "Let's just go." "Fine," I say, shaking out the blanket one-handed since Camryn's still gripping my other arm like a vice. I take her hand and we head back to the car. "I hate snakes, Andrew." "Yeah, no kidding." I try not to laugh at her. As we cross the field, she picks up speed, practically yanking my arm out of its socket. When she steps on a harmless molehill and lets out a terrified whimper, I intervene. "Come here," I say, hoisting her onto my back. She locks her legs around my waist and we make it to the car unscathed. The next morning, Camryn wakes me by shifting her head in my lap. She sits up, blinking. "Where are we?" Sunlight streams through the windshield. "About half an hour from New Orleans," I say, stretching to work out the stiffness in my back. After leaving the field last night, we decided to keep driving. I'd planned to push straight through to New Orleans, but exhaustion hit me hard. I nearly dozed off behind the wheel. She'd already been asleep for a while, so I pulled over, reclined the seat, and passed out instantly. Sleeping alone in the back would have been smarter, but I'll take a stiff neck if it means waking up next to her. Speaking of stiff things, I rub my eyes and shift slightly, adjusting my jeans to hide the obvious problem. Camryn stretches, yawns, then pulls her legs up, bare feet propped on the dashboard, her shorts riding up her thighs. "Jesus, this isn't helping. You must have been exhausted," she says, finger-combing her hair to undo her braid. "Yeah, if I'd kept driving, we'd have ended up wrapped around a tree." "Okay, Andrew, you're letting me drive next time, or else." "Or else what?" I grin at her. Anders, are you going to whine with your head in my lap until I give in? It worked just fine last night, didn't it? She had me there. Fine, you can drive for a bit. I glanced at her and turned the key, the engine rumbling to life. I promise you can take the wheel for a while after New Orleans, deal? A soft smile spread across her face. As an SUV roared past, I merged back onto the highway, stealing a bewildered look at Camryn as she effortlessly braided her hair without even a mirror. How do women do that? My gaze drifted to her bare legs, way too distracting. I forced myself to focus on the road, alternating between the window and the windshield. We should find a laundromat, she said, rummaging through her bag. I'm running out of clean clothes. Seizing the moment, I subtly adjusted myself in my seat. Is it true? She asked, hands still buried in her bag, eyes locked on me. I casually moved my hand away, thinking I dodged it, until she added, that guys wake up with, a massive hard-on every morning. My grip tightened on the wheel. Not every morning, I muttered, just Tuesdays and Fridays. I could hear her laughing but refused to look. So is today a Tuesday or Friday? She teased. Finally, I turned to her. It's Friday, I deadpanned. She huffed in frustration. I'm not easy or anything, she said, sliding her feet off the dashboard, and I know you don't see me that way. You're the one who taught me to own what I want. Her voice wavered like she was waiting for reassurance. I met her eyes. No, I'd never think that, but... Why bring it up now? She blushed, shoulders nearly touching her ears. Well, I was just thinking. Cam, what did I tell you? Say what's on your mind. She tilted her head, softness in her gaze. You've done things for me, maybe I could return the favor. The words tumbled out nervous. No strings, obviously, we pretend it never happened. Damn, how did I not see this coming? No, I said instantly. She flinched. I softened my tone. I can't let you do that. Not because I don't want to trust me, I do, but I just can't. That makes zero sense. She crossed her arms. Wait, her eyes narrowed. Do you have some kind of issue down there? My jaw dropped. No, damn, I'm gonna pull over so I can show you something. She throws her head back, laughing, then sobers up fast. Okay, let's recap. You won't sleep with me, won't let me go down on you, and I practically had to beg for that kiss. You didn't force me. Oh right, my bad, she snaps. I had to work real hard to get your attention. I kissed you because I wanted to, I say, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles bleach white. I want everything with you, Camryn. Believe me, in just a few days I've imagined us in more positions than a yoga instructor's demo reel. I wish. She looks hurt, but I don't back down. Like I said before, I keep my voice steady. I can't do those things with you unless you own me, she cuts in, pissed. Yeah, I remember, but what's that even mean, Andrew? Spell it out. I think she knows exactly what it means. She's testing me. Or maybe she's as tangled up as I am, torn between wanting me and fearing what comes next. Here's the twist. She's terrified. Passing her test only made it worse. Of course, I want him every way possible, but I needed to see if he'd take the bait. He didn't. That means he wants more than a fling, and now I'm freaking out. These feelings are too much. I swore I'd never do this again. I force a laugh, trying to lighten the mood. God, I wish I could rewind to before I brought this up. But at least now I know Andrew Parrish respects me, maybe too much. I tuck my knees up, boots on the leather seat. Don't answer that own me question, just drop it. Deep down I know it means commitment, like with Ian, but different. With Andrew, it could be real love, the kind I daydream about. Thought of him leaving after this trip back to Texas or wherever twists my stomach. Why does that scare me so bad? Hey, he murmurs, I'm sorry, okay, I never want to hurt you. I shake my head hard. You're not, just don't think that. Then I take the plunge. Andrew, the truth is, breathe, keeping his eyes on the road seems nearly impossible for him. Look, I won't lie, I'd want to make you happy in every way possible. I'd do it without hesitation. But I need you to know I'm glad you said no. I can tell he gets it. The way his expression softens, the quiet smile as he reaches for my hand. His arm wraps around my shoulders as I scoot closer, my fingers resting on his thigh. Just looking at him could fill hours. You scare me, I finally admit. His eyes flicker with something unreadable. I need you to understand. I promised myself no one would ever get this close again. His grip tightens and I feel his heartbeat quicken against my skin. Then that familiar smirk plays at his lips. Camryn Bennett, are you falling for me? Heat floods my cheeks. I press my lips together and bury my face against his arm. Not yet, I murmur, laughter in my voice, but it's getting dangerously close. Bull, he says, pulling me tighter. His lips brush the top of my head. Yeah, I know, I tease back, then quieter, I know. The first glimpse of New Orleans rises in the distance, Lake Pontchartrain, then the sprawl of shotgun houses and Creole cottages. It's breathtaking, from the Superdome, forever tied to Katrina's aftermath, to the ancient, sprawling oaks that feel both haunting and majestic. Crowds drift through the French Quarter, though I'm guessing most are tourists. The wrought iron balconies stretch endlessly, just like on TV, minus the beads and bare skin of Mardi Gras. Andrew grins at my wide-eyed wonder. I already love this city, I say, leaning into him after minutes pressed against the window. A city there is, he says, pride lighting up his face. How often has he been here? I try to come every year, usually for Mardi Gras, but honestly, it's magic any time. "Oh, so it's all about the flashing," I joke, nudging him. "Guilty as charged." He throws his hands up in mock surrender before gripping the wheel again. We snag rooms at the Holiday Inn just steps from Bourbon Street. I almost suggested getting a room with 2 beds but stopped myself. "No, Camryn, don't give in to temptation. Don't share a room with him, hold out as long as you can." When we reached the front desk and the clerk asked how he could help, Andrew hesitated for a second, just long enough to make me uneasy. But in the end we ended up with adjoining rooms like always. I head to mine, he walks to his, we exchange a look, keycards in hand. "I'm gonna shower," he says, "but just come by when you're ready." I nod and we share a quick smile before disappearing into our rooms. Less than 5 minutes later my phone buzzes in my bag. Assuming it's my mom, I pull it out ready to answer until I see Natalie's name flashing on the screen. My hand freezes midair. Answer or ignore, I make a split-second choice. "Hello, Cam." Natalie's voice is tentative on the other end. I stay silent, torn between pretending I'm still mad or just being civil. "You there?" she asks. "Yeah, Nat, I'm here." She exhales, making that nervous little groan she always does before saying something awkward. "I'm the worst," she mutters. "I know I'm the world's SHT-ticed best friend and I should be groveling at your feet for forgiveness, but well, I was gonna, and then your mom said you were in Virginia. What the hell are you doing in Virginia?" I drop onto the bed, kicking off my flip-flops. "I'm not in Virginia, but don't tell my mom or anyone." "Okay, then where are you, and why have you been gone over a week?" Wait, has it only been a week? It feels like I've been on the road with Andrew for at least a month. "New Orleans," I say, "but it's a long story." "Oh wow, what a coincidence," she drawls sarcastically. "I've got all night." I roll my eyes. "You called me Natalie, and if I remember right, you were the one who called me a lying BTCH when I tried to tell you what Damon did." "Sorry, but I'm not just gonna pretend nothing happened." "I know, you're right, and I'm sorry." There's a pause as she gathers her thoughts. In the background, I hear the crack of a soda can opening and a small sip. "It wasn't that I didn't believe you, Cam, I was just hurt. Damon's a jerk. I dumped him." "And what, you suddenly had an epiphany? You didn't believe me when I said he was trash. Did you catch him red-handed this time?" "Okay, fair," she admits. "But no. I suddenly realized how much I missed my best friend and that I'd broken the cardinal rule of the best friend code. When I finally confronted him, he kept insisting he was innocent, but I wouldn't let it go. I needed to hear him admit it to me. Not because I required his validation, but because, Cam, I just wanted him to respect me enough to tell me the truth. I needed it to come from him." The hurt in her voice was unmistakable. I knew she meant every word, and part of me was ready to forgive her completely. But I wasn't ready to tell her about Andrew yet. For some reason, my whole world suddenly revolved around him. I loved Natalie with all my heart, but I couldn't bring myself to share him with her. She had this way of cheapening things, as harsh as that sounded. "Listen, Nat," I said, "I don't hate you and I will forgive you, but I need time, okay? You really hurt me." "I get it," she replied, though I could hear the disappointment. Natalie had always been impatient, the type who wanted instant gratification. "But are you okay?" She pressed. "I still don't get why you'd go to New Orleans of all places. Isn't it hurricane season?" In the background, I heard the shower running in Andrew's room. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said, picturing him in my mind. "Honestly, I've never felt this happy in my entire life." "Oh my God, you're there with a guy, aren't you? Camryn Bennett, you unbelievable witch, you better spill right now." And this was exactly what I meant about cheapening things. "What's his name?" She gasped dramatically, like the answer held the key to the universe. "You slept with him, is he hot?" "Natalie, please," I groaned, squeezing my eyes shut. I wished she'd act like the grown woman she was instead of some hormone-crazed teenager. "I'll tell you later, okay? Just give me a little fine deal," she cut in, clearly missing the point that she needed to dial it back. "As long as you're okay and you don't hate me, I'm good." "Thanks." Finally, she snapped out of her gossip frenzy. "I really am sorry, Cam, I can't say it enough. I know, I believe you, and when I call in a few days you can tell me what happened with Damon if you want." "Okay," she said, "sounds good. I'll talk to you soon." "Oh, and Nat, yeah, I'm really glad you called. I missed you so much." "Missed you too." We hung up and I stared at my phone for a moment, my thoughts shifting from Natalie to Andrew. I took a quick shower and pulled on a pair of jeans that were way overdue for a wash, but they didn't smell, so they'd have to do. I need to find a laundromat soon or I'll have to buy more clothes. At least I packed enough clean underwear. I grab my makeup bag and start my usual routine, but then pause, resting my hands on the bathroom sink. Staring into the mirror, I try to see myself the way Andrew does. He's seen me at my absolute worst: no makeup, dark circles under my eyes from sleepless nights, morning breath, hair like a tangled mess. The thought makes me laugh, and suddenly I imagine him standing behind me in the reflection. His lips press against my neck, his strong arms wrapping around me, fingers pressing into my ribs. A sharp knock at the door jolts me out of the daydream. "You ready?" Andrew asks when I open it. "Where are we even going?" I step back into the bathroom to finish my makeup. "And I seriously need clean clothes ASAP." He follows me, and the way he moves, so close, so familiar, startles me like he stepped right out of my thoughts. Leaning toward the mirror, I apply mascara, squinting with one eye while Andrew shamelessly checks me out. He doesn't even try to hide it. In fact, he wants me to notice. I roll my eyes and keep working on my lashes. "There's a laundromat on the 12th floor," he says, hands settling on my hips as he watches me through the mirror, grinning like a troublemaker, his bottom lip caught between his teeth. I turn to face him. "Then that's our first stop." "What?" He looks genuinely offended. "No way, I want to go out, wander the city, grab a couple of cold beers, catch some live music. The last thing I want to do is laundry." "Oh, quit whining," I say, turning back to swipe on lipstick. It's barely past noon. "Don't tell me you're one of those beer for breakfast guys." He clutches his chest dramatically, pretending to be wounded. "Absolutely not. I at least wait until lunch before cracking one open." I shake my head and shove him out of the bathroom. He laughs, dimples and all, as I shut the door in his face. "What did I do to deserve this?" he complains from the other side. "I gotta pee, like I would have looked. Go grab your dirty clothes, Andrew." "But now, Andrew, or we're not going out tonight." I picture him pouting, but I know better. He's probably grinning like an idiot. "Fine," he says, and a second later I hear the main door open and close. After finishing up in the bathroom, I stuff my pile of dirty laundry into a bag and slip on my sandals. Later, once the laundry's done, he takes me on a tour of the city. We even visit St. Louis Cemetery with its above-ground tombs, something I've never seen before. We walk all the way down Canal Street toward the New Orleans World Trade Center and make a much-needed stop at Starbucks. Sipping our coffees, I mention Natalie's call and we end up talking about her. It's obvious Andrew's hatred for Damon has only grown deeper. Later, as we pass a steakhouse, Andrew tries to guilt-trip me into honoring our deal, but I'm not even hungry. Despite his dramatic groaning, I make it clear I'd have to be starving to enjoy a meal that heavy. When we reach Canal Place, we stumble upon a shopping center, and after days of wearing the same boring clothes, I'm itching for a little retail therapy. "But we just did laundry," Andrew protests as we head toward the entrance. "Why do you need new clothes?" I shift my bag to my other shoulder, grab his elbow and drag him inside. "If we're going out tonight, I want something nice to wear." "What you're wearing now is perfectly nice," he argues. "I just want a new pair of jeans and a top," I say, locking eyes with him. "You can help me pick something out." That gets his attention. "Fine," he says with a smirk. I pull him along. "But don't get any ideas," I warn, yanking his arm. "I said help, I'll be the one deciding if I actually wear it." "Wow, someone's feeling demanding today," he teases. "Just a heads up, you can't keep pushing me. At some point I'll play my trump card." "And what's that supposed to be?" I ask, a little too smug, convinced he's bluffing. But the second I see his expression, my confidence evaporates. "You remember our you do what I say deal, right?" he says smoothly. There goes the last of my bravado. He grins and this time pulls me closer. "And since you've already let me between your thighs once," he adds, my eyes widening, "it's only fair I get to demand a repeat. No objections allowed, right?" I glance around, horrified someone in the store might be heard. Not that Andrew bothered to lower his voice. Not that I expected him to. He slows our pace, leans in and murmurs against my ear, "If you don't give me what I want soon with something simple, I'll have to torture you with my tongue again. Very soon." His breath on my skin and those filthy words send a shiver straight down my spine. "Your turn, sweetheart," he says before walking away. I want to wipe that smug grin off his face, but knowing him, he'd probably enjoy it too much. Tough call. Do I play it safe with something simple or risk him turning the tables on me later? Honestly, I might be more of a masochist than I realized. By evening, I'm ready for our night out. I slip into a new pair of skinny jeans, a sleek black strapless top, and the cutest black pumps I'd ever snagged at the mall. Andrew lingers in the doorway, eyes locked on me. "I should play my wild card right now," he murmurs as he steps inside. My hair's in two loose braids draped over each shoulder, just grazing my collarbone. A few stray strands frame my face, something Andrew can't resist. He brushes them aside, his fingers lingering, and I feel my cheeks heat up. "Trust me, you look insanely good," he says. "Thanks," did I just giggle? I take him in too, his effortless style, just jeans, a fitted tee, and those worn-in darks, and damn, he makes it look unfairly hot. As we head out, a group of older men in the hallway eye me shamelessly. Andrew seems weirdly amused, practically glowing beside me, which only makes me blush harder. Our first stop is a club called DBA where we catch a band set, but when I try to order a drink, they card me. Andrew whisks me off to another bar, shrugging. "Worth a shot." Some places care, some don't. 5 more months till I'm legal, I say, squeezing his hand as we dodge traffic. "I thought you were 17 when we met on the bus," he admits. 17? Please tell me I don't look that young. Relax, he laughs. Some teens look 20, it's impossible to guess these days. This bar's cozier, packed with students and 30-somethings. The dim light pools over pool tables in the back, and the air's thick with cigarette smoke. Not my favorite, but it fits the vibe. Familiar rock blares from the speakers. And though there's a stage, it's clear nothing's happening tonight. Note, adjusted tone midway playful sarcasm when addressing the age comment while keeping the original's tension and chemistry intact. The party energy is still going strong, the music and chatter making it hard to hear Andrew as he leans in close. "You any good at pool?" he shouts near my ear. I yell back, "Tried it a few times, let's just say I won't be winning any tournaments." He grabs my hand, and we weave through the packed crowd toward the pool tables, squeezing past groups taking up every inch of space. "Sit here," he says, lowering his voice now that we're farther from the speakers. "This is our spot." I slide into a small round table pressed against the wall next to a staircase leading upstairs. Just as I push an overflowing ashtray away, a waitress approaches. Andrew's chatting with some guy by the pool tables, probably arranging a game. "Sorry about that," she says, wiping the table down before swapping the ashtray for a clean one. She's stunning, jet black hair, early 20s, balancing a tray effortlessly. "What can I get you?" "This is my shot." "No id check." "Heineken, please." "Make it two." Andrew cuts in, appearing with a pool cue in hand. The waitress's eyes widen when she sees him, and I can't help but smirk. She gives me a look that screams "lucky you" before heading off. "One more game, then the table's ours," he says, sitting beside me. When she returns with the beers, she leaves with a quick, "Holler if you need anything." Andrew leans in. "No id check," he murmurs. "Don't get too comfortable. Last time my friend and I got carded halfway through our drinks in Charlotte and got kicked out." "Enjoy it while it lasts," he says, taking a swig. I follow suit, wishing I hadn't brought my bag. When it's our turn, I stash it under the table. Andrew leads me to the cue rack. "Pick one," he says, gesturing like a game show host. "Find one that feels right." "Oh, this'll be fun." He actually thinks he can teach me something. "Wait, how about we make this interesting with a bet?" I ask. He looks surprised at first, but that surprise quickly twists into a sly grin. "Sure, what are we betting on?" "My freedom." The frown on his face melts back into amusement as he realizes I have no clue how to play pool. "Well, it stings a little that you're so eager to get away from me," he says, rolling the cue between his hands, "but fine, you're on." Just as I think the deal is set, he raises a finger and adds, "But if I win, the rules of our little adventure get upgraded, let's say, to expert mode." Now it's my turn to raise an eyebrow. "What exactly does that mean?" I ask, suspicion creeping into my voice. Andrew leans his cue against the table, resting his hands on the edge. The overhead light casts sharp shadows across his face, and the glint in his eyes sends a chill down my spine. "You in or not?" he challenges. I'm pretty sure I can beat him, but now my confidence is wavering. What if he's actually good? What if I lose and he makes me do something terrifying? The whole point of this bet was to avoid exactly that, and I haven't forgotten his earlier warning. We'll come back to that later. Sure, he promised I could refuse anything I really didn't want, but I'd rather not test that. And then there's the worst-case scenario. What if his idea is something intimate? The odds of that seem uncomfortably high. "Deal," I say, half hoping he wins. His grin turns downright devilish as he pushes off the table, cue in hand. A group of guys and two girls have just finished their game at the next table, and a few of them linger to watch ours. I lean over, sliding the cue through my fingers like I've seen him do, then strike the cue ball hard into the center. Ball 11 hits 15, which ricochets into 10, both sinking into pockets. Andrew stares at me, his cue dangling between his fingers. "Beginner's luck," he mutters. "Or have you been playing me this whole time?" I just smirk and circle the table without answering, lining up my next shot. I keep my focus on the game, but deliberately take a position near Andrew, bending just enough to make sure the guys across from me aren't getting a free show. A sharp tap sends the 9 ball straight into the side pocket. "I'm getting hustled," Andrew says behind me. I straighten up, grinning as I move to the other side. This time I miss on purpose. The table's wide open, winning would be easy, but where's the fun in that? "Damn babe," he says, shaking his head. "If you're gonna miss on purpose, at least make it convincing. You totally had the 13 lined up." "My finger slipped," I say with an innocent look. He narrows his eyes, knowing full well I'm lying through my teeth. After a few half-hearted shots to drag the game out, we finally get serious. He sinks 3 balls flawlessly but fumbles the 7. I pocket 1, then he does the same. We take our time with each shot, evenly matched. Every now and then one of us accidentally misses just to keep the game going. Now it's down to the wire. My turn, and only the 4, the cue ball, and the 8 remain. The 8 is just a couple of inches too far from a clean corner shot, but I've already figured out the angle, bank it off the side, bring it back, and sink it left. Our audience has grown, no doubt thanks to my outfit. I've caught their not-so-subtle comments about my chest and backside, especially when I lean over the table. But I don't let it distract me. What does get me going is how obviously jealous Andrew is. I point my cue, left pocket. I crouch, lining up the shot, then stand to check my angle again. Leaning over the table, I slide the cue back and forth 3 times before delivering a smooth tap. The white ball hits the 8 just right, sending it bouncing off the rail and straight into the pocket. The guys watching murmur in approval like I can't hear them. Nice shot, babe, Andrew says, grinning as he racks the balls. You earned your freedom back. He forces a smile, but disappointment flickers in his eyes. Nah, I say, I only want freedom for weird stuff like eating bugs or sticking my butt out a car window. The rest, I kinda like you being in charge. This time, his smile reaches his eyes. After another game which he wins fair and square, I decide to sit before my new shoes give me blisters. I'm halfway through my second beer but barely feeling it. Just as Andrew joins me, some guy walks up. Hey man, wanna play? Andrew glances at me and I wave him off. Go ahead, I'll check my messages and give my feet a break. Okay babe, he says, but if you wanna leave before I'm done, just say the word. Don't worry about me, I reply, have fun. He flashes me a grin and heads to another table. I pull my bag from under the table and fish out my phone. Just as I expected, Natalie has bombarded me with texts, though thankfully she didn't try calling. It takes me a second to realize my mom hasn't left any missed calls either, but then I remember she's on that weekend cruise with her new boyfriend. I hope she's having a good time, maybe even as good as mine. The bar has gotten way more crowded since we first walked in, the noise swelling to the point where I can barely hear Andrew, even though he's only a few feet away, his lips moving as he talks to the guy he's playing against. I flag down the bartender for another beer and half-heartedly text Natalie back. Of course, she's dying to know why I'm in New Orleans, who the mystery guy is, and whether we've hooked up yet. I keep my answers vague, partly to mess with her, she deserves it, but mostly because I'm not ready to talk about Andrew, not even to her. Maybe I'm afraid that if I say it out loud, this whole thing will vanish like smoke. Or worse, I'll wake up and realize Blake actually slipped something into my drink and this entire road trip was just a hallucination. Name's Mitchell, a voice says above me, accompanied by the sharp sting of whiskey and cheap cologne. He's got an average build, fit but not gym-obsessed, though his bloodshot eyes give him away, same as his blonde friend beside him. I offer a hesitant smile and glance toward Andrew, who's already noticed and is making his way over. I'm here with someone, I say quietly. Mitchell eyes the empty chair next to me like it's some kind of proof I'm lying. Camryn, Andrew's voice cuts in from behind them. Everything okay? Yeah, all good, I say. Mitchell turns to Andrew, smirking. She said she's fine. These idiots seem to think Andrew is the one I'm trying to shake off. She's with me, Andrew says, his voice steady, but the tension in his jaw is unmistakable. The blonde guy snorts. Mitchell takes a swig of his Budweiser and eyes me again. So what, he your boyfriend or something? No, but we're, the guy cuts me off with a mocking laugh. Not her boyfriend, then back off, dude. Andrew's expression shifts from irritation to something darker, something dangerous. I stand up fast. Maybe she wants to talk to us, Mitchell says, taking another lazy sip. He's not wasted, but he's definitely buzzed enough to be stupid. Andrew steps closer, locking eyes with him before flicking his gaze to me. Camryn, you want to talk to them? It's his way of twisting the knife before he buries it. No, I don't want that. Andrew's nostrils flare as he steps right into the guy's space, his voice low and dangerous. Get lost, or I'll knock your teeth out. The small crowd around the pool tables watches from a safe distance. The blonde guy, clearly the smarter of the two, puts a hand on his friend's shoulder. Come on, man, let's just go back. He nods toward the table where they'd been sitting earlier, but Mitchell shrugs him off and moves even closer to Andrew. That's the last straw. Andrew takes a step back, then swings the pool cue hard into Mitchell's chest, sending him stumbling. He reaches for the edge of my table to steady himself but misses, crashing backward. I shriek and yank my bag away just as he takes my beer down with him. Before Mitchell can even get up, Andrew's already on top of him, fists flying. I back toward the stairs, but the growing crowd blocks my escape. The blonde guy lunges at Andrew, grabbing his neck to pull him off. Without thinking, I launch myself at the blonde guy, slapping at his face with weak, frantic swings, my bag still tangled around my shoulder, making it harder. Andrew easily breaks free, spins, and kicks the guy's legs out from under him, sending him face first onto the floor. Then Andrew grabs my wrist. Move, babe. He shoves me back toward the crowd and turns back to the fight. Mitchell finally gets up, but not for long. Andrew lands 2 quick jabs to his jaw, then an uppercut that sends a bloody tooth skittering across the floor. I wince as Mitchell collapses, taking a side table down with him. When the blonde guy charges again, one of Andrew's pool buddies intercepts him, leaving Andrew free to focus on Mitchell. By the time the bouncers push through the crowd to break it up, Mitchell's got 2 black eyes and blood pouring from his nose. He stumbles, clutching his face as a bouncer drags him away. I'm pretty sure Andrew broke his nose. Andrew brushes off the other bouncer's hand, wiping blood from his own lip. I'm going, I don't need an escort. I rush to him and he grabs my hand. Camryn, you okay? Did you get hit? His wild eyes scan me up and down. I'm fine, I say, tugging his arm. Let's just go. He squeezes my hand and pulls me through the crowd. The music cuts off as soon as the door slams behind us. We catch a glimpse of the 2 idiots disappearing down the street. Andrew stops suddenly, gripping my arms. Don't lie to me, are you hurt? I swear to God I'll take those bastards down if that's what happened. My heart melts when he calls me babe, and that fierce, protective look in his eyes, I just want to kiss him right then and there. I mean it, I say, everything's fine. I got in a few good hits when that guy jumped you from behind. He lets go of my arms and cups my face, still searching my expression like he doesn't quite believe me. I'm really okay, I insist one last time. He presses his lips hard against my forehead before grabbing my hand. We're going back to the hotel. No, I say firmly, we were having a great time before those idiots ruined it. He tilts his head, his expression softening. Then where do you want to go? Let's try another bar, I suggest. Andrew sighs and squeezes my hand, then gives me a once-over. I tug my top back into place. This outfit is killer, he says, but you have to admit it's a magnet for losers. Oh, don't expect me to hike all the way back to the hotel just to change. Wouldn't dream of it, he says, taking my hand again. But if we're hitting another bar, you've got to do one thing for me, deal. What, pretend you're my girlfriend, he says with a smirk. That way nobody gets any ideas. He pauses, studying me. Unless that's what you want. I shake my head immediately. Nope, not even a little. Flirting, sure, it's a confidence boost, but anything else, especially with losers, hard pass. Good, then tonight you're my gorgeous fake girlfriend, which means I get to take you back to my hotel room later and make you moan a little. And there it is, that boyish grin I've grown to love. My stomach flutters, but I play it cool, narrowing my eyes teasingly. I just love seeing his dimples again instead of that intense but stupidly hot scowl from earlier. As much as I love it, and trust me, love is an understatement, you're not allowed to do that again. He looks wounded, even a little shocked. Why not? Because I don't let you, now come here. I loop my arms around his neck and pull him in, pressing a slow, lingering kiss to his lips. He stares at me when I pull back. What was that for? Practicing my role as your girlfriend. He grins and throws an arm around me as we head toward Bourbon Street. Maybe this could work with Camryn. Why keep torturing myself, denying what I want most when I deserve it now more than ever? Maybe this time will be different. Maybe she won't get hurt. I could always go back to Masters. What if I let her go and never see her again, only for him to realize later he made a mistake? Damn it, these are just excuses. Camryn and I hit 2 more bars in the French Quarter, and at both places she managed to order drinks. One bartender actually carded her, but after seeing she turned 21 in December, she let it slide. Now Camryn's completely wasted, and I'm not sure she can even walk back to the hotel. I'll call a cab, I say, steadying her on the sidewalk beside me. Behind us, groups of people stumble in and out of the bar, some barely making it through the door. My arms tight around her waist, her hand draped over my shoulder, her head lolling like it's too heavy to hold up. A cab sounds perfect, she slurs, her eyelids drooping. She's either about to pass out or throw up, hopefully not until we're back at the hotel. The cab drops us off at the entrance, and I practically carry her out since she can barely stand. I scoop her up, her legs dangling over my arm, her head against my chest, and head for the elevator. People stare. Good night, a guy in the elevator asks. Yeah, I nod. Not everyone holds their liquor well. The doors slide open and he steps out. 2 floors later, I'm carrying her down the hallway. Where's your keycard, babe? In my bag, she mumbles, at least coherent enough to answer. Without putting her down, I grab her bag and fish out the keycard. Normally, I'd joke about the junk she carries or ask if there's something in there that might bite me, but tonight's not the night for humor. She's miserable and this might be a long one. The door clicks shut behind us and I lay her gently on the bed. I feel awful, she groans. I know. Just sleep it off, I say, pulling off her shoes. I think I'm gonna. She lurches over the side of the bed and starts puking. I grab the trash can just in time to catch most of it, but tomorrow's going to involve some angry housekeeping. She empties her stomach, impressive considering she barely ate today, then collapses back onto the pillow, tears streaking her face. She tries to focus on me but just blinks dizzily. It's so hot in here, she whimpers. Got it, I say, cranking the AC to max. Then I head to the bathroom, soak a washcloth under cold water and wring it out back in the room. I sit beside her on the bed. I'm so sorry, she murmurs as I press a damp washcloth to her forehead. I should have stopped after that vodka shot. Now you're stuck cleaning up my mess. Don't even worry about it, I say, dabbing her cheeks and pushing a few stray strands of hair from her face. You had fun, that's what matters. I run the cool cloth over her lips and smirk. Besides, now I can take advantage of you without any complaints. She tries to swat my arm but barely has the strength. Her weak smile twists into a grimace as sweat beads on her skin. Oh no, she sits up suddenly. There's more. I help her to the bathroom, where she barely makes it to the toilet before collapsing over it, hands gripping the sides. Her back arches as she retches, tears streaming down her face. You really should be eaten that steak, babe. I crouch behind her, keeping her braid from dangling into the bowl while pressing the cold cloth to her neck. It's painful watching her body convulse violently long after there's nothing left to expel. By morning, her throat will be raw from the strain. When it's over, she slumps onto the chilly tile floor. I try to lift her, but she protests weakly. No, just leave me. The floor feels nice. Her breathing is shallow, her skin ghostly pale. I wet a fresh washcloth and wipe her face, neck, and shoulders before unbuttoning her jeans and sliding them off. Relax, I'm not making a move, I joke. She doesn't answer, already asleep. I don't want to wake her, but I can't leave her like this, so I stretch out beside her, cooling her skin with the cloth until exhaustion pulls me under too. I wake to the sound of my bedroom door clicking shut. Sunlight slices through a gap in the curtains, and I flinch like a vampire, squeezing my eyes shut before rolling over. It takes a second to register I'm in bed, still in last night's top and underwear. Faint memories of vomiting resurface. Andrew must be changed the sheets. Feeling better, I blink up at him as he sets down a bucket of ice, plastic cups, and a bottle of Sprite. He cracks it open while my head pounds like a marching band's drumline. Nausea lingers, threatening another round. I hate hangovers. I'd rather trip and break my nose in a drunken stupor than deal with a hangover this brutal. Only once before have I felt this awful, and according to Natalie, who once had alcohol poisoning, this is dangerously close to that level. She described it as feeling like Satan himself took a dump on your soul. Not really, no, I finally answer, immediately wincing as a sharp pain shoots through my skull. The room spins again, and when the furniture starts doubling, I squeeze my eyes shut. You're paying the price, babe, Andrew says, pressing a cool washcloth against the back of my neck. Could you close the curtains, please? He gets up instantly, and soon I hear the heavy fabric sliding shut, plunging the room into blissful darkness. I curl into a fetal position, pulling the sheet up to cover my bare legs. Andrew unwraps a plastic cup, drops in ice cubes, and pours Sprite over them. The rattle of pills in a bottle follows. Take these, he says, the bed shifting as he leans back and rests his arm on my leg. I crack my eyes open just enough to see a straw already poking out of the cup, so I barely have to lift my head to sip. 3 Advils go down with tiny swallows of soda. Please tell me I didn't completely humiliate myself last night. Peering at him through slitted eyelids, I catch his smirk. Oh, I wish I could, he says, and I want to disappear. You told some guy we were happily married with 4 kids, or was it 5? Then when a girl tried flirting with me, you launched at her like a missile and told her to back off. Great, now I'm definitely going to throw up. Andrew, tell me you're making this up. I'm mortified. Somehow my headache intensifies. His muffled laugh makes me open my eyes a little wider to see his face clearly. Yeah, obviously I'm joking, babe. He runs the cool cloth over my forehead. Honestly, you held it together pretty well even in the cab ride home. His gaze flicks down. Sorry I had to undress you, not gonna lie, I enjoyed it, but it was also necessary, you get that right. He looks so deadpan that I laugh despite the pounding in my skull. Then my eyes drift shut and I'm out. A knock jolts me awake. I wonder if Andrew ever left my side. Either way, he's already at the door. Yeah, come in. Andrew scoops me up, sheets still tangled around me, and carries me toward the door. I'll take her to my room so you can clean up, he tells the housekeeper, a woman with fire engine red hair and a worn-out uniform who just walked in. Come on, sweetheart, he murmurs, adjusting his grip as I cling to him. Let's give her some space. Honestly, I could probably walk to his room by now, but why bother? Being carried feels too good. As we pass the table, I make a half-hearted grab for my bag. Andrew notices, snags it one-handed, and slings it over his shoulder without breaking stride. I nestle against his chest, arms looped around his neck. He pauses in the doorway, glancing back at the mess near the bed. Sorry about the disaster zone, he says with an apologetic wince. Left a decent tip to make up for it. His room is dim when we get there, curtains yanked shut the second he deposits me on the mattress. Hope you're feeling better by tonight, he says, scanning the room like he's misplaced something. What's tonight? I groan. Different bar. He spots his MP3 player by the window and tosses it next to his bag. Oh no, I protest, flopping back dramatically. I'm never drinking again, swear on my life. Andrew smirks. Famous last words, even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you. 1 hangover per weekend is your limit, unless you're auditioning for Pretty sure my only option right now is lying here like a corpse. You're eating first, he insists. I don't care if the idea makes you nauseous. No food, no recovery. He's right, but my stomach churns at the thought. Toast and eggs, he declares, heading for the door. Classic hangover cure. I know the drill, I mutter, wishing I could snap my fingers and magically feel human again. By late afternoon, the fog lifts, not entirely, but enough to brave the streetcar. We ride the riverfront line to the Audiobook aquarium, where we weave through a tunnel surrounded by swirling fish, hand-feed chatty parakeets, and even pet stingrays in the rainforest exhibit. Touristy, absolutely, but as we snap dumb selfies, I can't help laughing. Maybe near-death hangovers have their perks. Later, I took a closer look at the photos we'd taken, our cheeks pressed together, laughing into the camera like some lovesick couple having the time of their lives. A lovesick couple. Except we're not even a couple, and I have to keep reminding myself of that. Reality sucks. Not knowing what you want, second-guessing everything, it's torture, but if I'm honest, I know exactly what I want. I'm just too scared to admit it. I'm afraid of Andrew and the risk of letting him get any closer. If he ever hurt me in any way, I wouldn't survive it. It already feels unbearable and nothing's even happened yet. I've really dug myself into a hole here, no question. By the time night falls over New Orleans and the party crowd spills into the streets, Andrew and I board a ferry across the Mississippi heading to a dive bar called Old Point. I'm grateful I swapped my heels for my worn-in black sneakers. It's a long walk. He keeps pace beside me, fingers laced with mine, and says, "I come here every time I'm in town." "Oh, so you're a regular," I tease. "Sort of, if you can call someone who shows up twice a year a regular. Played a few gigs here, though." "Guitar?" I ask, glancing at him as a group of 4 approaches from the opposite direction. I shift closer to Andrew to make room, and his hand slips from mine only to settle around my waist instead. "Been playing since I was 6, he says with a grin. "Sounded terrible back then, but you gotta start somewhere. By 10 I could actually play something decent." "Wow," I say, genuinely impressed. "That's some serious talent." "Yeah, well, I was the musician growing up. Aiden was the architect, always building stuff. Once he made this massive treehouse in the woods, and Asher, the hockey kid. My dad loved hockey almost as much as boxing, almost, but Asher quit after a year. He was 13, and honestly, Dad wanted it more than he did. Kid preferred tinkering with electronics. After watching Contact, he rigged up a radio from junk around the house, trying to talk to aliens." We both laugh, but then he nudges me. "What about your brother? You said he's in prison, but what was he like before that?" My smile fades. "Cole was an amazing big brother until high school when he started hanging out with this jerk named Braxton Hixley. I always hated him. Before long, Brandon and Cole started experimenting with drugs and getting into trouble. My dad had Cole sent to a youth rehab facility, but he ran away only to spiral further out of control. After that, things went downhill fast." I stare blankly ahead. "Now he's right where he belongs. Maybe by the time he gets out, he'll be more like the big brother you remember," Andrew offers. "Maybe." I shrug, though I doubt it. Turning the corner, we reach the Old Point bar. From the outside, it looks more like a charming 2-story house with a side extension. We pass under a weathered sign and head toward the side patio where a few plastic tables and chairs are scattered. A small crowd lingers, smoking and laughing loudly. Inside, live music pulses through the air. Andrew holds the door open as a couple exits, then takes my hand. The place isn't huge, but it's got character: high ceilings, walls plastered with vintage photos, license plates and neon signs. Every inch is covered in memorabilia. Ceiling fans spin lazily and a TV flickers behind the bar. Through the crowd, the bartender raises a hand, waving at Andrew. He flashes her a grin and lifts 2 fingers in a casual "be right there" gesture. Every table is packed and the dance floor is crowded. The band, a blues rock trio, is surprisingly good. A black man plucks a silver guitar while a white guy belts out lyrics, strumming an acoustic. A burly drummer keeps the beat and an unused keyboard sits on stage. Out of nowhere, a black dog trots up, tail wagging. I crouch down to scratch behind his ears until he waddles back to his owner. Content. Andrew spots an opening near the stage and pulls me toward it. Hangover still lingers, my head throbs and my balance isn't great, but the noise doesn't make it worse. The bartender weaves through the crowd and stops at our table. "She's not drinking," Andrew says, nodding at me. She tucks a strand of light brown hair behind her ear and smiles. She looks to be around 40, and when she pulls Andrew into a hug, her grin is so wide I start wondering if she might be family. "It's been 10 months since I last saw you, Parrish," she says, slapping his back with both hands. "Where on earth have you been?" She turns her smile to me. "And who's this?" Her playful glance at Andrew suggests she's already made up her mind. Andrew takes my hand and I stand to introduce myself. "This is Camryn," he says. "Camryn, meet Carla. She's worked here long enough to survive at least 6 of my disastrous performances." Carla laughs and shoves him lightly in the chest before turning to me. "Don't let him fool you." She points at him, eyebrows raised. "This guy can sing." With a wink, she shakes my hand. "Nice to meet you." "Sing." I knew he played guitar, but I had no idea he sang. Then again, I shouldn't be surprised. During our road trip, when he nailed that high note in Hotel California, it was clear he had talent. Sometimes he'd belt out one of his favorite rock ballads while driving, forgetting I was even there, or maybe not caring, letting himself go for a moment. But I never expected he actually performed live. Too bad he didn't bring his guitar. I would have loved to see him on stage tonight. "Good to have you back," Carla says, nodding toward the black man on stage. "Eddie'll be thrilled to see you too." As she heads back to the bar, Andrew turns to me. "Want a soda or something?" "No, I'm good." He lingers, and when the band stops playing, I realize why. The black man with the silver guitar spots Andrew and strides over, grinning. They embrace like old friends, and I stand to shake Eddie's hand. "Parrish." "Been too long," Eddie says, his Cajun accent thick. "A year." Carla had a hint of that drawl, but nothing like Eddie's. Almost, Andrew beams. He looks happier here than I've ever seen him, like he's finally home. Even his smile is warmer, brighter. When he introduced me to Carla and Eddie, it was like he was showing off something precious. And judging by their reactions, they felt it too. I sit back, watching curiously. You playing tonight? Didn't bring my guitar. Eddie shakes his head. You know better than to pull that excuse with me. He jerks a thumb toward the stage. Got plenty up there, pick one. I want to hear you play, I say. Andrew hesitates, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Seriously, I'd love that. Tilting my head, I give him my sweetest smile. Eddie grinned at Andrew and said, yeah, that girl's got talent. Andrew shrugged in agreement. Fine, I'll play one song, just one. One song, then I get to pick. Eddie tapped his chest right above the buttons of his crisp white shirt, the edge of a cigarette pack peeking from his breast pocket. Andrew nodded. Deal, your choice. Eddie's smirk widened as he shot me a sly look. Something with a little charm, the kind you pulled off last time. Andrew raised an eyebrow. Rolling Stones, bingo, Eddie said, clapping him on the shoulder. You catch on quick. I rested my chin in my hands. Which one? Andrew grinned. Laugh, I nearly died. Bet you've never heard it. I shook my head. Nope, doesn't ring a bell. With a quick nod, Eddie motioned for Andrew to follow him to the stage. Before leaving, Andrew leaned in and surprised me with a quick kiss, leaving me flustered, elbows propped on the table, heart racing. The bar buzzed around me, murmurs of conversation, clinking glasses, the occasional burst of laughter. Dim lighting from wall sconces and neon beer signs mixed with pale moonlight streaming through the high windows. Every now and then, a sharp yellow glow flared behind the bar as someone pushed through the restroom door. Andrew and Eddie stepped onto the stage. Andrew grabbed a stool from behind the drum set and set it center stage in front of the mic. Eddie exchanged a few words with the drummer, who nodded before another guy emerged from the shadows with a bass, or maybe a guitar. Honestly, I could never tell the difference. Eddie handed Andrew a sleek black guitar plugged into an amp, their quiet exchange lost in the hum of the crowd. Andrew settled onto the stool, boot propped on the lower rung, while Eddie took his place beside him. The tuning began, twangs, sharp cymbal taps, the crackle of an amp powering up. Andrew tested the mic with a few quick taps, the sound popping through the speakers. My stomach twisted like I was the one about to perform. Then Andrew glanced at me and the drummer eased into a slow, steady beat. Eddie joined in, fingers sliding over the strings, coaxing out a melody that hooked the crowd instantly. A few cheers rose, they knew this one. When Andrew's chords kicked in smooth and rich, my shoulders swayed without thinking. The music had me before I even realized I was moving. I'm completely stunned when Andrew starts singing. His voice is this deep, bluesy thing that pulls me in from the first note. Eyes shut tight, he sways slightly with the smoky rhythm, every word dripping with raw emotion. By the time the chorus hits, I'm gripping the edge of my bar stool. His voice isn't just singing, it's crawling under my skin. The whole place goes quiet, drinks forgotten as he pours his soul into the microphone. Who knew this man had that kind of fire in him? Then the second verse kicks in and the crowd starts moving again, but I'm frozen. His voice does something dangerous to me, like swallowing something too hot, burning all the way down but you can't stop drinking it. The way his jaw tenses on the high notes, how his fingers dig into the guitar neck like he's holding onto the song for dear life. When the band joins in for the final chorus, the room erupts. Feet stomp, hands clap, and suddenly we're all part of this pulsing, sweaty creature made of sound. The ending hits like a car crash. 1 second we're screaming, yeah, yeah. With him, the next it's just ringing silence and my ears buzzing. People swarm Andrew afterward, slapping his back, but I'm still stuck in my seat trying to remember how to breathe. Eddie winks at me from the stage like we're sharing a secret. For one insane second, I wonder if I hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe I'm still passed out in some dive bar bathroom. But then Andrew works his way back through the crowd, grinning like he just set the place on fire and got away with it. And damn if I don't want to fan those flames. A few women eye Andrew like he's the last piece of cake at a party, but he doesn't seem to notice as he makes his way back to me. Who even are you? I tease, raising an eyebrow. He flushes slightly, flipping a chair around to sit facing me. You were incredible up there. Seriously, I didn't see that coming. Thanks, babe. He's oddly humble about it. I half expected him to joke about gaining a groupie or suggest sneaking outside, but he brushes off the praise like it's an itchy sweater. No, really, I press. I wish I could sing like that. That gets a reaction. You totally could, he insists. I shake my head hard. Nope, not even close. I can carry a tune, but standing on a stage, forget it. Stage fright. He takes the beer Carla hands him, nodding thanks before tipping it back. I slump in my seat, more like lack of ambition. My singing dreams peaked at belting out car karaoke. Andrew shrugs, setting his bottle down. For the record, you've got a great voice. Sounded amazing when we harmonized. I roll my eyes, arms crossed. Easy to sound decent when someone's drowning you out solo. You'd cover your ears. Leaning in, I squint. How'd you get so good anyway? Spill. Good influences, I guess, he says, but there's a flicker in his gaze. Though nobody sings like Jagger. Hard disagree, I smirk. Is Jagger your hero or something? His grin widens. He's up there, but my real idol's way older. Something unreadable flashes in his eyes. I'm hooked now. Without warning, he pulls me onto his lap, facing him. I gasp but don't resist. His hands settle at my waist as he searches my face. Camryn, I tilt my head, palms against his chest. Yeah, he hesitates, lips parting like he's weighing words. Then in one fluid motion, he closes the gap between us, his mouth brushing mine. My breath catches. For a heartbeat, the bar noise fades. Just his touch, the warmth of his lips. I could kiss him back, maybe I should. The thought lingers, electric. My eyes flutter open as he pulls his lips away. What's wrong, Andrew? He smiles and warmth spreads through me. Nothing, he says, giving my thighs a playful tap, shifting from serious Andrew back to his usual teasing self. Just wanted you in my lap, he adds with a mischievous grin. I pretend to squirm away, but he wraps his arms around me, keeping me there for the rest of the evening. Back at the hotel, we curl up to watch a movie in my room, talking long after it ends. But there's this weird distance between us, like we both have something to say, but neither of us dares to say it. It's as if there's an invisible line we're afraid to cross. What's stopping us? Maybe it's me, maybe he thinks we can't move forward until I figure out what I want. Or maybe he's just as unsure as I am. How can two people who are so obviously drawn to each other keep holding back? We've spent nearly 2 weeks together, shared secrets, slept side by side, been close in every way, yet we're still standing on opposite sides of some thick, unbreakable glass wall. We press our hands against it, staring into each other's eyes, knowing exactly what we want but unable to reach it. Is this self-control or just pure torture? I'm not in a hurry to leave, I say as Andrew gathers his things to head back to his room, but how much longer are we staying in New Orleans? He grabs his phone from the nightstand, checking it with a quick glance. Rooms are paid through Thursday, he says, but it's up to you. We can leave tomorrow or stay longer if you want. I press my lips together, pretending to think hard, tapping my finger against my cheek. I don't know, I admit, standing up. I like it here, but eventually we have to get to Texas. Andrew raises an eyebrow. Oh, so you're still set on Texas? I nod slowly, actually considering it this time. Yeah, I murmur, I guess I am. It started with Texas. And then the thought hits me, maybe it ends in Texas too. The smile drops from my face. Andrew kisses my forehead. See you in the morning. I let him go because that glass wall feels too heavy to push through. Hours later, deep in the dead of night, I jolt awake, sitting straight up in bed. I'm not sure what woke me, maybe a loud noise. My brain struggles to catch up as I scan the pitch-black room, waiting for my eyes to adjust. Did something fall? I get up and pace around the room, pulling the curtains open just enough to let some light in. My eyes drift to the bathroom, then the TV, and finally settle on the wall. Andrew. That's when it hits me. The sound came from his room, right behind where I was lying. I throw on some clothes, grab my keycard and the spare he gave me earlier, then step barefoot into the brightly lit hallway. My knuckles barely make a sound as I tap on his door. Andrew, no answer. I knock again, louder this time, calling his name but still nothing. After a beat, I slide the keycard in and ease the door open just in case he's still asleep. Andrew's hunched over on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, hands clasped between his legs. His gaze is locked on the floor. To the right, I spot his phone, shattered screen tossed aside like it meant nothing. I already know he threw it. Andrew, what's wrong? I move toward him slowly, not because I'm afraid, but because I don't want to startle him. Moonlight spills through the open curtains, painting the room and Andrew's bare torso in a pale blue haze. He's only wearing boxers. I step closer, letting my hands drop to cover his. You can tell me, I say, even though I already know why he's like this. He doesn't look up. My chest tightens. I close the distance, standing between his legs, and he doesn't hesitate. His arms lock around me like a vice. His pain hits me so hard my ribs shake. I cradle his head against me, pulling him closer. I'm so sorry, baby. Tears streak my cheeks, but I keep my voice steady, fingers combing gently through his hair. He presses his forehead deeper into my stomach, silent sobs racking his body. I've got you, I whisper. And he cries, no sound, just the tremble of his frame against mine. His father's gone, and for the first time he's letting himself grieve the way he should. We stay like that forever, his arms tightening around me in waves, my grip never loosening. When he finally lifts his eyes to mine, I'd give anything to take his hurt away. Right now, it's the only thing that matters. Andrew tugs me onto the bed, pulling me against him, his chest solid against my back. We don't move for an hour. Through the window, I watch the moon creep across the sky. He doesn't speak, and I don't push him. He needs this. And if we stay here for the rest of our lives, fine by me. Two people who never let themselves cry, finally breaking together. The pale moonlight fades as the early morning sun rises, painting the sky in deep purples and grays with streaks of pink before finally brightening enough to wake our side of the world. I shift onto my side to face Andrew, who's still awake. I smile at him, leaning in to press my lips gently against his, and he welcomes the kiss. His fingers trace my cheek, then the pad of his thumb brushes my lower lip so lightly it's almost imperceptible. I nestle closer and he takes my hand, pressing it between our bodies. His striking green eyes hold mine with quiet warmth before he lets go, wrapping an arm around my waist and pulling me in until I feel his breath against my chin. I know he doesn't want to talk about his father, and bringing it up now would ruin this moment, so I don't. Even though I believe he needs to face it to grieve properly, I have to wait. He'll come to it in his own time. Instead, I lift my free hand and trace the outline of the tattoo on his right arm, my fingers drifting down to his ribs. "Can I see it?" I whisper. He knows I mean Eurydice, the tattoo on his left side he's always been secretive about. His gaze is unreadable as he hesitates, then shifts slightly, revealing the intricate artwork. Propping myself up on an elbow, I study the stunning details. The woman's head starts just below his armpit, her body stretching across his chest and down to his sculpted hip where her feet end. She wears a flowing, translucent white dress, the fabric swirling around her as if caught in a fierce wind. Strands of cloth whip behind her as she stands on a ledge, one arm trailing elegantly. But then the image takes an odd turn. Eurydice reaches forward with her other arm, only for the ink to stop at her elbow. From the opposite side, another arm emerges, distinctly masculine, its sleeve billowing like hers. Below, a muscular calf and foot rest on the same ledge, the ink vanishing just below the knee. My fingers follow every curve, mesmerized by its beauty, yet puzzling over the missing pieces of the story it tells. A breeze drifts through the open window, carrying the scent of fresh-cut grass, and for a moment the weight of everything unsaid between us feels lighter. Andrew exhales, his fingers tightening slightly around my waist. "It's not finished," he murmurs as if that explains it. But the way his jaw tenses tells me there's more, something he's not ready to share. And so I just nod, tracing the lines once more, letting the silence speak for us both. I glance up at Andrew. "Last night at the bar you asked who my musical hero was," he says. "The answer is Orpheus. A little unusual, I know, but I've always loved the myth of Orpheus and Eurydice, especially the version told by Apollonius of Rhodes. It's stayed with me all these years." I smile softly, my fingers still resting against his ribs as I admire the tattoo. "I've heard of Orpheus, but I don't know much about Eurydice." I feel a pang of embarrassment for not knowing their story, especially since it clearly means so much to him. He begins explaining, as the son of a muse, Orpheus had unmatched musical talent. When he played his lyre or sang, every living thing stopped to listen. But his love for Eurydice was even greater than his gift. He would have done anything for her. They married, but soon after, Eurydice was bitten by a snake and died. Heartbroken, Orpheus journeyed to the underworld, determined to bring her back. As he tells the story, I can't help but imagine myself as Eurydice and Andrew as Orpheus, selfish maybe, but the thought lingers. It reminds me of that strange moment in the meadow when a snake slithered across our blanket. I know it's ridiculous to make that connection now, but I can't shake it. In the underworld, Andrew continues, Orpheus played his lyre and sang, and everyone was so moved they allowed Eurydice to leave on one condition. He couldn't look back at her until they reached the surface. He pauses, but he couldn't resist. He needed to see her just to be sure she was still there. "He turned around," I murmur. Andrew nods grimly. Just a second too soon, he caught a glimpse of her in the dim light at the cave's entrance. They reached for each other, but before their fingers could touch, she faded back into the darkness. He never saw her again. I swallow hard, my eyes fixed on his face, but he stares past me, lost in thought. Then abruptly, he meets my gaze. People get tattoos for all kinds of deep reasons. This one happens to be mine. I study the tattoo again before remembering something his dad said in the Wyoming hospital. "Andrew, what did your father mean when he mentioned Eurydice back then?" His expression softens and he looks away briefly before taking my hand, his thumb brushing over my fingers. "You caught that, huh?" he asks with a quiet smile. "Yeah, more or less." He kisses my knuckles before letting go. He always got a kick out of teasing me about it, Andrew says, shaking his head. "After I got the tattoo, I told Aiden what it meant and why it wasn't technically finished. Of course, he went straight to our dad with it." He rolls his eyes. "I paid for that. For 2 years straight, Dad never missed a chance to bring it up. That's just how he was. Thought real men were tough, never cried, didn't do emotions. But one night, just the two of us, he admitted he actually understood the meaning, even if he thought the whole thing was sentimental. He clapped me on the shoulder and said, 'Son, I hope you find your Eurydice someday, just don't let her turn you into a spineless sack.' I can't help but smile and Andrew grins back. 'So why isn't it finished?' I ask. 'And what's the real story behind it?' He exhales sharply like he knew these questions were coming but hoped I'd drop it. Not a chance. Suddenly he sits up, pulling me with him. His fingers hook under the hem of my tank top, and before I can second guess it, I lift my arms as he strips it off, leaving me half naked in front of him. A flicker of self-consciousness makes my shoulders hunch slightly, but Andrew yanks me against him so hard my bare skin presses flush against his. Our legs tangle, bodies fitting together like we were made to lock in place. "My Eurydice is only half the tattoo," he murmurs. "The other half." That's for the woman I marry someday. If she'll have it, then we'd make it whole. My throat tightens, pulse hammering so hard I'm sure he can feel it. It's ridiculous, I know, he mutters, grip loosening, but I hold on tighter. No, I whisper, voice rough, it's not ridiculous, and it's not sentimental, Andrew, it's beautiful, you're beautiful. Something unreadable flashes across his face before he pulls away, leaving me cold. He snatches his jeans off the floor, yanking them on so fast I'm still sprawled half-dressed on the bed when he's already at the window, staring at the New Orleans skyline. Yeah, well, he says, voice tight. Maybe my dad was right all along. He didn't fool himself. That whole real men don't cry nonsense was just a way to dodge the truth. And what exactly is the truth? I step behind him but don't touch him this time. He feels distant, like he'd rather push me away than pull me closer. It's not indifference or a lack of attraction, it's something deeper. He answers without turning around, that nothing lasts. He hesitates, arms crossed, still staring out the window. Better to avoid feelings than drown in them, because in the end everything fades. No matter how beautiful, it just leads to unbearable pain. His words cut deep, reopening wounds I'd started to heal during this trip with Andrew. Every wall I'd let down for him slams back up in an instant. Because he's right, and damn it, I know he's right. That logic had kept me from fully diving into his world all along, and in just a few seconds his words forced me to face reality, surrendering to that cold reasoning again. I decide to let it go for now. There's something more urgent. You should probably head to your father's funeral, so… Andrew turns sharply, his eyes hard with resolve. No, I'm not going. He yanks a clean shirt over his broad chest. I frown. Andrew, you have to. You'll regret it forever if you don't. He's your father. His jaw clenches. He won't look at me, just sits at the foot of the bed, shoving his bare feet into black sneakers without untying them. When he stands, I'm left frozen, unsure what to do. I should say something, anything, to change his mind, but my gut says this battle's already lost. I need to clear my head, he mutters, shoving his car keys into his pocket. I'll be back, okay? Before I can answer, he closes the distance, cupping my face in his hands. His forehead presses against mine. I stare into his eyes, pain, chaos, indecision, all swirling beneath a storm of things I can't even name. You okay? He asks softly. I lean back slightly and nod. I'll manage, but that's all I let myself say. My mind's as tangled as his seems to be, and I'm hurting too. Something's shifting between us, but instead of pulling us closer like it has this whole trip, it's tearing us apart. And it terrifies me. I get the logic. My walls are back up, but the fear I feel now is worse than anything I've ever known. Numbly, I watch him slip out the door. This is the first time he's truly left me alone since returning to the bus station. We've been inseparable ever since, practically joined at the hip, and now it feels like I'll never see him again. Andrew leans against the bar as the bartender slides a shot across the counter. Starting early today, the man remarks. If you're open and pouring, then I'm right on schedule, Andrew replies dryly. It's already 3 in the afternoon. Hours have slipped by since he left Camryn back at the hotel. He was out the door by 8. Strange how they've spent so much time together yet never thought to exchange numbers. Then again, they were always side by side, so what was the point? She's probably figured out by now he isn't coming back. Maybe she's even worried, wishing she had his number to check if he's okay. His phone screen is shattered, but it still works. Asher and his mother have made that painfully clear with their relentless calls, all of which he's ignored. He plans to return to the hotel, but only to grab Aiden's guitar and leave a plane ticket for Camryn on the bed, along with cash for a cab to the airport. The room's already paid for, so she'll be fine. Making sure she gets home safely is the least he can do. He's the one who dragged her into this mess. No more godforsaken buses for her. This has to end now. He never should have let it go this far, but he got lost in the rush of forbidden feelings. At least he's stopping it before things went too far. No confessions, no crossing that line. She kept her distance anyway, never taking him up on his blunt offer. If you let me have you, you're mine. Not exactly poetry, but he meant every word. He tosses back the shot, pays, and steps outside. Bourbon Street blurs into Canal, and soon he's wandering through streets whose names he can't recall, even after squinting at the signs. The whiskey barely dulls the edge. He'd need the whole bottle to numb this feeling. Hands shoved in his pockets, he keeps walking, no destination in mind. Just away I wander endlessly, just like Camryn and I did during our brief road trip, directionless, aimless. I keep walking so it doesn't feel like I'm wasting time until night falls and I can slip unseen into my hotel room while she sleeps. But I'm also afraid of changing my mind. I don't want to leave without her, but I know I have no choice. After hours of walking, I end up at Woldenberg Riverfront Park, where I sit by the Mississippi watching cargo ships drift past and ferries shuttle back and forth to Algiers. The night settles in and the park grows quiet. For a long time, the only company I have is a statue of Malcolm Woldenberg, until 2 girls in I Heart suit Nola shirts stroll by. The blonde gives me a shy smile but stays silent while the brunette wastes no time. You partying tonight? She tilts her head, sizing me up. I'm Lee and this is Amy. Amy flashes me a grin that makes it clear I'd only need to hint at an invitation to get her into bed. I nod politely but keep my name to myself. So, Lee presses, plopping down beside me. You coming out or what? Not exactly, I mutter, leaving it at that. The blonde sits on my other side, pulling her knees up so her shorts ride higher on her thighs. I shake my head, imagining how much better Camryn would look in them, and fix my gaze back on the river. Just come with us, Lee insists. There's a killer scene at DBA tonight and you look bored out of your mind. I glance at her. She's attractive, sure, both of them are, but the more she talks, the less I care. All I can think about is Camryn. I study Lee's legs, her moving lips as she adds, we'd have a blast if you joined, it'll be epic. I could go, if I'm leaving anyway, never seeing Camryn again, why not book a different room and take these two for a spin? I've been down this road before, still thrilling but predictable. Not sure, I say, I'm waiting for someone. The lie slips out before I can stop it. Lee leans in, her hand on my thigh. We'd be way more fun, she purrs, her voice dripping with the confidence of someone who's had too many one-night stands. I brush her off and stand, shoving my hands in my pockets as I walk away. Any other day I might have taken the offer, but not today. Whatever this thing with Camryn is, it's gotten under my skin. I need to get out of this city. I walk away from the two girls without a word, ignoring their angry chatter. I don't care what they're saying or if they feel rejected. In an hour they'll be wrapped up with some guy and forget they ever met me. It's past midnight now. At an internet cafe, I book Camryn's flight to North Carolina, then withdraw enough cash for her taxi to the airport and another ride to her parents' house. Back at the hotel, I ask the front desk for an envelope, a sheet of paper and a pen before settling onto a lobby couch to write her a note. Camryn, I'm sorry for leaving like this, but I can't handle saying goodbye to your face. I hope you'll think of me sometimes, but if it's easier to forget me, I get it. Give it your all, Camryn Bennett. Follow your gut, say what you mean, and never apologize for being yourself. Screw what anyone else thinks, live for you, not them. Show the code below at the airport counter, you'll get a ticket home. All you need is your passport. The flight leaves tomorrow morning. The cash is for your cab. Thanks for the best 2 weeks of my life and for being there when I needed it most. Andrew Parrish. I read it 5 times before folding it with the money and slipping both into the envelope. The hardest part will be getting in and out of our room unseen. Please let her be asleep. I can do this as long as I don't have to look her in the eyes. Stepping off the elevator, I move down the bright hallway, my stomach twisting as I reach our doors. A do not disturb sign dangles from her handle and my chest tightens. I only hang those when I've brought someone back to my room. The idea of Camryn with some random guy right now, it claws at me, pathetic. She was never mine and here I am seething over nothing. The sooner I'm out of New Orleans, the better. Swiping my keycard, I slip inside. The room's exactly how I left it, my bags on the floor, clothes strewn around, Aiden's guitar against the wall. I pack quickly, yanking chargers from the outlets at the last second. One last glance, and I'm gone. Andrew shoves everything into his bag with his clothes and finally rushes to the bathroom to grab his toothbrush from the sink. As I step out, Camryn is standing in the doorway. Andrew, are you okay? I cross my arms, watching him while the bedroom door clicks shut behind me. I've been so worried, terrified he'd leave without saying goodbye, but even more afraid of the state he was in this morning after the news about his father. My breath catches as he brushes past me, heading straight for the bags at the foot of the bed. Why won't he look at me? My eyes flick to the luggage and it hits me he's packing. My arms drop to my sides as I move closer. Just talk to me, I say softly. Andrew, you scared me to death. He stuffs his toothbrush into the bag, his back still turned. If you need to go to the funeral, that's fine. I can head home. Maybe we can just talk for a second. He spins around so fast it startles me. This isn't about the funeral or my dad, Camryn, he says, and the sharpness in his voice stings even though I don't understand yet. Then what is it? He turns away again, pretending to dig through one of his bags, but I know it's just an act. That's when I spot the envelope sticking out of his back pocket, my name Rin scrawled across it. I reach out and yank it free before he can stop me. Camryn, his voice is heavy, resigned. He looks down, exhaling like he's already given up. What is this? I ask, tearing open the flap before he can answer. He doesn't try to stop me. He just waits, watching, because he knows I'll read it anyway. He wants me to. The money inside barely registers. I drop the envelope onto the bed without touching it. The real gut punch is the note in my hands, already crushing me before I've read a single word. My fingers tremble as I unfold it. Why am I shaking? And then I read it and my throat tightens like a vice. My eyes burn with furious, aching tears. Sweetheart, you knew this trip had to end sometime. Don't you dare call me that, I snap. If you're leaving, you don't get to call me that anymore. You're right. I stare at him, my face a mess of hurt and confusion. Why does this hurt so much? He's right, we both knew this was coming, so why does it feel like I'm being ripped apart? The tears come hot and unstoppable, but I refuse to break down in front of him. I hold his gaze, even as everything inside me turns to fire and wreckage. My hands clench into fists, Andrew's note crumpling in my right one. If you left because of your dad, because you needed time and you just left your number at the bottom of this note instead of a damn plane ticket, I could have understood that. I shake the crumpled paper at him before letting my fist drop. But walking away because of me, pretending nothing ever happened between us, that hurts, Andrew, it hurts like hell. His jaw tightens. Where the hell do you get off thinking I could pretend it never happened? He snaps, his voice raw. He drops the strap of his bag and steps closer. I'll never forget this time, Camryn. That's exactly why I couldn't face you. I back away, my chest aching. Anger burns through me, at him, at myself, for the tears I can't stop. I glance at the note in my hand, then circle around him to the bed and toss it beside the envelope of cash. Fine, go, but I'll get myself home. I swipe at my face and head for the door. You're still scared, he calls after me. I whirl around. You don't get it at all. I yank the door open, drop his spare key on the floor and storm back to my room. Pacing, I want to punch a wall, tear something apart, but instead I collapse onto the bed and let the tears come. Then Andrew bursts in, slamming the door behind him. His hands grip my arms, fingers digging in. Why are you still scared? His eyes are wet with furious pain, tears. He shakes me. Just say what you feel. For a second I freeze at his outburst, then shove him off. My thoughts are a mess, but one thing is clear. I don't want him to leave, but Camryn, desperation twists his face. Whatever it is, say it. I don't care how dangerous or stupid or messed up it sounds, just tell me. His voice cuts straight through me. Be honest with me, be honest with yourself. He throws his hands up. Cam, I want you, damn it, I scream. The thought of you leaving and never seeing you again is tearing me apart. My throat burns, but I force the words out. It feels like I can't breathe without you. Say it. You think I'm an asshole, he growls. Go on. No, I want to be yours. My legs barely hold me up. My whole body shakes with sobs, my chest splitting open like my heart's breaking in two. Andrew grabs me and spins me around, one hand locking my wrists behind my back before yanking me hard against his chest. Say it again, Camryn, he growls, his breath scorching the side of my neck, sending shivers down my spine. His teeth graze just below my ear, sharp and deliberate. Say it one more damn time, sweetheart. His grip tightens, fingers digging into my skin as I gasp. I'm yours, Andrew Parrish. I want all of you. His other hand fists in my hair, tilting my head back, exposing my throat. His mouth trails from my jaw down my neck, each bite sending sparks through me. I can feel him pressed against me, hard and impatient. Please, I whisper, my voice trembling, don't let me go. Still pinned against him, his fingers slip beneath the waistband of my shorts, shoving them down roughly before pushing me toward the bed. My knees hit the mattress as he yanks my shirt over my head, his movements quick and possessive. Behind me, I hear the rustle of clothes hitting the floor, then the heat of his body presses against mine again, his hands roaming, one cupping my breast, the other sliding between my thighs. My breath hitches as his fingers tease my head, falling back against him. I twist to catch his mouth, our kiss desperate, tongues tangling until we're both breathless. Then he flips me onto my stomach, my fingers clutching the sheets as his weight pins me down. He grabs my wrists again, pressing them into the small of my back. Fuck, Andrew, just take me, I beg, my voice shaking with need. He drags himself against me, teasing, making me wait. Every shift of his hips has me arching, but he pulls back each time, drawing it out until I'm trembling. His teeth scrape my shoulder, sharp enough to sting before his tongue soothes the mark. Then, effortlessly, he flips me onto my back, sliding me up the bed like I weigh nothing. His eyes lock onto mine, dark, hungry, and I know he's done playing. He moves between my legs, pressing his knees against mine to spread them apart. His hands settle on the underside of my thighs, keeping me open beneath him. For a moment, his sharp green eyes lock onto mine before his gaze drifts lower, taking in every exposed inch of me. His fingers tease, tracing a slow path between my lips before brushing against my clit. My breath hitches, my body trembling as every touch sends waves of heat curling deep inside me. When his eyes meet mine again, dark and intense, he slides his fingers in deeper, drawing a gasp from me. I reach down, desperate to touch myself, but he catches my wrist, holding it just long enough to tease before pulling it away. His relentless rhythm leaves no inch untouched, and soon I'm arching into him, my head buried in the pillow. Just as I'm on the edge, he withdraws, denying me release. His mouth travels over me, kissing, licking, biting from my thighs up to my throat, pinning my arms above my head so I can't grab hold. His wild stare lingers on my lips before he growls, I'm going to wreck you, God, you have no idea. The words send a shudder through me, pleasure pooling low in my stomach. He bites my tongue, then claims my mouth in a rough kiss, our breaths mingling between moans. His right hand moves without breaking contact, guiding himself to my entrance but only pushing in just enough to drive me mad. I rock my hips, trying to pull him deeper as our kiss turns feverish. Finally wrenching a hand free, I fist his hair, tugging hard, neither of us caring about the sting. He savors it as much as I do. Then, agonizingly slow, he fills me inch by inch until my back arches, my lips parting on a ragged moan. My eyes flutter shut, the sensation too much to bear. It feels like he grows even harder inside me, my thighs trembling against him. He forces me to look at him, his teeth catching my lower lip before his tongue soothes the bite. I kiss him fiercely, lifting my hips to take him deeper, losing all control as his pace quickens, surrendering completely to the fire between us. His movements grow more urgent, driving into me with a force that makes me break our kiss as my back arches. I press my chest toward him, and he eagerly takes my nipples into his mouth, his tongue working in rough, hungry strokes. My arms and legs lock around him, nails digging into his sweat-slicked skin, leaving marks that only spur him on. The deeper I claw, the wilder he becomes, his rhythm relentless, pushing me closer to the edge. "Come with me," he growls against my ear before his mouth crashes back onto mine, raw and demanding. Seconds later, I shatter, my body trembling uncontrollably as pleasure rips through me. "Don't pull away," I beg, feeling him tense above me, and he doesn't. With one final thrust, a low groan escapes him, warmth flooding inside as he lets go. My legs stay wrapped tight around him until the last aftershocks fade, then slowly fall open. He keeps moving, slower now, until his body finally stills against mine. Later, we lie tangled together, his head resting over my heart, my leg draped across his waist. Our breathing steadies, but before long, the heat between us flares again. By the time dawn breaks, he's taken me in ways I never imagined possible. Morning light spills through the curtains, and this time he wakes me with soft kisses along my ribs, his hands tracing slow circles down my back. There's no urgency now, just tenderness. If I died here, wrapped in his arms, I'd never know the difference. Heaven couldn't compare. Andrew pulls me closer, his lips brushing my jaw. "You can't leave now," I whisper. "I never really wanted to." Turning to face him, our legs entwine, foreheads touching. "But you were going to," I murmur. He nods. "Yeah, I thought I had to." "Because," his voice trails off. "Because what?" I press. "Because I was scared of how obvious it was. I want to believe that's the reason. I need to." But when his gaze drops, my stomach twists. Gently, I trace his brow, the bridge of his nose, before leaning in to brush my lips against his. "Andrew, is that why?" His silence says everything. Then his arms tighten around me, his kiss fierce, like an answer he won't put into words. "Are you sure about this?" he asks, still struggling to believe I could ever want him this way, which is ridiculous if you ask me. I try and fail to untangle the logic behind his hesitation. "Why wouldn't I?" I counter. "Andrew, I meant every word. I can't breathe without you. Last night, after you stayed away all day, I sat on the edge of this bed gasping for air. It felt like my chest was caving in. I thought you'd already left, and then it hit me. I didn't even have your number. I might never find you again." He presses a finger to my lips, instantly calming me. "I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere." I smile, resting my head against his chest, his chin brushing my hair. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the soft sound of his breathing lull me into peace. We lie there for hours, barely speaking, and I realize this is exactly what I've wanted since the moment we met on that bus. I've broken every rule one by one. Andrew, the heart always wins. It's reckless, self-destructive, even masochistic, but it gets what it wants. The brain, sure, it's logical, rational, probably knows what's best, but right now I don't care what mine has to say. All I need is to live in this moment. "Time to get up, babe," I murmur, giving Camryn a playful swat. She dozed off again in my arms after we woke up together earlier, tangled in the sheets. "After last night, I can hardly tell dreams from reality." She groans, rolling toward me, her blonde hair a wild mess, the white sheet clinging to her, still impossibly gorgeous. "Come on, sweetheart," she mumbles, and my pulse jumps at the nickname. "Let's just stay in bed all day." I tug on a t-shirt and shorts, sitting beside her on the edge of the mattress. Leaning down, I kiss her forehead. "I want to do everything with you," I say, grinning so wide it almost hurts. "We could go anywhere, do whatever we want. I've never been this happy, didn't even know it was possible." Camryn smiles up at me, her blue eyes bright with that just-woke-up softness, like she's studying me, savoring the way my soul unravels for her. She stretches her arms out. "You might have to carry me everywhere today," she teases. I gently take her arms in my hands and lift her up until she's sitting upright in bed. "No worries," I say with a laugh. "I don't mind carrying you around all day if I have to. Sure, we might get some weird looks, but who cares, though?" Why exactly?" She leans in and kisses the tip of my nose. "Because I don't think I can walk." My grin widens as it dawns on me why. She swings her legs over the edge of the bed, and I catch the brief wince of pain on her face. "Oh damn, babe, I'm so sorry." I genuinely feel bad, but there's also a flicker of pride, and yeah, I'm smirking. She is too. "Not to feed your ego," she adds, "but I've never been taken like that before." I throw my head back, laughing. "The things that come out of your mouth," she points a finger at me. "That's all your fault. You turned me into this shameless, insatiable mess who's gonna walk funny for days." She nods firmly as if sealing the statement. Carefully, I scoop her up, cradling her legs over one arm. Given her current state, it's probably best not to carry her piggyback. "Sorry, sweetheart, but let's be real, you were already a little wild when I met you. And the whole insatiable thing, that didn't take much coaxing. A true nympho wouldn't tap out just because she's sore." Her eyes widen in mock offense. Nope, not me, I'm calling a timeout, at least until tomorrow morning. I kiss her forehead and carry her to the bathroom. No complaints here, I say. Today's all about spoiling you. First order of business, a hot bath. With bubbles, she asks, pouting with big, pleading eyes. Sure, with bubbles. A few minutes later, she's perched naked on the edge of the tub while I fill it. Oh, the bubble situation's looking bleak, I admit, squeezing the last drops from the hotel's tiny shampoo bottle. You know, she says, swinging her legs, almost all my toiletries are gone. My toothpaste tube's flattened and I could really use some body wash. She runs a hand down her bare legs and grimaces. My skin feels like sandpaper. I'll run to the store, I offer. As the water rises, I grab the hotel notepad and pencil, keeping my eyes firmly on the paper, not her. Okay, toothpaste, body wash, what else? Shampoo and conditioner, preferably L'Oreal, the pink bottle, but honestly, anything's fine as long as it's not that two-in-one nonsense. Oh, and a small bottle of baby oil. I raise an eyebrow. Baby oil, what are you planning? No, she swats at me playfully and I can't help but watch the way the motion makes her. Well, never mind. Not like that. I love using it in the shower, honestly. I jot down large bottle of baby oil just in case, and maybe some snacks and a few bottles of mineral water or tea as long as it's not lemon flavored. No soda though. Oh, she raises a finger. Beef jerky. I grin and add it to the list. That it? Yeah, can't think of anything else. Well, if you remember something later, I say, pulling my phone from my pocket, just call and let me know. What's your number? Happy, she rattles it off and I dial. Her voicemail picks up and I leave a message. Hey babe, it's me, be back soon. Got a little distracted by an insanely hot blonde sitting here naked. Camryn smirks, cheeks flushing. She pulls me between her legs and kisses me hard. Oh crap, the water. She yelps and I see it about to overflow. I quickly shut off the faucet, drain some of the warmth, then set my phone and grocery list aside before wrapping my arms around her. Andrew, I'm not an invalid, she says, but she's enjoying this as much as I am. I help her into the tub and she leans back, her hair spilling into the water. I'll be right back, I say, turning to leave. You promise this time? I stop mid-step and turn. She's dead serious. It stings a little, not because I'm offended, but because I've given her reason to doubt me. I meet her gaze. Yeah, I promise, sweetheart, you're stuck with me now, you know that, right? She smiles softly, but her eyes glint with mischief. What did I just get myself into? Sex changes everything. At first, you're in this safe, flirty little bubble where everything's predictable. That magnetic pull can last forever if you keep the mystery alive, but the second you cross that line, the bubble pops, leaving nothing but raw nerves. Will the spark fade, the tension? Does one of us secretly think we screwed up? No, I know we didn't. It's not arrogance or some naive fantasy. It's fact. Andrew Parrish and I met on that bus in Kansas because we were supposed to. Coincidence is just fate's boring alias. I stay in the bath a while but climb out before turning into a prune. I'm still sore, but I can walk just fine. His over-the-top need to take care of me, adorable. I get dressed, straighten the bed and tidy up before checking my phone. All texts from Natalie, still nothing from Mom. My phone's always on vibrate. Ringing drives me nuts no matter what ringtone I pick, even the happiest tune in the world. The second I hear that phone jingle, it hits me like nails on a chalkboard. I walk to the window and throw the curtains wide open, letting the bright sunlight flood the room before settling onto the sill to take in the view of New Orleans. I'll never forget this place. My thoughts drift to Andrew and his dad, but I push the topic aside for now. I'll give him a few more days before bringing it up again. He's still hurting, and I don't want him using me, consciously or not, as a distraction. He can't avoid this forever. Scrolling through my phone's music library, I realize it's been a while since I listened to my own playlists. Surprisingly, I haven't missed them much. Just like Andrew predicted, I've gotten used to classic rock. Hell, I've even started to love it. I tap on Barton Hollow by the Civil Wars, my go-to track for the past 2 months. The moment I turn on the speaker, the room fills with that folksy country sound I secretly adore. I'm not exactly a country girl, but this band, they're the exception. Singing along with John and Joy, I let myself go completely, belting out the lyrics as loud as I can while swaying in front of the window. When Joy's solo hits, I try and fail to match her smooth, velvety tone. Not that it matters, it's just fun, and for a second everything feels lighter. Mid-spin, my stomach drops. Andrew is leaning against the doorframe, grinning like he's just won the lottery. My voice cuts off, my body freezing in place. My face burns so hot I swear it's about to melt off. He strolls in, dropping 2 plastic bags on the table. For someone in so much pain, you're a pretty good dancer, he teases, those damn dimples making an appearance. Cheeks flaming, I hurry over to the bags, desperate for a distraction. Yeah, well, you shouldn't sneak up on people. Wasn't sneaking, he says, still grinning. Just enjoying the show. You've got a nice voice, by the way. If possible, I blush even harder, turning away to dig through one of the bags. Thanks, babe, but I think you're biased. Nah, I mean it, he says, serious now. You're not as bad as you think, not as bad. I spin around, clutching a giant bottle of baby oil like a weapon. So you're saying you don't actually think I'm good either? I hold up the baby oil bottle and tease. I said a small one. They were out of the travel sizes. Right, sure you were. I grin and set the bottle on the table. He shifts on the bed, the frame creaking as he sits at the foot. No, seriously, I don't think you're bad at singing, he says. I catch his reflection in the mirror and raise an eyebrow. Well, at least you managed to grab the right shampoo and conditioner, I reply, lining them up next to the oil before pulling out the third bottle. But what's this supposed to be? He looks genuinely confused. What do you mean it says body wash right on the label? I'm messing with you, I laugh. It's perfect. Relief flashes across his face, but then he starts up again. You should perform sometime, just try it, see how it feels. I was hoping this conversation was over. The last thing I need is him getting ideas. Yeah, no, I shake my head at him through the mirror. That's in the same category as eating bugs or jumping out of a plane, so let's just drop it. I reach back into the bag and pull out. Oh no, this can't be what I think it is. Why not, he presses. It'd be an experience, something you never thought you'd do, but it'd make you feel incredible. What is this? I turn around, holding up the box of Vagisil. He pales slightly. That's well, you know, he stammers, shrinking back a little. It's for your down there. He gives an awkward nod in the general direction. My jaw drops. Do I smell? Did you see me scratching or something? I fight back a laugh. Andrew's eyes widen. What? No, I just thought it might help with the discomfort. I've never seen him look so embarrassed and panicked at the same time. Look, it was already awkward enough standing in that aisle, reading every label trying to figure out the right thing, he says, gesturing wildly. I decided this was good for the general area and then I just threw it in the cart. I set the Vagisil down and walk over to him. Well, this stuff isn't exactly for friction-related soreness, but I appreciate the effort. I climb onto his lap, leaning in to kiss him, and he wraps his arms around me. Guess we don't need separate rooms anymore, he murmurs against my lips. I loop my arms around his neck and kiss him again. I was planning to grab your stuff from your room while you were at the store, but then I remembered I threw your spare key on the floor last night when I stormed out. His large hands slide down, gripping my waist as he pulls me closer. He kisses the hollow of my neck before standing up, still holding me tight. I wrap my legs around him, laughing as he carefully lowers me back down. All right, I'll go get them now, he says. Might take me a few days to nail the chords and memorize the lyrics, though you seem to have them down already. Oh no, I narrow my eyes, giving him a sideways glance. Why do you need to learn it? His dimples deepen. If I recall correctly, you surrendered your freedom after our little pool game. His expression turns dangerously playful, like he's some kind of smooth-talking devil. I shake my head slowly at first, then faster as it sinks in. You said, he nods, and I quote, I only want freedom when it comes to eating weird bugs or hanging my butt out a window. The rest, I kinda like you calling the shots. Andrew grins, his eyes crinkling this time. Sorry, babe, but you should really think before you make promises. No, Andrew, I step back, crossing my arms. You can't force me to get on a stage and sing in front of people. That's just cruel. Cruel for you or cruel for the audience? He smirks. I stomp on his foot. Kidding, I'm kidding. He laughs, dodging me. Well, you can't make me do it. He tilts his head, those irresistible green eyes locking onto mine. No, I'd never force you to do anything, but great, now he's pulling out the fake pout, and damn if it isn't working. I really, really want you to try. He takes my elbows, tugging me closer. I let out a frustrated groan, grinding my teeth behind tightly pressed lips. Taking a deep breath, I cave. Fine. His face lights up. One time, I jab a finger in the air. And you better start saving up, because if anyone laughs at me, you're paying my bail. He cups my face, squishing my cheeks before kissing my puckered fish lips. Later, Andrew returns with his bags and his brother's acoustic guitar, barely containing his excitement. Meanwhile, I'm drowning in dread, already questioning why I agreed to this. Though if I'm honest, there's a tiny flicker of excitement buried under all the nerves. Standing in front of a crowd doesn't scare me. Back in high school, I gave a speech on endangered species and even played a role in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest during senior year. Acting, I can hold my own, but singing, that's a different beast. And doing a duet with Andrew, whose voice could make ice cream melt mid-scoop, is downright terrifying. I thought my music was banned for this road trip. Andrew drops his bags and carries his guitar to the bed where I'm wrapping a towel around my damp hair. I just washed it again, testing out my fancy new shampoo. Watching you get into that song was too cute, I'll make an exception. It's by the Civil Wars, not usually my thing, but this one's good, I say. It's called Barton Hollow. Sounded like modern folk, he replies, plucking a few experimental notes. I dig it. Hey, where's your phone? I grab it from the windowsill, pull up the song and hand it over. He sets it beside him, hits play and starts figuring out the chords by ear, pausing, rewinding, testing each progression. Within minutes, he's nailed the first chorus, and by dusk, he's got most of the song down thanks to some online chord charts. Perched on the windowsill, he runs through the lyrics with me, the stormy night sky behind him. I join in here and there, but my nerves are fraying. If I can't even sing in this quiet room with him, how am I supposed to do it on stage? My confidence is evaporating fast. Come on, babe, he says, fingers resting on the strings. Just because you know the words doesn't mean you get to skip rehearsal. I flop onto the edge of the bed. Promise you won't make faces or laugh at me. I won't even breathe, he teases. Scout's honor, now get over here. With a sigh, I push up and walk over. Andrew adjusts the guitar on his lap, takes a sip of tea to clear his throat. Relax, the guy sings most of it. You've just got that one solo, the rest is harmony. I fidget. Right, your voice could carry the whole thing anyway. He tucks his pick between his lips and holds out a hand. Hey, come here. I take it, and he pulls me between his knees, the guitar pressed between us. Removing the pick, he says, I love your voice, okay? Even if I genuinely believed you couldn't sing, I'd still want you to do this. Who cares what anyone else thinks? My lips curl into a hesitant half-smile. Fine, I say, but I'm only doing this for you, don't forget that. I jab a finger at him. You owe me for this. He shakes his head. I don't want you doing it just for me, but since practicing is more important than arguing with you right now, we'll save the debate for after your show in Old Point. Trust me, you'll realize it was worth more than just humoring me. The guitar starts up again. Wait, maybe if you stand too, I won't feel so awkward. Andrew chuckles and pushes off the windowsill. Jesus, sweetheart, sure, if it helps, or you could just wear a paper bag over your head. I glare like I'm actually considering it. Nice try, Camryn, get back to work. We practice most of the evening until the neighbors on both sides start banging on the walls. Slowly, I let go of my hesitation and my fear of what Andrew might think. By the end, I'm convinced it actually sounds decent. Later, sprawled across the bed, I rest my head on his chest. Glad you pushed me, I murmur. Otherwise, I'd probably be halfway back to North Carolina by now. He presses his lips to my hair. Confession time, he says. My ears perk up. Yeah, he stares at the ceiling where headlights from outside paint shifting shapes. Remember that motel in Wellington, Kansas, when I gave you 2 minutes to get ready the next morning? He hesitates, turning his face toward me. I prop myself up on one elbow. Yeah, why, what'd you do? A nervous laugh escapes him. I took a photo of your driver's license. For a second, I'm too stunned to speak. Seriously, why? Are you mad? I exhale sharply. Depends what you plan to do with my personal info. He looks away, but even in the dim light, I see the flush creeping up his neck. Not like hunting you down to chop you into little pieces or anything. My jaw drops. Well, that's a relief. I laugh, but no, really, why? His gaze drifts back to the ceiling. Just wanted to know I could find you, he admits, in case we went our separate ways. My eyes soften, but my smile falters. The photo itself doesn't bother me, it's almost sweet. But the fact that he was already preparing for us to split up, that stings. I get the sense he'd been planning to leave for a while now. Andrew, yeah, babe, is there anything else you need to tell me? He hesitates. No, why do you ask? I stare at the ceiling. I don't know, I just always feel this weird distance from you. Distance, he sounds surprised. Was I distant when I convinced you to come on this trip with me, or when I went down on you last night? Okay, not then. Camryn, the only thing I've ever hesitated about was whether we should be gotten together in the first place. You think we shouldn't have? My stomach twists. He gently takes my wrist. No, babe, I think we fit together perfectly. That's exactly why I thought maybe we shouldn't let this go too far. That makes no sense. He pulls me closer. I just wasn't sure we should keep going, he murmurs, fingers combing through my hair. But you weren't sure either. He's right about that. What I still don't get is why he was the one holding back. He knows everything, why I needed to leave, Ian's death, my parents, my brother. My reasons are out in the open, stuck to the fridge with a magnet, while Andrew keeps his locked away in a shoebox labeled Christmas decorations. And I'm starting to think it's more than just his dad. He shifts over me, arms braced on either side, muscles flexing. I'm glad my music woke you up, he says, referencing the first thing I ever said to him. I cup his face and pull him down for a kiss. And I'm glad Idaho's famous for potatoes. He frowns and I laugh, kissing him again. His mouth moves against mine, deep and slow, before trailing lower, tongue circling my navel. Then his fingers hook under the edge of my panties. I don't think I can again so soon, I whisper, watching him. He licks a slow path down my stomach, takes my fingers one by one, pressing kisses to each. No sex, he promises, and I'll be gentle. I lift my hips to help him slide them off. His lips brush the inside of one thigh, then the other. I'll keep my tongue nice and wet so it doesn't sting, he murmurs, moving closer, breath warm against me. I gasp when his fingers part me carefully, his touch featherlight. Damn, babe, you're really swollen. His words sound sincere, not teasing at all. It stings a little, but God, I want this so badly. I feel his hot breath between my legs. I'll be really gentle, he says, and my breath hitches as his wet tongue slowly licks me. His fingers keep me spread open but without pressure so it doesn't hurt. My body melts into the sheets as he licks me over and over, sending me into unrestrained ecstasy with the slow, warm glide of his tongue against my heat. For 2 days we practiced our song, mostly in our hotel room, but we also sang a little in public while walking along the Mississippi at the end of Canal Street. Thankfully, there weren't many people around and most just walked past without paying attention, probably because we kept starting, stopping, and repeating sections. Not exactly riveting entertainment. Still, a few people paused. One woman smiled at me, though I couldn't tell if it was pity because I sounded awful or genuine enjoyment. Either way, Andrew was right. It helped me get used to performing in front of people. By day 3, he was convinced we had the song down and were ready for our gig at Old Point. Me, I wasn't so sure. I probably needed another week or a month or a decade. It'll be fine, he says, tying his bootlaces. Actually, you're gonna kill it. By the end, I'll have to fight guys off you. Oh, shut up, I mutter, pulling a black silk camisole with gold straps over my head, something I bought just for tonight. The strapless thing I wore last time felt like too much. I saw how girls drooled over you at your last show. That's the only thing saving me. They'll be so distracted by you they won't even notice my screeching. Babe, you sound amazing, he says. Stop being so hard on yourself. He yanks a tight black tee over his abs, looking unfairly hot in dark jeans, his hair perfectly messy. Wait, what was he saying? Just remember, he adds, swiping deodorant under his shirt, you don't have to sing every line. Sometimes you get carried away and try to harmonize when it's my solo. He raises an eyebrow at me. I don't mind at all, honestly. I just thought you'd appreciate singing a little less tonight, he said. I adjusted my new heels and walked over to the full-length mirror beside the TV, taking in my reflection. You look absolutely stunning, Andrew murmured, stepping behind me. His hand slid around my waist as he pressed a kiss to my neck. I yelped when he playfully swatted my backside. And I know I've said it before, but I love your braids. He let each one glide over his thumbs before kissing my cheek. I swatted him away with a laugh. Quit it, you're ruining my makeup. With a satisfied grin, he grabbed his wallet from the nightstand and tucked it into his back pocket. All right, I think we're ready, he said, offering me his hand with an exaggerated bow. I took it, letting him pull me toward the door. What about the guitar? Good call, he admitted, grabbing it by the neck. I can usually borrow one from Eddie, but if he's not there tonight, we'll need this. Damn, I shouldn't have reminded you. This time we took the Chevelle. One glance at my shoes had convinced Andrew that walking to Algiers wasn't an option, not with the guitar in tow. We skipped the ferry and took the highway instead, crossing the Mississippi in record time. Part of me missed our first slow walk to Old Point back when everything felt endless. Now we'd be there in minutes. Stomach twisted as we pulled up to Olivier Street. I froze outside the car and Andrew wrapped an arm around me before hesitating. I can't do this to you. I must have looked like I was about to lose my lunch. He cupped my face, his gaze steady. I'm serious. I won't make you go through with something that's making you miserable, even if it's just for me. I nodded, my breath shaky. No, I can handle it, I insisted, forcing confidence into my voice. I want to, really. His thumbs brushed my cheeks. You're sure? Yeah. His green eyes softened, that same hypnotic warmth pulling me in. He grabbed the guitar from the backseat and hand in hand we stepped inside Old Point. Parrish, Carla called from behind the bar, waving us over. Andrew tightened his grip, guiding me through the crowd. The glow of the TV behind her cast her in a halo of flickering light. Hey Carla, Andrew says, leaning over the bar to hug her. Is Eddie around tonight? She plants her hands on her hips and flashes me a grin. You bet he is, she replies. He's somewhere in the crowd. Hey Camryn, good to see you again. I give her a quick smile. You too. Andrew slides onto a bar stool and motions for me to take the one beside him. I hop up, my legs bouncing nervously. The place is packed, way more people than I expected. My gaze darts over the sea of bobbing heads and clusters of patrons who have gathered near the stage now that the band has started up again. The music swells, forcing Andrew and Carla to shout over the noise. Got room for us tonight? He asks. Carla leans in, her eyes flicking to me. Us, she says, raising an eyebrow. Wait, are you both singing? Excitement lights up her face. My heart pounds so hard I swear it might crack a rib, and I gulp down the lump in my throat only for another to take its place. She tilts her head, her smile softening. Oh honey, you're gonna kill it. No need to be nervous. This crowd's gonna love you. Reaching behind the bar, she pulls out a shot glass just as a regular slides onto the stool next to me. Without a word, she pours him a drink. Tried telling her that, Andrew chimes in, but first-time jitters are real. First and last time, I correct. Carla smirks. Listen, I'm not usually the violent type, but if anyone gives you trouble up there, just signal me. I'll toss him out the side door like a bad movie extra. She winks before adding, oh, there's Eddie. She nods toward the stage and I spot him weaving through the crowd. Same crisp white shirt, black pants and polished shoes as the first time I saw him. That deep, crinkly grin hasn't changed either. Parrish, Eddie calls, grabbing Andrew's hand and pulling him into a bear hug. Then his eyes land on me. Look at you, like you stepped right out of a high-end magazine. He hugs me too, the scent of cheap whiskey and cigarettes oddly comforting. Andrew beams. Camryn's singing with me tonight. Eddie's eyebrows shoot up. Normally that de-spike my anxiety, but something about him makes me feel steadier. Maybe I'll ask him to hold my hand when we go on. "Oh, sweetheart," Eddie says, grinning, "I bet your voice is just as stunning as you are." My face burns. "All right, you're up right after this band." He points toward the stage. Andrew grabs my hand and pulls me close. It's clear Eddie means a lot to him, almost like a second father, and it's hitting him hard that Eddie seems to like me. Eddie's already by the stage, flashing 3 fingers at us. 3 minutes. Oh my God, I think I'm gonna throw up. Yeah, Eddie should have stuck around. Andrew's grip tightens on my hand. "Remember, everyone's just here to have fun. No one's judging you. This isn't The Voice or something." I take a deep breath, forcing myself to relax. The band finishes their last song and the music cuts off, replaced by the usual clatter of instruments being moved or tuned. The murmur of voices grows louder. The air is thick with cigarette smoke and body heat, making the whole room feel suffocating. As Andrew tugs me toward the stage, my hands start shaking and I realize I'm digging my nails into his knuckles. He chuckles softly and I follow him, barely believing I'm about to do this. "Babe, you got this." He kisses my forehead, then sets his guitar down near the drum kit to adjust the mic. "We're sharing one," he says, "so don't headbutt me." I squint at him. "Oh yeah, hilarious." A few people glance our way, but most are still wrapped up in their own conversations. Andrew focuses on his guitar while I stand there, useless and nervous. "Ready?" he asks. Not even close, but the sooner we start, the sooner it's over. We lock eyes and he counts under his breath. 1, 2, 3. Together we sing, "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh," a beat of silence. Then again, "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh." The guitar kicks in. Dozens of heads turn toward us at once and the chatter dies. As Andrew plays the opening riff and starts the first verse, I'm frozen, can't even move my eyeballs. But the longer he plays, the more my body loosens, swaying with the music. That's when I notice the crowd moving too. We hit the chorus together and holy crap, I actually nail the high note. Andrew grins at me mid-verse, playing effortlessly like he's done this 1,000 times. The audience is into it now, nodding at each other like, damn, they're good. And suddenly, I believe it too, my movements become less stiff, and I actually start enjoying myself until the terrifying realization hits that my solo is coming up. Andrew locks eyes with me, steadying me with his gaze like he's silently passing me confidence. His guitar playing stops right on cue. He taps the body of the guitar in rhythm as I sing, plucks a few notes, taps again, guiding me all the way to my final note. Then he jumps back in, whispering flawless before launching into the last verse. We're both grinning like idiots by the end, pride radiating between us. During the fast-paced bridge, we lean in close, belting out the harmonies. Ooh, 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 the tempo slows and we softly sing the final chorus together. The last note fades and then right in front of the cheering crowd, he kisses me. The audience erupts into applause, someone even shouting encore from the back. Andrew pulls me in for another kiss. "Holy crap, babe, you killed it." His eyes are shining, his whole face lit up. "I can't believe I actually did that." I yell over the noise, my skin buzzing with adrenaline. "Wanna do another?" he asks. I shake my head. "No way, I need to process this first, but I'm glad I did it. I'm so proud of you." We step off stage and a couple of older guys approach us, beers in hand. The bearded one grins. "Come on, let's dance." He does an awkward little shuffle, arms stiff at his sides. My face flushes and I catch Andrew's amused look. "But there's no music," I protest. "Oh, there will be." The guy signals someone across the room and seconds later the jukebox kicks in. Still riding the high from the performance, I figure why not. I take his hand and he spins me in a clumsy twirl. After 2 songs, Andrew rescues me, slipping between us and pulling me against him. His hands settle on my waist, our hips swaying together. We stay like that for a while, chatting with people between songs, even playing a round of darts with Carla. By midnight, we finally head out. Back in the car, Andrew glances at me. "So, how do you feel?" He looks smug, like he already knows the answer. "You were right," I admit. "I feel different in a good way. Never thought I'd do something like that." "Really glad you did." His smile is soft. I unbuckle my seatbelt and scoot closer, his arm wrapping around me. "Hey," he says, "what about tomorrow night?" "Huh, wanna sing again?" "No chance." "That's okay," he murmurs, rubbing my arm. "Once was more than I expected, so I won't complain about it." "No, wait, okay," I say, "I'll just do it." He looks surprised. "You sure?" "Yeah, totally." We stand there grinning at each other like a couple of idiots. Before we crash in our hotel bed, we end up under the shower instead. We stay in New Orleans for 2 more weeks, playing a few more gigs at Old Point and even landing spots at other bars and clubs around the city. A month ago, I couldn't have imagined ever having the guts to do something like this. Now here I am belting out Barton Hollow like I was born for it. We add a few more songs to our set, mostly ones where Andrew takes the lead so I can harmonize without being front and center. Everywhere we play, the crowd goes wild. After shows, people swarm us just to chat. Some even request songs, but Andrew gently turns them down, knowing I'd still freak out over solo spots. And to my shock, a few times, fans actually ask for my autograph and a photo. I convince myself they must. V had won too many drinks, that's the only explanation that makes sense. By the end of those 2 weeks, Andrew's just as obsessed with the civil wars as I am. On our last night in the city, we lie in bed singing along to Poison and Wine, and it feels like the lyrics say the things we're too afraid to voice out loud. I drift off in his arms, tears on my cheeks, happy tears. Maybe I died without realizing it and wound up in heaven. Andrew, you should do it just to be sure, Masters says, perched on his beat-up black ergonomic chair, wearing a ratty white lab coat in his dingy office. Don't see the point, I mutter from across the desk. What's left to say? What else is there to dig up? But you could. Nope, you know what? Screw it. I shove my chair back so hard it knocks over a potted plant. I'm not putting myself through that again. I storm out, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the glass in the frame. Andrew, babe, wake up. Camryn's voice pulls me out of it. My eyes snap open. I'm in the passenger seat of the car, disoriented, unsure how long I've been out. I roll my neck and scrub a hand over my face. You okay? It's dark outside. She's watching me, worried. Yeah, I lie, nodding. Just a nightmare. Can't even remember it now. You punched the dashboard in your sleep, she says, half laughing. Out of nowhere, scared the hell out of me. Sorry, sweetheart. I lean over, smiling, and press a kiss to her cheek. How long have you been driving? I ask, watching her glance at the glowing dashboard clock. She shrugs. A few hours, maybe. I check the next highway sign to see if she's kept it at 90 like I told her. Can you pull over up there? I nod toward a gravel turnout ahead. She eases off the highway and parks. When I reach for the door handle, her fingers tighten around my wrist. Andrew, wait. I turn to her as she kills the engine and unbuckles her seatbelt. I was just going to take over so you could rest, I say. I know, she murmurs, but her eyes are distant. What's wrong? She drapes her hands over the wheel and leans back. I'm not so sure about Texas anymore. Why not? I slide back into my seat. Finally, she meets my gaze. Then what? She asks. It feels like the end of the line. You live there. What happens after? I recognize the weight in her voice because I've carried it too. After is whatever we want it to be, I say. Her eyes hold something raw hope tangled with fear. I know that look. Swallowing hard, I brush my lips against hers. We'll figure it out, okay? She gives a reluctant nod. My smile feels thin, useless. I don't have the answers, not the ones she needs, not the ones I wish I could give. Camryn shifts to the passenger side as I step out into the glare of oncoming headlights. When I settle behind the wheel, the silence stretches. She stares out the window, lost in the same thoughts gnawing at me. No one's ever got under my skin like this, and it's tearing me apart. The key turns with a growl. Let's take the scenic route, I say softly, eyes fixed on the road. I feel her turn toward me. If you want to, she whispers. A faint smile flickers across her face. The CD player clicks on. Bad Company blares through the speakers. I lunge for the skip button, remembering our old deal, but she stops me. Leave it. Her grin widens, and suddenly I'm back in that bus our first night when I teased her to name one of their songs. Ready for Love, she'd said. Well, I'd shot back. Are you? Funny how life circles back. We carved through Louisiana's backroads, chasing the sunrise toward Texas. By the time we crossed the state line, Camryn's laughing, the morning light catching in her hair. For the first time in miles, something unknots in my chest. We rolled down all the windows, and she dangled her bare feet outside, so all I could see in the side mirror were her cute painted toenails. It's not a real road trip unless your feet are hanging out the window, she shouted over the music and the wind rushing through the car. Her hair was braided, but loose strands whipped around her face. You're right, I said, pressing the gas harder, and on a real road trip you've got to mess with a trucker at least once. She blinked. Wait, what? Yep, I said, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel to the beat. It's tradition, didn't you know? You've got to do at least one of 3 things. I held up a finger. 1, flash your bare butt. Her blue eyes widened. 2, ride up next to one and pretend you know. I mimed the motion. Her mouth dropped open. Or 3, I said, raising my fist, just pump your arm to get M to honk. Relief washed over her face and she smirked. Got it. The second I see a truck, I'll make this road trip legendary. 10 minutes later, our target appeared on the horizon. Lucky guy, getting Camryn's attention was never a bad thing. The highway stretched straight ahead, flat and open on both sides, no trees in sight. We closed in, cruising steady at 60 miles per hour. Camryn swung her feet off the dashboard, wearing those tiny white shorts, a wicked grin on her face. My pulse kicked up. Ready? I asked, turning the music down. She nodded. I checked the mirrors, then the oncoming lane clear. As I sped up to pass, Camryn's hand slid down, disappearing under the hem of her shorts. My grip tightened on the wheel. I'd assumed she'd go for the honk, but nope. My mind raced with possibilities as we pulled alongside the truck's cab. Oh damn. Her fingers moved subtly but unmistakably beneath the thin fabric. With her other hand, she tugged the waistband down just enough to reveal smooth skin. Leaning back, she tilted her head, eyes half-lidded. I forced myself to glance at the road, but damn, it was hard to look away. Camryn bites her lower lip, her fingers moving more urgently beneath her shorts, and I start to question whether she's still pretending. My cock is so hard I could probably drill through steel with it. The truck driver adjusts his speed. Apparently, I'd been so distracted by Camryn's little show that I forgot to keep my foot steady on the gas, letting us slow down without realizing it. Guess I wasn't the only one caught off guard. A rough voice shouts from the truck's open window, "Holy hell, sweetheart, you're gonna give me a heart attack." Woohoo! The guy blares his horn a few times, way too enthusiastic. A sharp pang of jealousy hits me as I spot an oncoming car, so I ease off the gas, dropping to 70 miles per hour to fall in line behind the truck. Camryn must have noticed the way I'm staring because she pulls her hand free and flashes me a wicked grin. "Didn't see that coming, did you?" "Exactly why I did it," she says, propping her feet back up on the dash. "Wait, were you actually?" 70 drops to 60. My heart hammers against my ribs. "Yeah," she admits, "but it wasn't for the truck driver." She tilts her head, mischief dancing in her eyes as she tugs a strand of hair from between her lips. I can't look away, I want to kiss her, bite her. Not complaining, I mutter, white-knuckling the wheel to keep us on the road, but now I've got a slight situation. Her gaze flicks to my lap, then back to me, all playful temptation. Then she slides closer, her hand slipping between my legs. My heart threatens to punch straight through my chest. She kisses my neck, her lips trailing up to my ear, sending shivers everywhere. The zipper of my shorts comes undone. "You helped me with my problem," she whispers, nipping at my skin. Only fair I return the favor. All I can do is nod, too far gone to form a coherent thought, let alone speak. When she takes me in her hand, I sink deeper into the seat, my grip on the wheel turning my knuckles bone white. Then her head dips lower, and the second her tongue drags over me, my whole body jerks. Jesus. Fuck, how am I supposed to drive like this? When she takes me deeper, I shudder, my head falling back, mouth slack. I force my eyes to stay on the road, one hand tangled in her hair, the other barely keeping us steady. 65 becomes 80 in what feels like seconds. My legs shake uncontrollably as I push past 95, my vision blurring from exhaustion. Gripping the wheel with both hands, I fight to maintain any semblance of control, especially over this damn car, until I groan and lose myself completely in the heat of the moment. When I finally come back to my senses, I'm stunned I managed to keep us on the road at all. By morning, we roll into Galveston. Camryn is still asleep beside me, her breathing slow and steady. Not wanting to wake her yet, I cruise past my mom's place first. Her car's missing from the driveway, no surprise since she's probably at the bank. To kill time, I take the long route to my apartment. The slow crawl of the car must be enough to rouse Camryn, though, because as I pull into the cedar lawn parking lot, she stirs. She lifts her head, her blonde hair tousled, and the second I see her face, I can't help but laugh. She blinks, disoriented, and mumbles, "What's so funny?" "Sweetheart, I tried not to let you wake up like this." She sits up, catches her reflection in the rearview, and immediately rolls her eyes at the 3 faint red streaks running from her ear down her cheek. She prods at them gingerly and winces. "Wow, that stings." "Still gorgeous, even with battle scars," I tease, and she cracks a smile. After parking, I let my hands drop to my sides. "Well, we're here." The silence is thick. Neither of us ever said this trip would end in Texas or that things between us might change, but somehow we both feel it. The only difference, I'm the one who knows why. Camryn sits perfectly still, hands folded in her lap. "Let's head inside," I say, just to break the tension. She forces a small laugh and steps out. "Wow, this place looks more like a college dorm than an apartment complex." Slinging her bags over her shoulder, she takes in the historic brick building and the massive oaks shading the courtyard. "It was a naval hospital back in the 30s, I explain, grabbing my stuff from the trunk. Camryn snags Aiden's guitar from the backseat. We follow the winding chalk-white sidewalk down to my ground-floor studio. The key turns with a click, and the door swings open to reveal a living room that smells like stale air and neglect, not foul, just unlived in. I drop my bags by the door. Camryn lingers, scanning the space. "Put your stuff wherever," I tell her, heading to the couch to scoop up the jeans slung carelessly over the arm. The couch and matching ottoman are strewn with boxers and t-shirts, which I quickly gather into a pile. "What a gorgeous place," she says, still glancing around before finally setting her bags down. She props Aiden's guitar against the back of the sofa. "Not exactly a bachelor pad, but it's cozy. I want it to be closer to the beach, you know." She follows me into the dining area. "No roommates." I shake my head and head to the kitchen, yanking open the fridge. Bottles and jars clatter inside as I pull out a ginger ale. "Not anymore. My buddy Heath crashed here for a few months when I first moved in, but he ended up relocating to Dallas with his fiancée. Want something to drink?" I hold up the bottle. She gives a soft smile. "No thanks, I'm good. So what's the story here? Hangover cure or stomach flu prevention?" In response, I take a defiant swig straight from the bottle. She doesn't flinch, though I half expected her to. I nod toward the hallway. "Bathroom's there if you want a shower." "Gotta call my mom. Pretty sure my plant's a lost cause by now." Camryn blinks. "You have a plant?" "Yep, her name's Georgia." Her eyebrows shoot up. I laugh, leaning in to kiss her lightly. While she's in the shower, I scour the apartment for anything incriminating. Crusty socks under the bed, unopened condom boxes on the nightstand, a couple of used wrappers in the bedroom trash, more laundry, and damn it, a crumpled magazine wedged behind the toilet. After a quick dishwashing session, I slump onto the couch to call my mom. Camryn, the magazine tucked behind the toilet, almost makes me laugh. Can't judge, I've spent my fair share of nights scrolling through way worse. The hot shower helps, and I wrap myself in one of Andrew's oversized towels before getting dressed. But the gnawing feeling won't leave. I don't want to be here, not in his apartment, not in Texas. Under different circumstances maybe, but right now it all feels like an ending. The magic of our road trip, the spontaneity, the thrill of not knowing what's next, it's fading fast like steam off pavement after rain. What's left? Just us. And as much as I know what we feel is real, it's not enough to fill the space where adventure used to be. The cheap motels and little things like beef jerky, baby oil, and bubble baths, they're all gone now. The soundtrack of our time together, our brief life as a couple, has faded into silence after the last song ended. All that's left is the faint hum of quiet speakers. Every part of me wants to hit replay and start over, but my hand won't move, and I don't understand why. I wipe a tear away and swallow hard. After a few deep breaths, I steady myself and push open the bathroom door. Andrew's voice carries from the other room, sharp and impatient. Quit screwing with me, Aiden. I don't need this crap. Seriously, who are you to tell me what to do with my life? No, I'm not going to some funeral. The only one I plan on attending is my own. What's the point of staring at a body in a box? I'd rather remember people the way they were alive. Cut the bull, you know it's nonsense. I hesitate, not wanting to eavesdrop but also not ready to interrupt. Still, I step into the room. He sounds so worked up and I want to help calm him down. The second he sees me, his tone softens and he straightens on the couch. Look, I gotta go, he mutters into the phone. Yeah, I already called Mom. Fine, whatever, talk later. He tosses his phone onto the coffee table, leans back and props his bare feet on the edge. I sit beside him. Sorry you had to hear that, he says, tapping my thigh before rubbing it absently. Guess I'll be dealing with this crap forever. I climb onto his lap, straddling him, and he pulls me close like I'm the only thing keeping him afloat. My arms loop around his neck and I kiss the corner of his mouth. Camryn, he murmurs, pulling back just enough to meet my eyes. Just so we're clear, I don't want this to be the end either. His grip tightens and he adjusts me so I'm sitting fully against him, our faces inches apart. What if we just, he trails off, jaw working like he's debating whether to say it at all. What if we what? I press, needing to hear it. There's something like hope fluttering in my chest and I can't let this slip away. Andrew, his green eyes snap to mine, startled as if my voice pulled him out of his thoughts. What if we just leave again together, he says, and my heart instantly races. I don't want to be here, and I'm not saying that because of my dad or my brother. Those things have nothing to do with how I feel right now, here with you, how I've felt since the moment I saw you sitting alone on that bus in Kansas. He squeezes my hands. I know you lost Ian, your partner in crime, but you've become that for me. Maybe we should see the world together. Camryn, tears spill down my cheeks. He's misunderstanding. His hands drop mine, and he looks away, pained. I cup his face, forcing his eyes back to mine. Andrew, I shake my head, wiping my tears. You're the one for me. Even with Ian, something was always missing. I've tried to tell you. I said, my voice cracks. I smile, swallow, and whisper, you're my partner in crime. I've known it for so long. I kiss him, soft at first, then deeper. There's nothing I'd rather do than be with you. We belong together, free, unbound, just us. That's all I want. His eyes glisten, but he laughs, blinking back tears before they fall. Then he cradles my face and kisses me so hard I forget to breathe. I don't care. I kiss him back, fierce and desperate, until his arms wrap around me, pulling me close. When we finally break apart, I rest my head against his shoulder. I want you to meet my mom today, he murmurs. I dry my cheeks and nod. I really want that too. Good, he says, standing. I'll shower, then we can explore the city until she gets home from work. Okay, I reply, grinning like an idiot. He holds my gaze, his eyes sparkling just like they did after the show in Old Point. He looks like someone who's so happy he could shout it from the rooftops, but he doesn't have to. As Andrew heads to the shower, I check my phone. A missed call from my mom, plus a voicemail rambling about her cruise. Sounds like she might actually care about this Roger guy. Maybe it'll last long enough for me to vet him and make sure he's not a total jerk. Mom's always ignored red flags, too easily dazzled by charm. Then there's my dad asking if I want to join him on a business trip to Greece next month. Sorry, Dad, but right now all I want is to stay right here with Andrew. I've always been a daddy's girl, but now my heart belongs somewhere else. I shake off the days and scroll further. Natalie's finally lost patience. Her missed call flashes on the screen. Guess my best friend's done waiting for an update. Knowing her, she's practically bursting with curiosity by now. Maybe I've let her squirm long enough. Maybe I can toss her a tiny scrap. A sly grin spreads across my face. Even a scrap will feel like torture to her, but it's better than nothing, and she'll have to take what she gets. When I call Andrew, he walks into the room shirtless, his damp hair tousled, a towel draped around his neck. Tiny droplets of water slide down his tanned abs, and honestly, it's the most distracting sight I've ever laid eyes on. The urge to lick him clean is overwhelming, but I hold back for Nat's sake. Babe, come here, I say, curling my finger playfully. I want to send Natalie a picture of us. Ever since I talked to her in New Orleans, she's been hounding me about you. I haven't even told her your name. Now she left another voicemail. He laughs, rubbing the towel over the back of his head. What'd she say? From the sound of it, she's about to spontaneously combust. I want to mess with her a little longer. Andrew's dimples deepen. Hell yeah, I'm in. He flops onto the couch and pulls me down next to him. I snap a few shots, one of us smiling at the camera, one of him kissing my cheek, and one where he looks downright sinful, licking my face. That one's perfect, I say, grinning at the last one. She's going to lose it. Brace yourself for a storm warning. Once she sees this, Hurricane Natalie might just sweep through Texas. Andrew chuckles and leaves me on the couch with my phone. Be right back, he says, heading out. I attach the photo to a message and type, "Hey Nat, greetings from Galveston, Texas." I hit send and listen to Andrew moving around the apartment. Just as I'm about to sneak a peek, my phone pings. Seriously, under a minute. Natalie's reply blasts through. "Are you hooking up with Kellen Lutz?" I burst out laughing. Andrew reappears, now annoyingly shirted, tucking the fabric into his jeans. Wait, she already replied. He looks mildly entertained. Yep, I say, still giggling. I knew she'd be fast, but this is a new record. More messages flood in rapid fire. Cam Omfkey's Fing Rauer, what the hell? Call me like now. Camryn Bennett, you better call me this second. I can't handle this. I mean handle, not hand. Fing autocorrect, I hate this phone. I can't stop laughing. Andrew takes my phone, scrolling through her chaotic texts with amusement. Damn, can she even type? He asks. Who the hell is Kellen Lutz? Is he ugly? There's a flicker of concern in his eyes as he waits for my answer. Well, not exactly like that. He's just an actor, I try to explain. And no, he's definitely not ugly. Don't take it personally. Natalie does this all the time, comparing everyone to celebrities, and she usually exaggerates like crazy. According to Natalie, we went to school with Shay Mitchell and Hayden Panettiere. Megan Fox was prom queen, Chris Hemsworth was king. And then there was Natalie's arch nemesis, some cheerleader who had a thing for Damon. Natalie called her a wild version of Nina Dobrev. None of these people even remotely resembled the actual celebrities. Natalie's kind of out there. Andrew shakes his head with a grin. Well, she's definitely one of a kind, I'll give her that. My phone keeps buzzing. I mute it, toss it on the couch, and wrap my arms around Andrew's waist. Are you sure you want to do this with me? I've never been more sure of anything in my life, Camryn. Then he starts pacing. I've always felt this, whole inside me. I mean, it wasn't always empty, but it never felt right, like it didn't fit. I felt it in college too, until one day I just snapped and thought, Andrew, what the hell are you doing? That's when I realized I was just going through the motions, doing what everyone expected. My family, strangers, society. I was following the script. Grow up, go to school, get a job, repeat the same routine until you're old and done. When you told me about your ex, about your plans, I knew you felt it too, and that was rare because most people just don't see it. He walks faster, only pausing to emphasize certain words. He barely looks at me, like he's talking to himself, like he's having some kind of epiphany and finally piecing it all together. I was never really happy, no matter what I tried. Finally, he locks eyes with me. And then I met you, and something just clicked in my head, like waking up. I don't know how else to describe it, but he steps closer. I want to cry, but I hold it in. Whatever it was, I knew it was right, that it fit. You fit. I stand on my toes and kiss him. There's so much I want to say, but I'm drowning in emotions and don't know where to start. Guess I should ask you the same thing, he says. Are you sure you want to do this? Come on, Andrew, that's not even a question for me, I say. Absolutely. Andrew smiles so wide his gorgeous green eyes crinkle. All right then, he says, we leave tomorrow. He got enough saved up to keep us going for a while, he said. I nodded. Honestly, it never felt like I truly earned that money, so I barely touched it. But this, I'd spend every last penny on this, and if we run out, we won't let that happen. We'll work along the way, like you said, gigs at bars, busking at farmers' markets. He grinned, but I could tell he meant it. Or we'll wait tables, wash dishes, whatever it takes, we'll figure it out. It still sounded like some wild fantasy, but I didn't care. We were living in the moment. Yeah, that's way better than sleeping on sidewalks or begging for odd jobs. Exactly. We'll keep moving, never staying in one place too long. I threw my arms around his neck and kissed him, laughing as he grabbed his keys in my hand. Come on, let's check on my car. Bet she misses me. Porn mags and a car obsession, classic. Andrew's vintage Camaro was parked at the garage where he used to work. That's where I met my first real-life Texas stereotype, a towering guy in a cowboy hat and scuffed black boots. He strode over and clapped Andrew on the shoulder. You forget I fired you. They pulled each other into one of those backslapping guy hugs. Yeah, a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Billy, this is my girlfriend Camryn. Camryn, meet my old boss, Billy Frank. My heart skipped at the word girlfriend, surprising me with how much it meant coming from him. Billy wiped his grease-stained hand on his jeans before shaking mine. "Pleasure," he said, flashing a grin full of crooked, coffee-stained teeth. "Damn, she's pretty," he told Andrew. "I'd have quit my job for a girl like this too." He punched Andrew's arm playfully, then turned back to me. "He treatin' you right. Kid's got a mouth that make his mama faint." I laughed. "Oh, he curses like a sailor, but he's sweet to me. Well, if he ever gives you trouble, you know where to find me. Ain't nobody puts him in his place like I can." He winked at Andrew. "Thanks, I'll keep that in mind." We followed Billy through the garage to a fenced lot where cars were stored. I spotted Andrew's instantly, not just from the tree tattoo on his arm, but because it was easily the coolest one there. The car is a dark gray with 2 black racing stripes running down the hood, looking almost identical to his dad's Chevelle. We weave through the maze of parked cars, and after Andrew carefully inspects the body from front to back on both sides, he pops open the driver's door. "If this beauty hadn't been in the shop that day, I would have driven her straight to Wyoming and never stepped foot on that bus," he says, running his fingers along the door frame. "No offense to this fine lady," I reply, patting the hood, "but I'm kinda glad she was out of commission." "Me too," he admits. The thought of never meeting him sends a quick chill down my spine, so I shift the conversation. "So we're taking this one instead of the Chevelle." Andrew chews the inside of his cheek, leaning against the open door with his palm flat on the roof. He gives it a gentle stroke before meeting my eyes. "What do you think? Your call, babe." I hadn't expected to have a say in this. Peering inside, I check the leather bucket seats, and that's about as far as my car expertise goes. "Honestly," he nods. "I've got a soft spot for the Chevelle," I admit. "This one's gorgeous, but I know the Chevelle." I gesture to the seats. "Plus, how am I supposed to nap with my head in your lap in these things?" Andrew chuckles, rubbing the roof like he's apologizing to the car. With one last pat, he shuts the door. "Chevelle it is. I'll drive this one home later and leave her there." Later, Andrew takes me to dinner and shows me around his favorite spots on Galveston Island. As we head to his mom's place that afternoon, my stomach twists. I'm nervous, I confess. He frowns, glancing over. "Trust me, you've got nothing to worry about." It's not some overbearing mom who thinks no one's good enough for her kid. That's a relief. Even if she were, he adds with a grin, she'd still adore you. I fold my hands in my lap, smiling, but the knot in my stomach won't loosen. "Are you gonna tell her?" I ask. He shoots me a look. "About our plans?" "Yeah," he nods. "I'll tell her, otherwise she'll stress herself into therapy." "What do you think she'll say?" Andrew laughs. "Sweetheart, I'm 25. I've lived on my own since I was 19. It'll work out with her, don't worry." "Okay, but I just mean, you know, the real reason we're leaving and what we're actually planning to do. It's not like we're moving to another city. Even my mom could handle that kind of news. But if I told her I was going to travel permanently with a guy I met on a bus, she'd probably lose it." "Probably?" Andrew asked. "As in, you're still deciding whether to tell her?" "No, I'm definitely telling her. Like you said, she deserves to know." "But come on, Andrew, you get what I mean." "Yeah, I do, babe," he said, flipping on the blinker as he turned left. "And you're right," he added with a grin. "What we're doing isn't exactly normal by most people's standards, but isn't that kind of the point, because it's not normal?" "Yeah, it is. Though the real reason, obviously, is the company," he teased, and I felt my cheeks warm. We pulled into his mom's neighborhood, where cozy houses lined the streets and kids zipped past on bikes. Her place was a single-story home with a flower garden out front, trimmed hedges framing the walkway. The Chevelle rumbled up the driveway and we parked behind a white minivan under the carport. Andrew got out and I quickly checked myself in the rearview. No spinach in my teeth, no random smudges. He opened my door. "Oh, so that's how it is," I joked. "Only opening my door when your mom might see." He took my hand and gave an exaggerated bow. "From now on, I shall always open the door for you, lady, if that's what you prefer." I placed my hand in his. "I just didn't realize you were the type to care." "Oh, really?" I said in my most ridiculous posh accent, tilting my chin up. "And what type did you take me for, Mr. Parrish?" He shut the door, looped my arm through his, and mirrored my haughty expression. "I took you for the type who couldn't care less, as long as the door opened when you wanted to leave." "Damn right," I laughed, leaning into him as he led me toward the garage door. Inside, the kitchen smelled like beef stew. My first thought, how did she even have time to make stew? Then I spotted the slow cooker on the counter. A striking woman with platinum blonde hair appeared from the hallway. She grabbed Andrew and squeezed him tight, her small frame barely reaching his chest. He definitely didn't get his height from her, but they shared the same green eyes and matching dimples. "So happy you're home." The woman beams at me and pulls me into a hug. I lean into it, wrapping my arms around her shoulders. "Finally we meet," she says. "It feels like I've known you for years." Okay, weird. I had no idea she even knew I existed until today. I sneak a glance at Andrew, who presses his lips together to hide a smirk. When did he have time to talk to his mom about me during our trip, and what exactly did he tell her? "It's so nice to meet you, Mrs." My eyes widen and I shoot Andrew a pleading look. My jaw tightens when he just stands there grinning like an idiot. Call me Marna, she says, squeezing my hands. Her gaze flicks between Andrew and me. Have you two eaten yet? Yeah, Mom, we grabbed lunch on the way. Oh, but you should have something. I made a beef casserole with green beans. She lets go of one of my hands but keeps a firm grip on the other, tugging me toward the living room where a massive TV hangs above the fireplace. Andrew trails behind us. Sit down and I'll fix you both a plate. Mom, she's not hungry, trust me. My head spins a little. She clearly knows enough about me to act like we're old friends. She's warm, affectionate, like she already loves me. And she held my hand, not her son's. Am I missing something, or is she just the sweetest person alive? Either way, the feeling's mutual. She tilts her head, waiting. I don't want to hurt her feelings, so I say I really appreciate it, but I don't think I could eat another bite. Her smile softens. Well, how about a drink then? Sure, do you have iced tea? Of course, she says. Sweet, unsweetened, lemon, peach, raspberry. Sweet, please, thanks. I sink into the middle of her burgundy couch. Sweetheart, what do you want? Same as Camryn. Andrew plops down beside me and his mom watches us with this knowing little smile like she's in on some joke. I turn to him and whisper, what exactly did you tell her about me? Andrew grins. Not much, he says, failing to look innocent. Just that I met this incredibly sweet, unbelievably gorgeous girl with the vocabulary of a sailor and a tiny birthmark on her left thigh. I smack his leg. His grin only widens. No, babe, he says more seriously now. I told her I met you on the road and we've been together ever since. He rubs my knee reassuringly, which doesn't explain why she already seems to adore me. Andrew shrugs. His mom reappears with 2 glasses of iced tea. She places the glasses on the coffee table in front of us. The glassware is printed with tiny yellow sunflowers. Thanks, I say, picking mine up to take a sip. Marna settles into the matching chair across from us, crossing her legs. Andrew mentioned you're from North Carolina. Oh sure, that's all he told her, like I'd believe that. Yeah, I reply, born in New Bern, but I spent most of my life in Raleigh. Marna folds her ring-adorned hands in her lap. Her jewelry is understated, just 2 delicate rings on each hand, small gold studs and a matching necklace resting against the folds of her white blouse. My oldest sister lived in Raleigh for 16 years before moving back to Texas. It's a beautiful state. I nod and force a smile. This small talk feels like a flimsy attempt to break the ice, especially with the awkward silence thickening between us. I notice her glancing at Andrew a little too often, but he stays quiet. The tension makes my skin prickle like they're sharing a secret I'm not in on. So Camryn, Marna says, finally tearing her gaze from Andrew, where were you headed when you two met? Fantastic. I don't want to lie, but the truth isn't exactly iced tea conversation with a stranger. Andrew takes a long sip before answering for me. We were in the same boat, really. I was taking the long way to somewhere and Camryn was headed nowhere. Turns out both roads led to the same place. Marna's eyes light up with curiosity, something warm but unreadable in her expression. Definitely not the skeptical reaction I expected. Well, Camryn, I'm glad you two found each other. Your company's clearly been good for Andrew during a tough time. Her smile falters slightly and I catch Andrew shooting her a cautious look, like he's worried she'll say too much. The whole thing feels staged and suddenly I'm the outsider. Honestly, it goes both ways, I say with a thin smile. We helped each other. Marna claps her hands lightly against her thighs and stands. Excuse me, I need to make a quick call, she says with a wave. Forgot to tell Asher about that motorcycle he's trying to buy from Mr. Sanders. Better do it now before I space out again. Be right back. With one last glance at Andrew, she slips out of the room. I saw it, and they know I saw it. There's no ignoring the elephant in the room now. It's practically tap dancing in neon. I can't tell if she secretly dislikes me and is putting on an act to make Andrew feel better, or if there's something else going on. The relaxed feeling I had after our meeting is completely gone now. And sure enough, right after she slips out of the room, Andrew stands up. What's going on? I ask innocently. He looks down at me and I get the sense he knows I won't ignore this forever. He's fully aware I've seen more than he wanted me to. His eyes scan my face, but he doesn't smile, just stares at me strangely like he's about to say goodbye. Then he leans in and kisses me. Nothing's wrong, babe. The playful, smiling Andrew I know so well reappears, but I can tell it's an act. I know he's lying and I won't let this go. For now I'll play along, but once we leave, that's a different story. I'll be right back, he says. Andrew shouldn't have brought Camryn. She's too sharp. Of course she'd noticed something was off, and my mother didn't even try to hide it. But I needed them to meet. I walk to my mom's bedroom where she's waiting in tears. Mom, please don't do this, I say, pulling her into a hug. She sniffles, choking back sobs. Andrew, just go to the appointment and… No, Mom, listen. I gently push her back, holding her shoulders. I've waited too long and you know it. I should be gone 8 months ago, but I didn't, and now it's too late. You don't know that for sure, she cries, her face streaked with tears. I soften my expression, but she won't listen no matter how convincing I sound. It's gotten worse, I admit. I really wanted you to meet her. She means a lot to me. You both do, and I thought you should know each other before. She shakes her head violently, pressing a hand to my mouth. I can't talk about this, she begs, her voice breaking. I just can't. I'll do anything to help you, sweetheart, and I already adore her. She's different from the others. I can see how much she gives you. Thanks, Mom, I whisper, fighting my own tears. My hands drop from her shoulders. I pull a folded envelope from my back pocket and hand it to her, kissing her forehead. She refuses to look at it. To her, it's the end. To me, it's everything I can't say out loud. She nods, still crying. She sets the envelope on her dresser and grabs a few tissues from the box beside her bed, struggling to steady herself before facing Camryn again. Why don't you just tell her, Andrew? She asks, her voice tight. You owe her the truth. That way you two can actually enjoy the time you have together without pretending. I can't, I say, the words slicing through me. I want things to unfold naturally, not because we're backed into a corner. She exhales, frustrated but understanding. When we step back into the living room, she forces a smile, though her eyes are still red-rimmed. Camryn notices immediately. Her expression flickers with concern. My mom crosses the room and Camryn stands instinctively. I'm so sorry to cut this visit short, my mom says, pulling her into a hug. But I just got some difficult news about a family member while I was on the phone with Asher. I hope you understand. Of course, Camryn replies softly, shooting me a quick glance. I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope everything's okay. My mom nods, wiping at her cheeks. Thank you, sweetheart. I hope Andrew brings you around more often. You're always welcome here. Camryn murmurs her thanks and they hug again before we leave. The second my car door shuts, Camryn turns to me. Andrew, what's really going on? I twist the key in the ignition, avoiding her gaze. Nothing serious. Just some drama with my brothers, I lie smoothly. She gets like this whenever Aiden and I fight. You're lying. I don't deny it, but I don't admit it either. Backing out of the driveway, I keep my tone casual. She didn't want to drag you into it. It's about my dad's funeral arrangements. Didn't you notice how she avoided bringing it up? She needed to talk to me alone. I can almost see her weighing my words. Then what was that about bad news? Cover story, I say with a shrug. I told her about the fight with Aiden and it upset her. Camryn sighs, staring out the window. Your mom really adores you. She hesitates like she wants to press further but lets it drop. Well, I think she's amazing, she says instead. Maybe you and Aiden, she lingers on his name, skeptical, could try a little harder to get along for her sake. It's misguided but not wrong. Sweetheart, I'm sorry. Maybe I should have picked a better time to introduce you two, I say, watching her reaction carefully. It's fine, she replies, her voice softening. I'm glad you wanted to. It made me feel special to you. I hope she's accepted my lie. It seems like she has. Either way, she'll have to live with it. I pull her closer, my arm around her shoulders. You are. She rests her head against my chest. You didn't tell her about us leaving tomorrow. I know, I'll call her tonight, I say, giving her arm a gentle squeeze. Now that she's met you and clearly adores you, she won't worry as much. Camryn slips her hand between my thighs and grins. Guess there's no turning back now. I should tell my mom too. Or wait, I'll call her while we're driving through North Carolina. That way I can introduce you right then. Her bright smile and those striking blue eyes have me hooked. I grin back and nod. You really want to introduce someone like me to your mom, a guy covered in ink? She'll probably lock you in your room and chase me off the property, I joke. Not a chance, she laughs. I'd be shocked if she didn't fall for you on the spot. Oh, so your mom's into younger guys, good to know. Her eyes widen in mock horror and I throw my head back, laughing. Relax, I'm kidding, she growls in frustration but can't keep up the act for long. Hey, have you ever, I can't help but find it hilarious how awkward she gets about this stuff. Been with an older woman, I finish for her, smirking. She's the one who brought it up, so I'm free to tease her as much as I want. Yeah, it's happened, her jaw drops. No way, I chuckle. How old was she, or were there more? Suddenly this feels like dangerous territory, but I want to be honest as much as I can be. I rest my hand on her thigh. A few times, one was only 38, which isn't far from 28, but there was also a woman in her early 40s. Camryn's face flushes, but she doesn't seem jealous or angry, maybe a little concerned. What do you prefer? She asks cautiously. Fight back another grin. Babe, age isn't the thing. I mean, I'm not into senior citizens, but I could probably make it work with any well-kept woman no matter how old. Oh my God, Camryn bursts out laughing. And you say I'm the one with a dirty mind, but you still didn't answer my question. Technically I did, I tease. You asked what I prefer, and honestly there's no simple answer to that. I know exactly what she's really trying to ask, but I can't resist teasing her a little. She narrows her eyes at me and I finally cave with a laugh. Babe, the best sex I've ever had is with you, I say. She purses her lips like she doesn't buy it for a second, thinking I'm just saying it to butter her up. And I mean it, Camryn, I'm not just throwing that out there. Definitely not because you're sitting here looking like you want to kick me in the nuts. She rolls her eyes but seems to believe me, relaxing against my chest with a small smile. It's not just the sex, it's everything with you. The way you've let go of your inhibitions, embraced what you want, that's what turns me on the most. Camryn leans up and presses a kiss to my jawline. So you just think it's hot that I gave you head in the car? I grin. Okay, that was incredible, but that's not the point. For the first time in a while, she looks like she actually feels seen. She curls into me, her arm draped over my stomach as we drive back to my place in comfortable silence. Hers is peaceful, mine is anything but. I don't want her worrying, and I sure as hell don't want to break her heart. Not yet, maybe never if I can help it. Back at my apartment, we crash on the couch, half watching a movie while she tries to focus. I distract her by kissing her during the intense scenes, even sneaking my tongue into her ear just to mess with her, one of my new favorite hobbies. I even introduced her to my plant, Georgia, which somehow survived my neglect. Camryn told me about the rescue dog she used to have, and when she mentioned his name was Bebop, I joked that it was animal cruelty. Turns out Bebop passed from the same heart condition as my old friend Maximus. We swapped pictures, lost in conversation until she climbed into my lap, pressing close. "Let's go to bed," she murmurs, her voice sending a shiver down my spine. I carry her to the bedroom, her legs locked around me, and lay her down. By the time she undresses, slow and deliberate, any trace of shyness is gone, and so is my patience. She moves up from the foot of the bed, settling onto my lap until I feel myself sliding between her warm lips. Her eyes lock onto mine as she leans in closer, her mouth just inches away. Then she kisses me, first my lips, then my chest, her wet tongue tracing circles around my nipples. My hands grip her thighs until she kisses me again, and I let my palms explore the curves of her breasts. "You feel amazing," I whisper against her mouth, shifting so I press against her. She teases me with a slight pushback, and I want nothing more than to lose myself in her. But she's in control now, and I'm more than happy to let her lead. Breaking the kiss, she trails her tongue along one side of my neck, then the other, her hips moving in slow, deliberate circles that drive me wild. "Let me take care of you first," I murmur, hands sliding to her waist. She's already wet, but that's not the point. "Come up here, baby," I say, tilting my chin to show her where I want her. She licks my lips before rising, and I shift down to give her space. I don't waste a second. The moment her thighs frame my face, I'm devouring her. I suck hard, and she grinds against me, her hands gripping the headboard as she rides my mouth. Just as her moans turn desperate, I stop abruptly. She knows why. She knows I want us to finish together. Sliding back down my body, she settles over me again, teasing me with slow strokes before guiding me inside. We move together, breathless and trembling, until we collapse in exhaustion. Hours later, she drifts off in my arms, and I hold her tight, wishing this moment could last forever. Silent tears slip into her hair as I finally let sleep take me. "Andrew," I roll over, lifting my head slowly. The bed beside me is empty. The smell of bacon drifts in from the kitchen, and I smile, replaying last night in my mind before finally getting up. I pull on my panties and t-shirt, padding barefoot to the kitchen where Andrew stands at the stove. "Hey, why are you up so early?" I ask, opening the fridge for something to drink. He doesn't answer right away. "Wanted to bring you breakfast in bed," he finally says, his voice off. I peer around the fridge door. He's frozen, staring at the sizzling pan. "Babe, you okay?" I shut the fridge, but he barely glances up. "Andrew," my pulse races faster and faster, though I'm not even sure why. I step closer and place a hand on his arm. Slowly, he lifts his head and meets my gaze. "Andrew," then his legs give out and his body crashes onto the white tile floor. The spatula slips from his grip, skidding across the floor as hot grease splatters everywhere. Everything slows, his fall, my scream, my hands grabbing his shoulders, the sickening thud of his head hitting the tile. But the moment his body starts jerking uncontrollably, time lurches forward and pure terror takes over. "Andrew, oh my God, Andrew." I want to help, but his muscles lock, his jaw clenches, his eyes roll back. It's horrifying. I scream again, tears streaming down my face. "Somebody help." His phone lies nearby, and I scramble for it, dialing 911 with shaking hands. While the call connects, I twist the stove knob off. "Please, he's having a seizure, hurry." The operator's voice is steady. "Ma'am, I need you to stay calm. Is he convulsing?" "Yes," I choke out, watching Andrew's body thrash against the floor. "Move anything he could hurt himself on. Is he wearing glasses? Could he hit his head again?" "No, but he already hit it when he fell." "Find something soft to cushion his head, a pillow, anything." I scan the kitchen, find nothing, then bolt to the living room, snatching a throw pillow from the couch. Back in the kitchen, I drop the phone just long enough to slide it under his head. "Oh God, what's happening to him?" I grab the phone again. "Okay, it's under him. How long has the seizure lasted?" "I don't know, maybe 2-3 minutes. Does he have a condition that causes these?" "No, he never told me." The realization hits like a punch. He never mentioned this. My thoughts spiral, panic rising again. "Just send an ambulance, please, hurry." My voice cracks. Then suddenly his body goes still. He stopped. What do I do now? Roll him onto his side. "We're dispatching help. What's your address?" I freeze. "The address? Shit. I don't." I lunge for the counter, shuffling through a stack of mail until I find an envelope. My hands tremble as I read it out. "They're on their way." Should I stay on the line until help arrives? The woman's voice barely registers as I stand frozen, unable to tear my eyes away from Andrew lying motionless on the kitchen tiles. "He's unconscious. Oh God, why won't he wake up?" My free hand flies to my mouth. Seizures often cause temporary unconsciousness, the operator says calmly, her steady tone cutting through my panic. Would you like me to stay connected until paramedics arrive? Yes, please don't hang up, please. I'm right here with you, she assures me, her voice the only thing keeping me grounded. My lungs refuse to work. My thoughts scatter like leaves in a storm. All I can do is stare at Andrew's still form, too terrified to kneel beside him. What if he seizes again and I'm in the way? Distant sirens grow louder. I think the ambulance is here, I murmur into the phone, still fixated on Andrew. Why is this happening? A sharp knock jolts me into action and I sprint to the front door to let the EMTs in. I don't even remember dropping the phone, but when I return to the kitchen, it's on the floor. Within minutes, Andrew is strapped to a gurney. It's his name, someone asked, but I barely process the question. My entire world narrows to the sight of him being wheeled away. Andrew Parrish, I whisper hoarsely. The hospital name floats past me. After they leave, I stand there numb, staring at the empty doorway. It takes forever to force myself to move. First, I grab his phone and call his mother. She answers with a sob, then what sounds like the clatter of the phone hitting the ground. Mrs. Parrish, my own tears burn. Marna, but she's gone. I throw on clothes, snatch his car keys, and bolt outside. The Chevelle's engine roars as I drive aimlessly, only realizing after 10 minutes that I have no clue where I'm going. I stop at a gas station for directions, but even then I miss turns, my brain stuck in a fog. When I finally reach the hospital, I sprint through the doors. The nurse points me to Andrew's wing. The waiting room is empty. Time dissolves. An hour, 5 minutes, a decade. It all bleeds together. My chest aches from crying. I pace until my legs protest, counting darts in the ugly carpet just to stay sane. Another hour crawls by, no updates, no one to tell me if he's even alive. And damn, this room is depressing. Beige walls, fluorescent lights, the faint smell of antiseptic masking something worse. It's like they designed it to make the worst moments of your life feel even more unbearable. I'm glad you didn't tell me. He looks surprised but relieved, pulling me closer until his lips meet mine. You're right, I admit. If you told me earlier, it would have cast a shadow over us. I can't stand the thought of things being different between us. But Andrew, at least I could have convinced you to get to the hospital sooner. My voice cracks under the weight of what I'm saying. Wouldn't you still? He shakes his head before I finish. Sweetheart, I've waited too long already. Don't say that. It's not too late. You're still here. There's still a chance. His fingers trace the edge of the hospital blanket, the Roman 4 line taped to the back of his hand leading to a beeping machine. I'm being realistic, Camryn. The doctors said the odds aren't good, but they exist, I insist. A slim chance beats no chance at all. If I choose the surgery, the words hit like a slap. What do you mean if? His gaze drifts away until I cup his chin, forcing him to look at me. No if, Andrew, you can't mean that. He shifts to make room and I curl against him, his arm tightening around me. If I'd never met you, I wouldn't even consider it, he murmurs. If you weren't here now, I wouldn't bother. It'd just be wasted time, false hope for my family, delaying the inevitable. But you are agreeing to the surgery, I say, though it comes out more like a question. His thumb brushes my cheek. Only when I thought it was over did I realize how stupid I've been. I should take every shot for me, for you. I'd do anything you asked, Camryn Bennett, anything. A sob racks through me. Before I can speak, he tucks my hair behind my ear, his eyes locked on mine. I'll do it. I crush my mouth to his, kissing him desperately. I can't lose you, I whisper against his lips. We've got too much left, you're my partner in crime. Tears spill as I force a smile and he presses a kiss to my forehead. We lie there talking about the surgery, the tests ahead, and how I won't leave his side. Then, because we have to, we start dreaming. About cities we'll visit, beaches we'll walk. All the tomorrows we refuse to let slip away. He hands me a list of songs he wants us to play together, lyrics I'll need to memorize. I'm so relieved and grateful I don't argue. Right now I'd sing Céline Dion or screech like an opera diva if he asked. I'd do anything for him. A nurse walks in to check his vitals and Andrew's playful side resurfaces. He teases her, asking if she'd be up for a trio in his hospital bed. She wisely ignores the comment, just rolls her eyes with a laugh and keeps working. It stroked her ego, exactly what he wanted. For a moment lying here together it feels like old times, just us, no thoughts of sickness or loss. And of course he tries sneaking his hands where they shouldn't go. I giggle and swat him away, insisting he needs rest, but he's persistent and impossible to resist. Under the sheets our hands wander until we're both breathless. Afterward we stay tangled for an hour before I finally slip out of bed. Something wrong? He asks. Not at all, I say, making a show of peeling off my clothes. His grin stretches wide. I know exactly what that does to his mischievous mind. Just to be clear, I add, climbing back in, we are not having sex in a hospital room. Not that I wouldn't love to, but you need your strength for surgery. I settle beside him in just my bra and underwear, his thin hospital pants the only barrier between us. Curling against him, I drape my legs over his until our bodies align perfectly. He raises an eyebrow at my fussing but quickly loses patience. What are you up to? My fingers trace the tattoo on his chest, Eurydice frozen in ink. When I reach where the lines fade at her elbow, I shift my touch to my own skin, continuing the outline where his ends. I want to be your Eurydice, I murmur, if you'll have me. His dimples deepen as he beams. I'm getting the other half, I continue, pressing my fingers to his lips, Orpheus on my ribs so they're together again. His eyes glisten. Sweetheart, you don't have to. Rib tattoos are brutal, like being filleted alive. I don't care how much it hurts. A tear slips free. He pulls me into a kiss, our mouths moving slow and sure, saying everything words can't. I'd love that, he murmurs against my lips. I kiss him softly and whisper back, as soon as you're fully recovered from surgery, we'll go together. He nods, his fingers tracing idle circles on my shoulder. Yeah, Gus will definitely need me there to match the placement of your tattoo with mine. Imagine his face. He laughed his head off when I asked for this on my ribs. I grin. Seriously, totally, he chuckles. Called me a hopeless romantic and threatened to tell all my friends. I told him he and my dad would get along great if he didn't shut his mouth. But honestly, Gus is solid, best tattoo artist I know. I can tell. Andrew runs his fingers through my hair, slow and thoughtful. His usual easy smile fades, replaced by something heavier. Camryn, I need you to be ready for the worst. Don't, no, sweetheart, you have to hear this, he says, voice steady but eyes tight. You can't assume I'm making it out of this, that's not how it works. Andrew, stop. He presses his fingers to my lips, gentle but firm. I'm crying again, pathetic really. He's the one facing everything, yet I'm the one falling apart. Anger at myself twists in my chest, but the tears won't stop. Promise me you'll remember, I might not survive this. I won't say that. His arms tighten around me. Promise me. I grit my teeth until my jaw aches, my face burning. Fine, I promise, I mutter. But you have to promise me you'll fight like hell. I tuck my head under his chin, against his chest. I can't lose you. I know, baby, I know. After a long silence, he breaks it with a quiet request. Sing something for me. What do you want to hear? Dust in the Wind. I stiffen. No, not that song. Don't ever ask me that again. He pulls me closer. Then sing anything, he whispers, just let me hear you. So I start Poison and Wine, the same song we sang together in New Orleans, tangled up in each other. He hums along, but his voice is weak now, barely there. We drift off like that, wrapped together. Time for some tests, a voice says. I blink awake to see our nurse, the one who always gives us knowing looks, standing by the bed. Andrew stirs beside me. Late afternoon light slants through the window, the sky already darkening. Might want to put some clothes on, she says, smirking. I drag myself out of bed and pull on my clothes as the nurse checks Andrew's vitals before prepping him to leave. A wheelchair waits at the foot of the bed. What kind of tests? Andrew asks weakly, his voice making me glance up. He doesn't look right, his eyes are unfocused, his movement sluggish. I step closer. Andrew, he lifts a hand to stop me, fingers trembling. No, sweetheart, I'm fine, just dizzy, need a second to shake it off. The nurse turns to me, her professional mask slipping just enough for me to catch the worry in her eyes. She knows something's wrong. With a tight smile, she adjusts his Roman 4 and helps him sit up. The tests will take a couple hours, maybe longer, she tells me. You should grab some food, stretch your legs, come back after. But I don't want to leave him. Do what she says, Andrew murmurs, and my stomach knots at how strained his voice sounds. Go eat. He manages to turn his head, pointing a shaky finger at me. But no steak, he adds, forcing a grin. You still owe me one, remember. If I walk out of here, that's our first stop. I give him the smile he's fishing for, even if it's thin. Fine, I mutter, nodding. I'll be back in a few hours, I'll wait right here. Leaning down, I kiss him softly. When I pull back, he holds my gaze too long, his eyes full of pain, exhaustion, a stubborn refusal to break. The corner of his mouth quirks as the nurse wheels him away and my chest tightens. Every instinct screams to yell I love you, but the words stick in my throat. Saying them feels like tempting fate, like admitting it out loud would make everything collapse. For most people, those words are a beginning. For us, I'm terrified they'd be an ending. Food is the last thing I can stomach, but I promised. Instead, I wander outside and slump onto a bench near the hospital entrance, too scared to go farther. My phone buzzes. Natalie just landed, taking a cab, almost there. Love you. When her taxi pulls up, I don't move right away. So much has happened since we last saw each other, since our fight about Damon. None of it matters now. I forgave her weeks ago, I realize. She's still my best friend. The pain from your closest friends cuts deepest because they matter the most. Nobody's perfect, but real friendship means forgiving each other's flaws. That's what makes someone your ride or die. I can't imagine life without Natalie, just like I can't picture it without Andrew. Right now, I need her more than ever. The second she spots me, she sprints over, her dark hair flying behind her. Oh my God, Cam, I missed you so much. Her hug nearly knocks the wind out of me, and the moment her arms tighten around me, I break down, sobbing into her shoulder. I've cried more in the past day than in my entire life. Cam, what's wrong? Her fingers comb through my hair as I soak her sleeve with tears. Come on, let's sit down. She leads me to a stone bench under an oak tree, listening as I spill everything, leaving North Carolina, meeting Andrew on that bus in Kansas, all of it. She laughs and cries with me, her expression turning serious only when it really counts. Natalie might be the loudest, most unfiltered party girl alive, but she's got this uncanny way of knowing exactly when to drop the act and just be there. "I can't believe you're going through this after Ian," she murmurs. "It's like the universe is playing some sick joke on you." It does feel that way, but with Andrew it's worse than a joke, it's gutting. "Girl," she says, squeezing my knee, "there's no way all this is just random. You had to meet him. This is some twisted, destined love story. You can't make this stuff up." I stay quiet, too drained for my usual sarcasm. "Seriously," she presses, "you think you'd go through all this just to watch him die?" The words sting, but I keep it together. "I don't know." My gaze drifts to the trees, but all I see is Andrew's face. "He'll pull through." Natalie cups my cheeks, forcing me to meet her eyes. "He will survive this. Death can back off this time. It's not getting him. Got it?" After all these years, she still finds ways to surprise me. And right now, I've never been more grateful for it. I hesitate with a small smile as she wipes the tears from my cheeks. "Let's find a Starbucks," Natalie says, hoisting her oversized black leather bag onto her shoulder and reaching for my hand. I hesitate. "I really just want to stay here." She shakes her head. "No, you need a break from this depressing energy. Hospitals drain all the hope out of you. When we come back, he'll be in his room and you can finally introduce me to that ridiculously hot Kellen who makes me so jealous." She flashes a grin and, like always, she gets me to laugh. "Fine," I sigh, taking her hand. We take the Chevelle to the nearest Starbucks and Natalie practically drools over the ride. "Damn, Cam, you hit the jackpot," she says, sipping her iced latte across from me. "A guy like Andrew is one in a million." I twirl my straw in my cup. "He's not perfect. He says the grossest things. He's stubborn. He pushes me into stuff I don't always want to do, and somehow he always gets his way." Natalie smirks, slurping her drink. "Like I said, perfect." She rolls her eyes, laughing. "Oh please, he forces you. Yeah, right. I think you secretly love when he takes charge." Suddenly, she slams her hand on the table, eyes wide. "Oh my God, he's into rough sex, am I right?" She's practically vibrating. I've told her we've slept together, but never the details. My gaze drops to the table. She smacks the surface again, making the guy behind her turn and stare. "Ha, I knew it." "Yeah, you're right," I hiss, fighting a laugh. "Can you not?" "Come on, just a tiny detail, a crumb," she pleads, pinching her fingers together. "Whatever." I glance around to make sure no one's listening, then lean in. "The first time he just took control, not that I didn't want it, but yeah." She nods eagerly, lips sealed, waiting for more. I could tell dominance comes naturally to him, not just because I said I like it. He was still careful though, didn't push too far, wanted to make sure I was okay. Has he ever gone further? "No, but I know he wants to." Natalie grins. "You're a delicious little freak," she says, and I blush so hard I can't look at her. "Sounds like he's exactly what you need. He woke something inside you, something Ian and Christian never could." She glances up quickly and adds, "I love you, Ian." She kisses 2 fingers and presses them toward the sky before turning her focus back to me. "But that's not why I love him." Natalie's mouth snaps shut, so does mine. The air feels like it's been sucked out of the room. I didn't even realize what I'd said. Why did I say it out loud? "Are you in love with him?" she asks, though she doesn't seem surprised. I stay silent, shoving every word I want to say deep down. "If you weren't in love with him after everything you've been through together, I'd think you were the one with the brain tumor." Even though I hate that word, I know she doesn't mean it. I'm grateful she distracted me, even for a few minutes, from the suffocating weight of depression and my fear for Andrew, just talking about stupid things, laughing like we used to. But now I can't pretend anymore. I just want to be back at the hospital by his side. As the sun sets, we walk back and take the elevator to Andrew's floor. "I hope he's already awake," I mutter, staring at my warped reflection in the metal doors. Natalie's hand slips into mine, squeezing reassurance. The doors open and we step into the hallway just in time to see Asher and Marna rushing toward us. The look on their faces shatters me. I grip Natalie's hand so tight I might break it. Tears streak down Marna's cheeks as she pulls me into a hug, her voice breaking. "Andrew slipped into a coma. They don't think he'll make it." I stumble back. Everything goes numb, distant. Natalie reaches for me, but I push her away, gasping, hands clutching my chest. I can't breathe. Asher's eyes, so much like Andrew's, lock onto mine, but I can't bear to look. Marna digs into her bag and pulls out an envelope, gently pressing it into my hands. "Andrew wanted you to have this if things went wrong." She folds my fingers over the paper. I can't bring myself to look at it. Tears blur my vision as I stare at her, my lungs refusing to work. "I'm so sorry," Marna whispers, her voice shaking. "I have to go." She strokes my hands like a mother would. "You'll always have a place with us, remember that." She sways, nearly collapsing, and Asher catches her, guiding her away. I stand frozen. Nurses hurry past, their movements stirring the air against my skin. The world keeps moving. Mine just stopped. It takes me forever to gather the courage to look down at the envelope trembling in my hands. My fingers fumble with the seal, clumsy and uncertain. "Let me," Natalie says softly, and I let her gently take the envelope from me. She slides out the letter, unfolds it halfway, and asks, "Do you want me to read it for you?" I meet her eyes, my lips quivering uncontrollably. It takes me a second to process her question before I shake my head. No, just give it to me. She hands me the paper and I unfold it fully. Tears blur my vision as I read, "Dearest Camryn, I never wanted it to end like this. I wanted to tell you these things myself, but I was scared. Scared that if I said out loud how much I loved you, what we had would die with me. The truth is, I fell for you back in Kansas. Loved you from the moment I woke up and saw you leaning over the back of that seat. Maybe I didn't realize it then, but I knew something had shifted, that I couldn't let you go. I'd never lived the way I did in those short weeks with you. For the first time, I felt whole, free. You were the missing piece of my soul, the breath in my lungs, the pulse in my veins. If reincarnation is real, then we've been lovers in every life before this, and we will be again. Our time was brief, but it feels like I've known you for centuries. I need you to know I'll be thinking of you even after I'm gone. I'll love you forever. God, I wish things had been different. Every night on the road, I stared at motel ceilings, imagining the life we could have had. Sometimes I even pictured you in a wedding dress, or pregnant with a little Cam or Andy Jr. I've heard the rumors about how great pregnancy sex is, by the way. I'm so sorry I had to leave you, Cam, more sorry than words can say. I wish the myth of Orpheus and Eurydice were real so you could sing me back to life. I wouldn't look back, I wouldn't ruin it like he did. Promise me you'll stay strong, stay as kind, as beautiful, as fearless as you are now. Find someone who loves you as much as I do. Get married, have kids, live, and never stop saying what you want or dreaming out loud. Just don't forget me. One last thing, don't you dare feel guilty for not saying I love you back. You never had to, I always knew. Yours always, Andrew Parrish. The letter slips from my fingers as my knees hit the hallway floor, the weight of his words crushing me. The last thing I remember from that day is fading into darkness. 2 months later, the sky is clear, the sun warm on my skin, and birds sing in the distance. Perfect weather for today. My heel sinks slightly into the soft grass as I stand in front of the gravestone, its bold letters spelling out Parrish. I'm wearing a white and yellow sundress that stops just above my knees, my hair half braided just the way Andrew likes it. My hands clasped together as I stare at the fresh mound of earth, still uneven despite the weeks of rain. The other graves around us have long since been reclaimed by grass, and there's a strange comfort in knowing the people buried here aren't alone. Andrew's arms wrap around me from behind, his lips brushing my cheek. "Thanks for being here with me," he murmurs. I squeeze his hand and pull him closer, both of us taking one last look at his father's grave. Tonight we leave Wyoming behind, our round-the-world trip postponed but not forgotten. After waking from his coma, Andrew surprised everyone, even the doctors, by recovering fast enough to leave the hospital in just 3 weeks. He still has some healing to do, so I've been staying with him in Galveston, where he goes to physical therapy once a week, though honestly he barely needs it. He's different now, like he's been given a second chance. He actually enjoys chores, doing dishes, folding laundry, which is both sweet and ridiculous. Marna and I have to remind him constantly not to overdo it, and while he grumbles, he listens. Our escape from routine is still the plan. We're just waiting for the right moment to leave everything behind and start fresh. Natalie's back in North Carolina and we talk every day. To my relief, she's dating Blake from the underground. I've seen them together over video calls, they just fit. With Natalie, you never know, but I hope this one sticks. Damon, on the other hand, got arrested again for drug possession. It's his second offense, so jail time is likely. Against all logic, I still hope he finds his way out of this. He's still my brother. After all, when Andrew and I visited North Carolina to see my mom, we also stopped by to see Cole. He seemed different this time, more open. For the first time since his conviction, we had a real, extended conversation, and he genuinely seemed remorseful. He and Andrew actually got along well, and by the end of the visit, I felt like I was seeing the older brother I remembered from before everything went wrong. I've forgiven him for his mistakes, though I'll never forget the pain his actions caused the family of the man who died that night. But holding on to anger won't help me move forward. Mom's still with Roger. In fact, they're getting married. A destination wedding in the Bahamas this February. I couldn't be happier for her. Roger's a good guy. He passed the family inspection with flying colors. These days, Mom's barely home. He's always whisking her off somewhere new. Seeing her so full of life again, it's everything. Andrew's family has welcomed me like one of their own. Asher and I are tight, and while Aiden's more reserved, I've come to love him too. Turns out his tough love approach with Andrew was exactly what he needed. Now, they're practically wrestling like overgrown puppies every time they're together. Last week, Aiden and Michelle visited, and the two of them spent half the night playfully shoving each other around while Michelle and I rolled our eyes. But today's special. I find Andrew sprawled on the couch halfway through Prometheus. He reaches for my hand, but I shake my head. "Stand up for a second," I say. He sits up, scratching at the stubble growing back around his surgery scar, still getting used to the texture. Stepping between his knees, I cradle his face. He kisses my wrists before I tug him toward the bedroom. The second I start undressing, his grin turns wicked. Just lie down with me, I tell him. His confused chuckle is adorable. Okay, do I have to be naked too? Actually, why am I even asking? He strips down and curls against me skin to skin. After a while, he traces the fresh ink on my ribs. Orpheus, a perfect match to Andrew's Eurydice. Side by side, they complete the story. You good? Andrew murmurs, fingers still following the lines. His touch says more than words ever could. I love my tattoo, babe, but I think Orpheus might get a little stretched out in about 7.5 months. Andrew blinks, confused, taking a moment to process what I just said. I'm due in May. His eyes widen, and for a second he looks completely stunned. Then he places his warm hand on my stomach and asks, "Are you pregnant?" His reaction fills me with warmth, and I can't help but laugh. He grins, pulls me into his arms, and kisses me deeply. "Marry me," he says, leaving me too shocked to respond. "I was going to ask you tomorrow night, but I can't wait. Marry me." Tears spill over as I kiss him back, then cup his face in my hands. "Yes, Andrew Parrish, I'll marry you." "I love you so much," he murmurs, then adds with a playful smirk, "and I can't wait to have sex with you. They say it's amazing when you're pregnant." Classic Andrew, and exactly why I wouldn't change a thing about him. Afterward, dear reader, the ending of Now or Never shattered hearts, including mine while writing it. Adding more felt like it would dilute the emotions readers had already experienced, and I refused to do that. But after publication, I was flooded with messages from around the world, all asking the same thing: please write the hospital scene from Andrew's perspective. How could I say no? I wrote it in a single day, then set it aside, torn between sharing it on my blog or holding on to hope that a publisher might pick up the book. Secretly, I dreamed of including it as a bonus chapter, a gift for the readers who'd begged for it. Then my dream came true. A publisher took the book, and now you get that raw, intimate glimpse into Andrew's mind, his thoughts as he lay in that hospital bed with Camryn beside him, the agony of their goodbye as the nurse wheeled him away. This is for you, the fans who championed this story, shouted about it, and made it a New York Times bestseller. None of this would have happened without you. A huge thank you to my incredible agent, Jane Distel, who guided me through tough times, and my foreign rights agent, Lauren Abramo, who somehow manages to secure new international deals every single day. I'm also deeply grateful to Grand Central Publishing and Forever Romance, especially my editor Megha Perk, who fell in love with Now or Never and believed in it enough to bring it to life. Now here's Andrew's hospital perspective. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Connect with me on Facebook, Twitter, Goodreads, or my website. Thanks again, and I hope you enjoy it. J.A. Redmerski bonus content, Andrew's hospital scene. I really thought I'd have more time. It hasn't even been a year since I sat in Dr. Master's office, listening to him hand me a death sentence. I was going to end up just like my father. Okay, fine, those weren't his exact words, but that's what I took from it. I know I was stupid. Masters and my family begged me to come back for more tests to figure out how bad it really was, but I already knew. What could he tell me that I didn't already see with my own eyes? There'd been no hope for my dad. He did every test, showed up for every appointment, took the meds, endured the treatments, until he realized he was dying anyway and refused to drag it out, refused to waste another dime on false hope. I assumed this kind of thing ran in the family. That's why I never went back to Masters. Like my dad, I didn't want to waste away. It wasn't until 6 months after the diagnosis that I finally looked into it and discovered brain tumors are rarely hereditary, only about 5. I read about rare syndromes, but I didn't have one. Neither did my father. By then, though, the headaches had gotten worse, a lot worse. Then the seizures started. I was terrified, and I knew it was too late. I couldn't face Masters again because there was no miracle treatment waiting for me. I'd waited too long, but enough about that. The only thing that matters now is Camryn. Guilt eats at me for dragging her into this. How could I do this to her? Her last boyfriend died, and now I'm doing the same damn thing. Maybe I'm selfish, because I love her. Because she's been the only one for me since the moment she spoke to me on that bus in Kansas. But fate's a cruel bastard, and if it stood in front of me right now, I'd kick its teeth in. I just hope Camryn can forgive me. The door to my hospital room opens, and there she is, the first time I've seen her since last night after we made love. She stands there staring at me, her face twisted with pain. God, it kills me to see her like this. Dan collapses into my arms, and I hold her as tightly as I can. I never want to let her go. God, I never want to lose her. Cradling her face in my hands, I brush her hair back and kiss the tears streaking down her cheeks. I swallow my own, knowing Camryn can't handle seeing me break. I'm so sorry, I whisper, my voice raw. I couldn't tell you, Camryn. I didn't want this to ruin what we had. Fresh tears spill from her eyes. I hope you don't, I start, but she cuts me off. No, Andrew, I get why you didn't. You don't have to explain. I'm glad you kept it from me. Her words only make me feel worse. I deserve worse than this, screaming, hitting anything but forgiveness. Gently, I tilt her face toward mine and press my lips to hers. You're right, she murmurs. If you told me, it would have hung over us like a storm cloud. I can't stand the thought of anything being different, but Andrew, I could have convinced you to get help sooner. Her voice drops to a whisper. Would you at least? I shake my head. Sweetheart, I've waited too long already. Don't say that, it's not too late, you're still here, there's still a chance. My hands fall from her face, resting on the sterile white hospital blanket. I'm being realistic, Camryn, the odds aren't in my favor. But there's still a chance, she argues, her voice breaking. Even a tiny one is better than nothing. If I chose the surgery, she flinches like I slapped her. If, what do you mean if? I look away, but she grabs my chin, forcing me to meet her gaze. No, if Andrew, you can't mean that. Shifting to the side of the bed, I pull her close. If I'd never met you, I wouldn't even consider it. If you weren't here now, I wouldn't do it. It'd just be wasting money, time, giving my family false hope, just delaying the inevitable. But you'll do it. She asks carefully. I wipe her tears with my thumb. I'd do anything for you, Camryn Bennett, anything you asked, no exceptions. Her body shakes with sobs. I stroke her cheek, tucking her hair behind her ear as I stare into her eyes. I'll do it. She crashes her lips against mine, kissing me desperately. I can't lose you, she breathes. We have so much left to do, you're my partner in crime. A tearful smile flickers, and I press a kiss to her forehead for hours. We lie together, talking about the upcoming surgery and the tests still to come. She promises she'll stay by my side no matter what. Our conversation drifts to places we dream of visiting, and I start listing songs I want her to memorize so we can sing them together. Of course, she insists on adding the Civil Wars to our playlist. You have to learn Tip of My Tongue, Andrew, she says, her voice bright with excitement. It's such a fun song, perfect for us. I can already picture it. I match her enthusiasm, not wanting to dim her spark, but deep down I know we'll never get the chance. I keep smiling, hiding the ache inside. We could start a cover band, she adds, beaming, her cheeks flushing like she's embarrassed by her own boldness. I pause, then nod. Not a bad idea. I've played in plenty of bars from here to Louisiana, know a lot of the owners. We could even hit Chicago, play at Aiden's place. Her face lights up and she tucks her head against mine. I press a kiss into her hair. Then it's settled, she murmurs. You and me always on the move, not exactly backpacking, but… She hesitates, then grins. An upgrade, I laugh, but it stings, hearing her talk like this, watching her convince herself it's real. The thought of leaving her is a knife to the ribs. I don't care where life takes us as long as we're together. So I soak in every second, pretending just for now that we're back on the road. No talk of sickness, no whispers of endings, just us teasing and laughing, my fingers tracing playful circles over her skin. She giggles, swats my hand away, then melts into me. Later, tangled under the sheets, we steal quiet moments of intimacy, holding each other close, our gazes locked, the unspoken weight flickering in our eyes. Then Camryn slips from the bed. Something wrong? Not at all, she says, laughing as she strips down to her bra and underwear. I grin like an idiot. Hospital beds aren't exactly my usual scene. Just to be clear, she adds, climbing back in, we are not having sex in a hospital room, not that I wouldn't love to, but you need your strength for tomorrow. I watch, intrigued, as she settles against me, our bodies fitting together like puzzle pieces. What are you up to? I ask. Her free hand drifts down, fingertips tracing the lines of my Eurydice tattoo. I follow the path of her touch, savoring the warmth of her skin against mine. Her finger traces the edge of Eurydice's inked elbow before drifting down to her own stomach. I want to be your Eurydice if you let me. My heart skips, breath catching in my throat. This girl reaches something deep inside me, something raw and real. Instead of tears, I grin so wide it almost hurts. I want to finish the tattoo, she murmurs, brushing her fingertips against my lips. Orpheus on my ribs so they can be together again. For a moment words fail me. Sweetheart, you don't have to do that. Rib tattoos are brutal like fire under your skin. But I want to, she insists, stubborn as ever. I don't care how much it hurts. My eyes burn despite myself. I lean in, pressing my lips to hers. I'd love that, I whisper against her mouth. She kisses me back softly, murmuring, as soon as you're strong enough after surgery, we'll go together. I nod. Yeah, Gus will have a field day lining yours up with mine. He laughed his head off when I got mine done, called me a hopeless romantic and threatened to tell the guys. She chuckles. Seriously, yep, told him he and my dad would get along just fine if he didn't shut up. But hey, he's a good guy, best tattoo artist in town. I can tell. I run my fingers through her hair, tucking it behind her ear again and again. But the cold truth creeps back in, sharp as a blade. I force myself to say it before I lose my nerve. Camryn, you need to be ready just in case. Don't, no, listen to me, I cut in, voice rough. You can't assume I'll make it, that's not how this works. Andrew, stop. I press a finger to her lips. Her tears sting, but I have to get this out. Promise me you'll remember. I might not come home. I won't. I hold her tighter. Promise me. Her jaw clenches, but finally she relents. Fine, I promise. I know she doesn't mean it, but you have to promise me something too, she adds, curling into me. Fight like hell, I can't lose you. I know, baby, I know. The quiet stretches between us. Sing for me, I ask. What do you want to hear? Dust in the Wind. Her whole body stiffens. No, not that song. Don't ever ask me that again. I pull her closer. Then sing me anything, I whisper. Just let me hear your voice, she says. So she starts singing Poison and Wine, the same song we sang together in New Orleans, wrapped in each other's arms that night. I try to join in, but my voice falters, weak from emotion, weak from sickness and stress, weak from a heart that's been shattered too many times, weak from the weight of what's coming. We drift off, still tangled together, as if sleep could shield us from what's next. Time for some tests, a voice says above me. I blink awake, disoriented, a nurse standing beside the bed. My head swims, the room tilting. It's the same dizzy haze I felt right before I collapsed in my apartment. When I first woke up here, all I could smell was bacon. For hours, the scent clung to the air so strong I kept asking if there was a diner nearby. The nurse just smiles knowingly. Maybe it's time to get dressed, she suggests. Camryn slips out of bed, pulling on her clothes while the nurse checks my vitals. A wheelchair waits at the foot of the bed. What kind of tests? I ask, my voice thin. My thoughts feel scrambled. Damn it, I need Camryn out of here before Andrew. She's back at my side in an instant, sensing something's wrong. I lift a hand to stop her. No, sweetheart, I'm fine, just a little lightheaded, need a second to wake up. The nurse adjusts my Roman 4, helping me sit up. The tests will take an hour or two, maybe longer, she says. You should grab some food, stretch your legs, then come back in a few hours. But I don't want to leave him. Do what she says, I murmur, forcing a smile. Go eat. I tilt my head toward her, pointing a finger in mock warning. But no steak, you still owe me one, remember? If I walk out of here alive, that's the first thing we're doing. She gives me the smile I was hoping for, even if it's faint. Okay, she relents. I'll be back in a few hours. I'll wait right here for you. She darts in, pressing a quick kiss to my lips before I'm wheeled out of the room. I glance back once because somehow I know this is the last time I'll see her. The white floor blurs like rushing water beneath me as we move down the hall. My eyelids won't stay open, so I stare at the shifting patterns on the tiles instead. A right turn. Voices murmur around me, but I don't look up. The air feels colder now, the wheelchair moving faster. My head lolls, heavy as cement. Then I hear Camryn's voice, or at least I think I do. I try to lift my head, but nothing happens. It's not her. It's the nurse asking about fingers, counting something, then nothing, just black funny. I always thought it'd be louder. I never imagined it would feel like this. Everything seems weightless, my body, my thoughts, even my fingers when I try to move them. Voices murmur around me, but the words blur together. Am I really gone? None of it makes sense. How long have I been here? And where the hell even is here? It's like I've been asleep for an eternity, but the worst part is knowing it. Andrew, please wake up. The voice cracks, desperate. Andrew, it's softer this time, like an echo fading. My chest tightens. Wait, do I even have a chest anymore? The absurdity almost makes me laugh. If this is death, it's lousy at following the script.